Manufacturing. Consent. The political economy of the mass media. Edward S. Herman. And Noam Chomsky. With a new afterword by Edward S. Herman. Preface. 1. A propaganda model. 2. Worthy and unworthy victims. 3. Legitimizing versus meaningless third world elections, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Nicaragua. 4. The KGB Bulgarian plot to kill the Pope, free market disinformation as news. 5. The Indochina Wars, I Vietnam. 6. The Indochina Wars, II Laos and Cambodia. 7. Conclusions. Afterword to the 2008 edition. Appendix 1. The U.S. Official Observers in Guatemala, July 1 to 2, 1984. Appendix 2. Tagliabue's finale on the Bulgarian connection, a case study in bias. Appendix 3. Braystrup's big story, some Freedom House exclusives. Notes. About the author. Index. To the memory of Alex Carey. N. Herbert I. Schiller. By the same authors. The Political Economy of Human Rights. The Washington Connection and Third World Fascism. The Political Economy of Human Rights 2. After the Cataclysm. The Iran-Contra scandals were blamed on the president's easygoing habits, though the people had every opportunity to know this was his way of doing things or not doing before they put him in the White House, not once but twice. James Reston. They who have put out the people's eyes, reproach them of their blindness. John Milton. Introduction to the 2002 edition. This book centers in what we call a propaganda model, an analytical framework that attempts to explain the performance of the U.S. media in terms of the basic institutional structures and relationships within which they operate. It is our view that, among their other functions, the media serve, and propagandize on behalf of, the powerful societal interests that control and finance them. The representatives of these interests have important agendas and principles that they want to advance, and they are well positioned to shape and constrain media policy. This is normally not accomplished by crude intervention, but by the selection of right-thinking personnel and by the editors and working journalists' internalization of priorities and definitions of newsworthiness that conform to the institution's policy. Structural factors are those such as ownership and control, dependence on other major funding sources, notably, advertisers, and mutual interests and relationships between the media and those who make the news and have the power to define it and explain what it means. The propaganda model also incorporates other closely related factors such as the ability to complain about the media's treatment of news, that is, produce flack, to provide experts to confirm the official slant on the news, and to fix the basic principles and ideologies that are taken for granted by media personnel and the elite, but are often resisted by the general population. Point 1. In our view, the same underlying power sources that own the media and fund them as advertisers, that serve as primary definers of the news, and that produce flack and proper thinking experts, also play a key role in fixing basic principles and the dominant ideologies. We believe that what journalists do, what they see as newsworthy, and what they take for granted as premises of their work are frequently well explained by the incentives, pressures, and constraints incorporated into such a structural analysis. These structural factors that dominate media operations are not all-controlling and do not always produce simple and homogeneous results. It is well recognized, and may even be said to constitute a part of an institutional critique such as we present in this volume, that the various parts of media organizations have some limited autonomy, that individual and professional values influence media work, that policy is imperfectly enforced, and that media policy itself may allow some measure of dissent and reporting that calls into question the accepted viewpoint. These considerations all work to assure some dissent and coverage of inconvenient facts. Point 2. The beauty of the system, however, is that such dissent and inconvenient information are kept within bounds and at the margins, so that while their presence shows that the system is not monolithic, they are not large enough to interfere unduly with the domination of the official agenda. It should also be noted that we are talking about media structure and performance, not the effects of the media on the public. Certainly, the media's adherence to an official agenda with little dissent is likely to influence public opinion in the desired direction, but this is a matter of degree, and where the public's interests diverge sharply from that of the elite, and where they have their own independent sources of information, the official line may be widely doubted. The point that we want to stress here, however, is that the propaganda model describes forces that shape what the media does. It does not imply that any propaganda emanating from the media is always effective. Although now more than a dozen years old, both the propaganda model and the case studies presented with it in the first edition of this book have held up remarkably well. Point 3. The purpose of this new introduction is to update the model, add some materials to supplement the case studies already in place, and left intact in the chapters that follow, and finally, to point out the possible applicability of the model to a number of issues under current or recent debate. Updating the propaganda model. The propaganda model, spelled out in detail in Chapter 1, explains the broad sweep of the mainstream media's behavior and performance by their corporate character and integration into the political economy of the dominant economic system. For this reason, we focused heavily on the rise in scale of media enterprise, the media's gradual centralization and concentration, the growth of media conglomerates that control many different kinds of media, motion picture studios, TV networks, cable channels, magazines, and book publishing houses, and the spread of the media across borders in a globalization process. We also noted the gradual displacement of family control by professional managers serving a wider array of owners and more closely subject to market discipline. All of these trends, and greater competition for advertising across media boundaries, have continued and strengthened over the past dozen years, making for an intensified bottom-line orientation. Thus, centralization of the media in a shrinking number of very large firms has accelerated, virtually unopposed by Republican and Democratic administrations and regulatory authority. Ben Bagdikian notes that when the first edition of his Media Monopoly was published in 1983, 50 giant firms dominated almost every mass medium, but just 7 years later, in 1990, only 23 firms occupied the same commanding position. Point 4. Since 1990, a wave of massive deals and rapid globalization have left the media industries further centralized in 9 transnational conglomerates: Disney, AOL, Time Warner, Viacom, owner of CBS, News Corporation, Bertelsmann, General Electric, owner of NBC, Sony, AT&T, Liberty Media, and Vivendi Universal. These giants own all the world's major film studios, TV networks, and music companies, and a sizable fraction of the most important cable channels, cable systems, magazines, major market TV stations, and book publishers. The largest, the recently merged AOL Time Warner, has integrated the leading internet portal into the traditional media system. Another 15 firms round out the system, meaning that 24 firms control nearly the entirety of media experienced by most U.S. citizens. Bagdikian concludes that it is the overwhelming collective power of these firms, with their corporate interlocks and unified cultural and political values, that raises troubling questions about the individual's role in the American democracy. 5. Of the 9 giants that now dominate the media universe, all but General Electric have extensively conglomerated within the media, and are important in both producing content and distributing it. 4 of them, Disney, AOL, Time Warner, Viacom, and News Corporation, produce movies, books, magazines, newspapers, TV programs, music, videos, toys, and theme parks, among other things, and they have extensive distribution facilities via broadcasting and cable ownership, retail stores, and movie theater chains. They also provide news and occasional investigative reports and documentaries that address political issues, but the leaders of these pop cultural behemoths are mainly interested in entertainment, which produces large audiences with shows like ABC TV's Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and CBS TV's Survivor, or with movies like Disney's Lion King that also make possible the cross-selling synergies that are a focal point of their attention and resources. Important branches of the media such as movies and books have had substantial global markets for many years, but only in the past 2 decades has a global media system come into being that is having major effects on national media systems, culture, and politics. 6. It has been fueled by the globalization of business more generally, the associated rapid growth of global advertising, and improved communications technology that has facilitated cross-border operations and control. It has also been helped along by government policy and the consolidation of neoliberal ideology. The United States and other Western governments have pressed the interests of their home country firms eager to expand abroad, and the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and World Bank have done the same, striving with considerable success to enlarge transnational corporate access to media markets across the globe. Neoliberal ideology has provided the intellectual rationale for policies that have opened up the ownership of broadcasting stations and cable and satellite systems to private transnational investors. The culture and ideology fostered in this globalization process relate largely to lifestyle themes and goods and their acquisition, and they tend to weaken any sense of community helpful to civic life. Robert McChesney notes that the hallmark of the global media system is its relentless, ubiquitous commercialism. 7. Shopping channels, infomercials, and product placement are booming in the global media system. McChesney adds that it should come as no surprise that account after account in the late 1990s documents the fascination, even the obsession, of the world's middle-class youth with consumer brands and products. 8. The global media's news attention in recent years, aside from reporting on crusades such as Operation Allied Force, the NATO war against Yugoslavia, and on national elections, has been inordinately directed to sensationalism, as in their obsessive focus on the O.J. Simpson trial, the Lewinsky scandal, and the deaths of 2 of the West's super celebrities, Princess Diana and John F. Kennedy, Jr. Globalization, along with deregulation and national budgetary pressures, has also helped reduce the importance of non-commercial media in country after country. This has been especially important in Europe and Asia, where public broadcasting systems were dominant, in contrast with the United States and Latin America. The financial pressures on public broadcasters has forced them to shrink or emulate the commercial systems in fundraising and programming, and some have been fully commercialized by policy change or privatization. The global balance of power has shifted decisively toward commercial systems. James Ledbetter points out that in the United States, under incessant right-wing political pressure and financial stringency, the 90s have seen a tidal wave of commercialism overtake public broadcasting, with public broadcasters rushing as fast as they can to merge their services with those offered by commercial networks. 9. And in the process of what Ledbetter calls the mauling of public broadcasting, its already modest differences from the commercial networks have almost disappeared. Most important, in their programming they share either the avoidance or the defanging of contemporary political controversy, the kind that would bring trouble from powerful patrons. 10. Some argue that the internet and the new communications technologies are breaking the corporate stranglehold on journalism and opening an unprecedented era of interactive democratic media. And it is true and important that the internet has increased the efficiency and scope of individual and group networking. This has enabled people to escape the mainstream media's constraints in many and diverse cases. Japanese women have been able to tap newly created websites devoted to their problems, where they can talk and share experiences and information with their peers and obtain expert advice on business, financial, and personal matters. 11. Chiapas resistors against abuse by the Mexican army and government were able to mobilize an international support base in 1995 to help them publicize their grievances and put pressure on the Mexican government to change its policies in the region. 12. The enlarged ability of Bolivian peasants protesting against World Bank privatization programs and user fees for water in 2000, and Indonesian students taking to the streets against the Suharto dictatorship in Indonesia in 1998, to communicate through the internet produced a level of publicity and global attention that had important consequences. Bechtel Corporation, owner of the newly privatized water system in Bolivia that had quickly doubled water rates, backed off and the privatization sale was rescinded. The protests and associated publicity, along with the 1998 financial crisis, helped drive Suharto from office. 13. Broader protest movements have also benefited from internet-based communication. When the leading members of the World Trade Organization, WTO, attempted in 1998 to push through in secret a multilateral agreement on investment that would have protected further the rights of international investors as against the rights of democratic bodies within states, the Internet was extremely valuable in alerting opposition forces to the threat and helping mobilize an opposition that prevented acceptance of this agreement. 14 Similarly, in the protest actions against the WTO meetings in Seattle in November 1999 and the IMF and World Bank annual gatherings in Washington, D.C., in April 2000, communication via the Internet played an important role both in organizing the protests and in disseminating information on the events themselves that countered the mainstream media's hostile portrayal of these protests. 15. However, although the Internet has been a valuable addition to the communications arsenal of dissidents and protesters, it has limitations as a critical tool. For one thing, those whose information needs are most acute are not well served by the Internet. Many lack access, its databases are not designed to meet their needs, and the use of databases, and effective use of the Internet in general, presupposes knowledge and organization. The Internet is not an instrument of mass communication for those lacking brand names, an already existing large audience, and/or large resources. Only sizable commercial organizations have been able to make large numbers aware of the existence of their Internet offerings. The privatization of the Internet's hardware, the rapid commercialization and concentration of Internet portals and servers and their integration into non-Internet conglomerates. The AOL, Time Warner merger was a giant step in that direction, and the private and concentrated control of the new broadband technology, together threaten to limit any future prospects of the Internet as a democratic media vehicle. The past few years have witnessed a rapid penetration of the Internet by the leading newspapers and media conglomerates, all fearful of being outflanked by small pioneer users of the new technology, and willing, and able, to accept losses for years while testing out these new waters. Anxious to reduce these losses, however, and with advertisers leery of the value of spending in a medium characterized by excessive audience control and rapid surfing, the large media entrants into the Internet have gravitated to making familiar compromises, more attention to selling goods, cutting back on news, and providing features immediately attractive to audiences and advertisers. The Boston Globe, a subsidiary of the New York Times, and the Washington Post are offering e-commerce goods and services, and Ledbetter notes that it's troubling that none of the newspaper portals feels that quality journalism is at the center of its strategy. Because journalism doesn't help you sell things. 16 Former New York Times editor Max Frankel says that the more newspapers pursue Internet audiences, the more will sex, sports, violence, and comedy appear on their menus, sliding, if not altogether ignoring, the news of foreign wars or welfare reform. 17. New technologies are mainly introduced to meet corporate needs, and those of recent years have permitted media firms to shrink staff even as they achieve greater outputs, and they have made possible global distribution systems that reduce the number of media entities. The audience interaction facilitated by advancing interactive capabilities mainly help audience members to shop, but they also allow media firms to collect detailed information on their audiences, and thus to fine-tune program features and ads to individual characteristics as well as to sell by a click during programs. Along with reducing privacy, this should intensify commercialization. In short, the changes in politics and communication over the past dozen years have tended on balance to enhance the applicability of the propaganda model. The increase in corporate power and global reach, the mergers and further centralization of the media, and the decline of public broadcasting, have made bottom-line considerations more influential both in the United States and abroad. The competition for advertising has become more intense and the boundaries between editorial and advertising departments have weakened further. Newsrooms have been more thoroughly incorporated into transnational corporate empires, with budget cuts and a further diminution of management enthusiasm for investigative journalism that would challenge the structures of power. Over the past dozen years, sourcing and FLAC have also strengthened as mechanisms of elite influence. Media centralization and the reduction in the resources devoted to journalism have made the media more dependent than ever on the primary definers who both make the news and subsidize the media by providing accessible and cheap copy. They now have greater leverage over the media, and the public relations firms working for these and other powerful interests also bulk larger as media sources. Alex Carey, Stuart Ewan, John Stauber, and Sheldon Rampton have helped us see how the public relations industry has been able to utilize journalistic conventions to serve its and its corporate clients' ends. 18 Studies of news sources reveal that a significant proportion of news originates in public relations releases. There are, by one count, 20,000 more public relations agents working to doctor the news today than there are journalists writing it. 19. The force of anti-communist ideology has possibly weakened with the collapse of the Soviet Union and the virtual disappearance of socialist movements across the globe, but this is easily offset by the greater ideological force of the belief in the miracle of the market. Reagan. The triumph of capitalism and the increasing power of those with an interest in privatization and market rule have strengthened the grip of market ideology, at least among the elite, so that regardless of evidence, markets are assumed to be benevolent and even democratic. Market populism in Thomas Frank's phrase, and non-market mechanisms are suspect, although exceptions are allowed when private firms need subsidies, bailouts, and government help in doing business abroad. When the Soviet economy stagnated in the 1980s, it was attributed to the absence of markets. When capitalist Russia disintegrated in the 1990s, this was blamed not on the now ruling market but on politicians and workers' failure to let markets work their magic. 20 Journalism has internalized this ideology. Adding it to the residual power of anti-communism in a world in which the global power of market institutions makes non-market options seem utopian gives us an ideological package of immense strength. These changes, which have strengthened the applicability of the propaganda model, have seriously weakened the public sphere, which refers to the array of places and forums in which matters important to a democratic community are debated and information relevant to intelligent citizen participation is provided. The steady advance, and cultural power, of marketing and advertising has caused the displacement of a political public sphere by a depoliticized consumer culture. 21 And it has had the effect of creating a world of virtual communities built by advertisers and based on demographics and taste differences of consumers. These consumption and style-based clusters are at odds with physical communities that share a social life and common concerns and which participate in a democratic order. 22 These virtual communities are organized to buy and sell goods, not to create or service a public sphere. Advertisers don't like the public sphere, where audiences are relatively small, upsetting controversy takes place, and the settings are not ideal for selling goods. Their preference for entertainment underlies the gradual erosion of the public sphere under systems of commercial media, well exemplified in the history of broadcasting in the United States over the past 75 years. 23 But entertainment has the merit not only of being better suited to helping sell goods, it is an effective vehicle for hidden ideological messages. 24 Furthermore, in a system of high and growing inequality, entertainment is the contemporary equivalent of the Roman games of the circus that diverts the public from politics and generates a political apathy that is helpful to preservation of the status quo. It would be a mistake to conclude from the fact that the public buys and watches the offerings of the increasingly commercialized media that the gradual erosion of the public sphere reflects the preferences and free choices of the public either as citizens or consumers. The citizenry was never given the opportunity to approve or disapprove the wholesale transfer of broadcasting rights to commercial interests back in 1934-25 and the pledge made by those interests, and subsequently by the Federal Communications Commission, FCC, itself, that public service offerings would never be buried in favor of the entertainment preferred by advertisers, was never fulfilled. 26 The public is not sovereign over the media. The owners and managers, seeking ads, decide what is to be offered, and the public must choose among these. People watch and read in good part on the basis of what is readily available and intensively promoted. Polls regularly show that the public would like more news, documentaries, and other information, and less sex, violence, and other entertainment, even as they do listen to and watch the latter. there is little reason to believe that they would not like to understand why they are working harder with stagnant or declining incomes, have inadequate medical care at high costs, and what is being done in their name all over the world. If they are not getting much information on these topics, the propaganda model can explain why the sovereigns who control the media choose not to offer such material. Updating the case studies. In the case studies presented in chapters 2 through 6, we examine the differences in treatment of situations broadly similar in character, except for the political and economic interests at stake. Our expectation is that news as well as editorial opinion will be strongly influenced by those interests and should display a predictable bias. We would anticipate, for example, that an election held by a client state government favored by U.S. officials would be treated differently by the media than an election held by a government that U.S. officials oppose. It is seen in Chapter 3 that in the important elections analyzed there this dichotomous treatment and bias was displayed to an extraordinary degree. Worthy and unworthy victims. In Chapter 2, we compare the media's treatment of victims of enemy states and those of the United States and U.S. client states. Our prediction is that the victims of enemy states will be found worthy and will be subject to more intense and indignant coverage than those victimized by the United States or its clients, who are implicitly unworthy. It is shown in Chapter 2 that a 1984 victim of the Polish communists, the priest Jerzy Populisko, not only received far more coverage than Archbishop Oscar Romero, murdered in the U.S. client state El Salvador in 1980, he was given more coverage than the aggregate of 100 religious victims killed in U.S. client states, although 8 of those victims were U.S. citizens. This bias is politically advantageous to U.S. policymakers, for focusing on victims of enemy states shows those states to be wicked and deserving of U.S. hostility, while ignoring U.S. and client state victims allows ongoing U.S. policies to proceed more easily, unburdened by the interference of concern over the politically inconvenient victims. It is not a credible reply that difficulty in getting evidence on unworthy victims can account for the application of such a gross double standard, as an alternative press with meager resources has been able to gather a great deal of material on their mistreatment from highly credible sources, such as major human rights organizations and church representatives. Point 27. Furthermore, only political factors can explain the differences in quality of treatment of worthy and unworthy victims noted throughout this book, illustrated in Chapter 2 by the more antiseptic reporting of the abuse of unworthy victims, even U.S. women raped and murdered in El Salvador, and the greater indignation and search for responsibility at the top in the case of worthy victims. That the same massive political bias displayed earlier in the coverage of Populisko and the 100 religious victims in Latin America continues today is suggested by the media's usage of the word genocide in the 1990s, as shown in the accompanying table. Genocide is an invidious word that officials apply readily to cases of victimization in enemy states, but rarely if ever to similar or worse cases of victimization by the United States itself or allied regimes. Thus, with Saddam Hussein and Iraq having been U.S. targets in the 1990s, whereas Turkey has been an ally and client and the United States its major arms supplier as it engaged in its severe ethnic cleansing of Kurds during those years, we find former U.S. Ambassador Peter Galbraith stating that while Turkey represses its own Kurds, its cooperation is essential to an American-led mission to protect Iraq's Kurds from renewed genocide at the hands of Saddam Hussein. 28. Turkey's treatment of its Kurds was in no way less murderous than Iraq's treatment of Iraqi Kurds, but for Galbraith, Turkey only represses, while Iraq engages in genocide. The table shows that the 5 major print media surveyed engage in a similar biased usage, frequently using genocide to describe victimization in the enemy states, but applying the word far less frequently to equally severe victimization carried out by the United States or its allies and clients. We can even read who are U.S. friends and enemies from the media's use of the word. Thus, with the United States and its NATO allies warring against Yugoslavia in 1999, allegedly in response to that country's mistreatment of the Kosovo Albanians, official denunciations of that mistreatment flowed through the media, along with the repeated designation of the abuses as genocidal. The same pattern applies to the Iraqi regime's abuse of its Kurdish population after it had ceased to be a US ally. 29 An enemy state, official denunciations, harsh sanctions, and parallel media treatment. Mainstream media usage of genocide. 4. Kosovo, East Timor, Turkey, and Iraq. 1. No. Of times word applied to Serbs, Turks, etc. 2. No. Of eds/op eds doing the same. 3 news articles. 4 front page. Countries/dates. 1 Serb/Kosovo 1998 to 1999. 220. 59. 118. 41. 2 Indonesia/East Timor, 1990 to 1999. 33. 7. 17. 4. 3 Turkey/Kurds, 1990 to 1999. 14. 2. 8. 1. 4 Iraq/Kurds, 1990 to 1999. 132. 51. 66. 24. 5 Iraq sanctions, 1991 to 1999. 18. 1. 10. 1. 1 mainstream media used in this tabulation, based on a Nexus database search, were the Los Angeles Times, the New York Times, Washington Post, Newsweek, and Time. 2. The numbers in columns 2 and 3 do not add up to the total in column 1, which also includes letters, world briefings, and summary items. On the other hand, Turkey and Indonesia have long been U.S. allies and client states and recipients of military and economic aid. In consequence, and just as the propaganda model would predict, the media not only gave minimal attention to the severe abuse of the Kurds by Turkey throughout the 1990s, and to the Clinton administration's lavish help to Turkey's implementation of that ethnic cleansing program, they rarely applied the word genocide to these Turkish operations. Similarly, the word was not often applied to the Indonesian mistreatment of the East Timorese, who were subjected to another wave of terror as Indonesia tried to prevent or defeat a UN-sponsored referendum on independence in 1999. The United States, after helping Suharto take power in 1965 in one of the great bloodbaths of the 20th century 30 and after supporting his dictatorship for 32 years, also gave him crucial military and diplomatic aid when he invaded and occupied East Timor from 1975.31 in 1999, as Indonesia attempted to prevent the independence referendum in East Timor by violence. The United States maintained its military aid programs and refused to intervene to stop the killing, on the ground that what is happening is the responsibility of the government of Indonesia, and we don't want to take that responsibility away from them, as stated by Defense Secretary William Cohen in a press conference of September 8, 1999. This was long after Indonesia had killed thousands and destroyed much of East Timor. Shortly thereafter, under considerable international pressure, the United States invited Indonesia to leave the devastated country. We have shown elsewhere that in 1975 and later the U.S. media treated the East Timorese as unworthy victims, saving their attention and indignation for the almost simultaneous killings under Pol Pot in Cambodia. The victims of Pol Pot, a communist leader, were worthy, although after he was ousted by the Vietnamese in 1978, Cambodians ceased to be worthy, as U.S. policy shifted toward support of Pol Pot in exile. 32 The East Timorese remained unworthy in the 1990s, as the table suggests. As the leader of the faction insisting on harsh sanctions against Iraq following the 1991 Persian Gulf War, the United States itself was responsible for a very large number of Iraqi civilians' deaths in the 1990s. John and Carl Mueller assert that these sanctions of mass destruction have caused the deaths of more people in Iraq than have been slain by all so-called weapons of mass destruction, nuclear and chemical, throughout all history. 33 A large fraction of the million or more killed by sanctions were young children, UNICEF Executive Director Carol Bellamy pointed out that if the substantial reduction in child mortality throughout Iraq during the 1980s had continued through the 1990s, there would have been 500,000 fewer deaths of children under 5 in the country as a whole during the 8-year period 1991 to 1998. 34 However, as these deaths resulted from U.S. policy, and Secretary of State Madeleine Albright declared on national television that these 500,000 child deaths were worth it. 35 We would expect the U.S. media to find these victims unworthy, to give them little attention and less indignation, and to find the word genocide inapplicable to this case. The table shows that this expectation was realized in media practice. The case for severe media bias suggested by the usage of genocide shown in the table is strengthened by the fact that, despite the great media attention to and indignation over the abuse of the Kosovo Albanians by the Serbs in 1998 to 1999, this mistreatment was almost certainly less severe than that meted out to the Kurds in Turkey in the 1990s and to the East Timorese by the Indonesian army and paramilitary forces in East Timor in 1999. Deaths in Kosovo on all sides in the year before the NATO bombing were estimated by US and other Western sources to number no more than 2,000, and the Serb assault and expulsions that followed and accompanied the NATO bombing campaign also appear to have resulted in deaths in the low thousands. An intensive post-war search for graves had yielded some 3,000 bodies by August 2000, not all of them Albanian civilians or necessarily victims of the Serbs. 36 deaths in the Turkish war on the Kurds in the 1990s were estimated to be 30,000 or more, a large fraction Kurdish civilians, with refugee numbers running to 2 to 3 million. In East Timor, where the Indonesian military organized and collaborated with a paramilitary opposition to a UN-sponsored independence referendum held on August 30, 1999, an estimated 5,000 to 6,000 East Timorese civilians were slaughtered even before the referendum vote that rejected Indonesian rule, which unleashed a furious Indonesian army, paramilitary assault on East Timorese. 37. The double standard reflected in the politicized use of genocide is applicable to the treatment of news events more broadly, with the media regularly focusing on the abuse of worthy victims and playing down or neglecting altogether the plight of unworthy victims. As an illustration, we may consider the contrasting media treatment of the alleged killing of some 40 Albanians by the Serbs at Rakok, Kosovo, on January 15, 1999, and the Indonesian army militia killing of up to 200 East Timorese at Liquica in East Timor on April 6, 1999.38. The former was seen as useful by U.S. officials 39 who were trying to ready the U.S. and Western publics for an imminent NATO attack on Yugoslavia. Although the facts in the Rakok killings, which occurred in the course of fighting between the Serbian military and Kosovo Liberation Army insurgents within Yugoslavia, were and remain in dispute, and recent evidence raises further doubts about the NATO KLA account of events there. 40 The deaths were immediately denounced and featured by US and NATO officials as an intolerable massacre. The US mainstream media did the same and gave this reported massacre heavy and uncritical attention. 41 This helped create the moral basis for the NATO bombing of Yugoslavia that began on March 24, 1999. The Liquica killings of East Timorese seeking refuge in a Catholic church by Indonesian organized militia forces were indisputably a massacre, apparently involved many more victims than at Rakok, and it took place in a territory illegally occupied by a foreign state, Indonesia. It was also neither a unique event nor was it connected to any warfare, as in Kosovo it was a straightforward slaughter of civilians. But US officials did not denounce this massacre. In fact, active US support of the Indonesian military continued throughout this period and up to a week after the referendum, by which time 85% of the population had been driven from their homes and well over 6,000 civilians had been slaughtered. The US mainstream media followed the official lead. For a 12-month period following the date of each event, the mentions of Rakok by the 5 media entities cited in the table exceeded mentions of Liquica by 4.1 to 1, and mentions of massacre at the two sites was in a ratio of 6.7 to 1. The greater length of accounts of the Rakok event elevates the ratio to 14 to 1 as measured by word count. Newsweek, which mentioned Rakok and its massacre 9 times, failed to mention Liquica once. Thus, with the cooperation of the media, the Rakhok killings were effectively used by U.S. officials to ready the public for war, not only by their intensive coverage but also by their taking the official allegations of massacre at face value. In the same time frame, the media's treatment of the indisputable massacre at Liquica was insufficient in volume or indignation to mobilize the public, in accord with the U.S. policy of leaving the management of events in East Timor to the U.S. ally Indonesia. Legitimating versus meaningless Third World elections. In Chapter 3 we show that the mainstream media have followed a government agenda in treating elections in client and disfavored states. In El Salvador in the 1980s, the U.S. government sponsored several elections to demonstrate to the U.S. public that our intervention there was approved by the local population, whereas when Nicaragua held an election in 1984, the Reagan administration tried to discredit it to prevent legitimation of a government the administration was trying to overthrow. The mainstream media cooperated, finding the Salvadoran election a step toward democracy and the Nicaraguan election a sham, despite the fact that electoral conditions were far more compatible with an honest election in Nicaragua than in El Salvador. We demonstrate that the media applied a remarkable dual standard to the two elections in accord with the government's propaganda needs. This same bias is apparent in the press treatment of more recent elections in Cambodia, Yugoslavia, Kenya, Mexico, Russia, Turkey, and Uruguay. Cambodia and Yugoslavia were the only two of these seven ruled by a party strongly objectionable to U.S. policymakers, and it is in these cases that the New York Times warned of serious problems. As regards Cambodia, it asserted that flawed elections are worse than none, and that the international community must proceed cautiously, lest a rigged election give Mr. Hun Sen a veneer of legitimacy. 42 In reporting on the Yugoslavian election of September 2000, in which U.S. officials intervened openly to prevent the re-election of Slobodan Milosevic, the Times and media in general repeatedly warned of the possibility of fraud and a rigged election. 43 In the case of Kenya, where U.S. policy toward the ruling government was ambivalent, here also the Times was skeptical of election quality, noting that holding elections is not enough to assure democratic government and stressing the need for an independent electoral commission less bound to political parties and independent broadcast media, allowing opposition voices to be heard outside election periods. 44. But in the other four elections, organized and won by governments strongly favored by the U.S. State Department, there were no suggestions that flawed elections are worse than none and no featuring of the threat of fraud. The importance of an independent electoral commission and broadcast media was not pressed, and in each case the election was found to be a step toward democracy and hence legitimizing. In the case of Mexico, long subject to one-party, PRI, rule, but supported by the U.S. government over the past several decades, the Times has regularly found the Mexican elections encouraging, in contrast with past fraudulent ones which, at the time, the editors also contrasted favorably with those in the more distant past. It has featured expressions of benevolent intent and downplayed structural defects and abuses. Thus, in its first editorial on the 1988 election that brought Carlos Salinas de Gortari to power, the Times noted that prior elections were corrupt, the PRI manipulated patronage, the news media and the ballot box, but it stressed that PRI candidate Salinas contends that political reform is urgent and calls for clean elections. 45 The editors questioned whether his party will heed his pleas, a process of distancing the favored candidate from responsibility for any abuses to come. In the editorials that followed, the Times did not suggest possible ongoing electoral fraud, manipulated patronage, or media controls and bias, although this election was famous for a convenient computer breakdown in the election aftermath, which turned Carlos Salinas from an expected loser into a winner. Just 3 years later, however, at the time of the 1991 election, the editors stated that as long as anyone can remember, Mexican elections have been massively fraudulent as it prepared readers for new promises of a cleanup. 46 But all through this period and later, the Times, and its media rivals, did not focus on fraud or call these elections rigged. In both news stories and editorials they portrayed these deeply flawed elections as steps toward democracy and legitimizing In the 1983 Turkish election, held under military rule, with harsh censorship and only 3 parties led by politicians sympathetic to the military government allowed to run, The Times found that Turkey approaches democracy 47. Similarly, in Uruguay's 1984 election, under another military regime that jailed the leading opposition candidate and also refused to allow a second major candidate to run, but organized by a government approved by the U.S. State Department, The Times once again found that Uruguay is resuming its democratic vocation. The generals are yielding to the infectious resurgence of democracy in much of Latin America. 48. The Russian election of 1996 was important to the United States and its allies, as Boris Yeltsin, the ruler who was carrying out their favored policies of privatization and the integration of Russia into the global financial system, was seriously threatened with defeat. The Yeltsin government had presided over a 50% fall in national output and large income declines for 90% of the population, while the hugely corrupt privatization process provided windfalls to a small minority, including an important criminal class. The social welfare and healthcare systems had disintegrated under Yeltsin's rule, contributing to a startling rise in infectious diseases and mortality rates. Just before the 1996 election campaign, Yeltsin's popularity rating was 8%. That he could win re-election in such circumstances suggests and reflects a seriously flawed election. However, with the Yeltsin regime strongly backed by the U.S. government and its Western allies, the New York Times once again found this election a victory for Russian democracy, and so did the U.S. mainstream media in general. For that paper of record, electoral flaws were slighted or ignored, and its editors declared the very fact of holding an imperfect election a remarkable achievement. 49. The same bias was evident in reporting on the March 2000 Russian election, won by Yeltsin's anointed heir and former KGB operative Vladimir Putin. Putin had built his popularity by conducting a brutal counterinsurgency war against Chechnya, and his electoral success rested heavily on the fact that the powerful state TV and radio stations campaigned furiously on his behalf and denigrated and gave no broadcasting time to his opponents. A September 2000 exposé of the Putin election campaign by the expatriate Moscow Times, based on a 6-month investigative effort, uncovered compelling evidence of election fraud, including ballot stuffing, ballot destruction, and the creation of 1.3 million dead souls inflating the election rolls. 50. The U.S. mainstream media, however, never found any evidence of fraud at the time of the election, and they have been reluctant to report the findings of the Moscow Times study. 51. Putin is another reformer, like Yeltsin, supported by the West, so that it follows once again that for the mainstream media a flawed election hardly admitted to be flawed remains better than none. 52. The KGB Bulgarian plot to assassinate the Pope. During the Reagan era, 1981–88, there was a concerted effort to demonize the Soviet Union, in order to support a major arms buildup and a new, more aggressive policy in the Third World and globally. The Soviet Union was described as an evil empire and accused of sponsoring international terrorism as well as abusing its own and client nation peoples. 53. When the would-be assassin Mehmet Ali Agca shot Pope John Paul II in Rome in May 1981, this provided the basis for one of the most successful propaganda campaigns of the Cold War era. Although the Pope's assailant was a Turkish fascist and member of a violently anti-left party in Turkey, after a 17-month stint in an Italian prison, Agca confessed that he had been hired by the KGB and Bulgarians. This confession was convenient, fitting well the interests of the dominant Italian parties anxious to discredit the powerful Italian Communist Party as well as the Reagan administration's evil empire campaign. It was extremely suspicious for other reasons, coming so belatedly, and after numerous visits to Agca by Italian Secret Service representatives, judges, and papal agents, all with a political axe to grind, and with the Secret Service notorious for ideological extremism and willingness to doctor evidence. 54. But the mainstream media accepted the story with astonishing gullibility. The possibility of coaching and pressure on Agca to name the KGB and Bulgarians, much discussed in the Italian media, was almost never mentioned as even a theoretical possibility. and the weakness of the alleged Soviet motive, the sheer stupidity of the enterprise if Soviet-based, and the complete lack of confirmatory evidence was almost entirely ignored by the media, as described in Chapter 4. When the case was lost in an Italian court in 1986, despite a substantial Italian government investment and effort, for the U.S. mainstream media this merely reflected the peculiarities of the Italian system of justice. The continued absence of hard evidence led to no reassessment of the case or reflections on their own role. In the years that followed, two developments threw some light on the case. One is that the Soviet and Bulgarian archives were opened up, and Alan Weinstein of the Center for Democracy gained permission from Bulgarian authorities in 1991 for members of his investigative commission to look at the Bulgarian Interior Ministry's Secret Service files. After a stint in Bulgaria, Weinstein returned home having failed to locate any confirmatory evidence of Bulgarian or KGB involvement. The Los Angeles Times, New York Times, Washington Post, Newsweek, and Time, each of which had reported Weinstein's initiative and impending trip to Bulgaria in 1991, all failed to inform their readers of his negative findings. 55. Later in 1991, at Senate hearings on the confirmation of Robert Gates as head of the CIA, former CIA officers Melvin Goodman and Harold Ford testified that the CIA's analysis of the Bulgarian connection had been seriously compromised and politicized in support of the Reagan-era anti-Soviet propaganda campaign. Goodman testified that not only had the CIA found no evidence of Soviet or Bulgarian involvement in the shooting, but that based on the CIA's very good penetration of the Bulgarian secret services, its professionals had concluded that a Bulgarian connection did not exist. 56. This testimony, which was a brutal coup de grace to the claims of a connection, put the media on the spot. It was now clear that in their enthusiastic support of the plot they had seriously misled their readers and performed badly as news purveyors and analysts, although serving well the propaganda needs of their government. But as in 1986, after the case against the Bulgarians was dismissed in an Italian court for insufficient evidence, none of them felt any obligation to explain their failures and apologize to their readers. They reported the CIA revelations tersely, with some still claiming that while the connection had not been proved, it had not been disproved either, ignoring the frequent impossibility of proving a negative. 57. But in general the mainstream media moved quickly on without reassessing their performance or the fact that they and their media colleagues had been agents of propaganda. The New York Times, which had been consistently supportive of the connection in both news and editorials, not only failed to report Weinstein's negative findings from the search of the Bulgarian files, it also excluded Goodman's statement on the CIA's penetration of the Bulgarian secret services from their excerpts from his testimony. The Times had long maintained that the CIA and the Reagan administration recoiled from the devastating implication that Bulgaria's agents were bound to have acted only on a signal from Moscow. 58. But Goodman's and Ford's testimony showed that this was the reverse of the truth, and that CIA heads William Casey and Robert Gates overrode the views of CIA professionals and falsified evidence to support a Soviet linkage. The Times was not alone in following a misleading party line, but it is notable that this paper of record has yet to acknowledge its exceptional gullibility and propaganda service. Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. Vietnam, was the United States a victim or an aggressor? In chapters 5 through 7, we show that media coverage of the Indochina Wars fits the propaganda model very well. The United States first intervened in Indochina immediately after World War II in support of French recolonization, after which it carried out a 21-year effort, 1954-75, to impose a government in the southern half of Vietnam that U.S. officials and analysts consistently recognized as lacking any substantial indigenous support, and in opposition to local nationalist though communist forces that were understood to have a mass base. U.S. leaders operated on the belief that their overwhelming military might would not only enable them, but entitled them, to force submission to a minority government of U.S. choice. By normal word usage, this would make the U.S. effort in Vietnam a case of aggression. The mainstream media, however, rarely if ever found U.S. policy there to be other than highly moral and well-intentioned, even if based on miscalculation of its costs to us, see Chapter 5. the media readily accepted that we were protecting South Vietnam, a U.S. creation ruled by a dictator imported directly from the United States against somebody else's aggression, vacillating in their identification of the aggressor between North Vietnam, the Soviet Union, China, or the resistance in South Vietnam engaging in internal aggression. It is compelling evidence of the propaganda service of the mainstream media that throughout the war they accepted this basic propaganda assumption of the war managers, and from that era up to today, we have never found a mainstream editorial or news report that characterized the U.S. war against Vietnam, and then all of Indochina, as a case of aggression. After the United States terminated the military phase of the war in 1975, it maintained and enforced an 18-year boycott of the country that it had virtually destroyed. According to Vietnamese estimates, the war had cost them 3 million killed, 300,000 missing, 4.4 million wounded, and 2 million harmed by toxic chemicals, and its land was left ravaged by bombs and Rome plows as well as chemical weapons. With 58,000 killed, the U.S. death toll from the war was under 0.1% of its population. Vietnam's death toll was 17% of its population, and only Vietnam's people were attacked by chemical warfare and had their countryside devastated. Nevertheless, U.S. officials and the mainstream media continued to view the U.S. role in the war as creditable, the United States as the victim. President George Bush stated in 1992 that Hanoi knows today that we seek only answers without the threat of retribution for the past 59, that is, the Vietnamese had done things to us that might justify retribution on our part, but we only seek answers regarding our men missing in action. 60 New York Times foreign affairs commentator Leslie Gelb justified classifying Vietnam an outlaw on the grounds that they had killed Americans. 61 This reflects the common establishment view, implicit in Bush's comment, that nobody has a right of self-defense against this country, even if it intervenes across the ocean to impose by force a government that the people of that country reject. U.S. chemical warfare in Indochina. It is also of interest how the media have treated the massive use of chemicals during the Vietnam War and the horrifying aftermath for the victim country. In 1961 and 1962 the Kennedy administration authorized the use of chemicals to destroy rice crops in South Vietnam in violation of a U.S. tradition as well as international law. Admiral William Leahy, in response to a proposal to destroy Japanese rice crops in 1944, stated that this would violate every Christian ethic I have ever heard of and all known laws of war. 62 Between 1961 and 1971, however, the U.S. Air Force sprayed 20 million gallons of concentrated arsenic-based and dioxin-laden herbicides, mainly Agent Orange, on 6 million acres of crops and trees, besides using large quantities of the super tear gas CS and vast amounts of napalm and phosphorus bombs. 63 An estimated 13% of South Vietnam's land was subjected to chemical attacks. This included 30% of its rubber plantations and 36% of its mangrove forests, along with other large forest areas, destroyed by toxic chemicals in programs that included multiple large-scale intentional efforts combining defoliation with incendiaries to produce a forest fire in South Vietnam. 64 A 1967 study prepared by the head of the agronomy section of the Japanese Science Council concluded that U.S. anti-crop warfare had already ruined more than 3.8 million acres of arable land in South Vietnam, killing almost 1,000 peasants and over 13,000 livestock. 65 This policy of attempting to force enemy capitulation by destroying its food supply was not only contrary to the rules of war. 66 It was notable in that it first and overwhelmingly affected small children. 67 Laos was also subjected to chemical attacks in 1966 and 1969, directed at both crops and vegetation along communication routes. And in Cambodia, some 173,000 acres of rubber plantations, crops, and forests were heavily sprayed with Agent Orange in the spring of 1969. 68 The Cambodian government complained bitterly at the violation of its neutrality by this inhumane and illegal action, but Cambodia was too small and weak for its voice to be heard or for it to be able to mobilize a legal or other defense. Although the UN General Assembly did strongly condemn the use of chemical agents as contrary to international law by an 83-3 vote in 1969-69. It was powerless to act against the United States, and there was no international community mobilization to halt its use of chemical warfare in Cambodia or elsewhere in Indochina. During the Vietnam War, the use of chemicals was reported and criticized in the U.S. media when first disclosed in 1966, but the subject was quickly dropped. The illegality of chemical warfare and a policy of starvation, and their effects on the victim population, were virtually unreported. There were exceptions, such as Orville Schell, Jr.'s 1971 Look magazine article Silent Vietnam, How We Invented Ecocide and Killed a Country, but they were rare indeed. After the war, because of the effects of Agent Orange on U.S. soldiers, there was some coverage of this chemical warfare campaign, but the vastly greater impact on the direct targets of this warfare in South Vietnam remained close to invisible. Of 522 articles in the New York Times, The Washington Post, The Los Angeles Times, Newsweek, and Time during the 1990s that mentioned Agent Orange and Vietnam together, the vast majority focused on the harm done to U.S. service personnel. Only 9 articles acknowledged the targeting of food crops, 39 mentioned forest cover alone as the target, only 11 discussed in any detail the impact on Vietnamese and the Vietnamese environment, only 3 characterized the use of Agent Orange as a chemical weapon or chemical warfare, and in only 2 articles was it suggested that its use might constitute a war crime. The Wall Street Journal did have a lead story on this topic in February 1997, reporting that as many as 500,000 children may have been born with dioxin-related deformities and that birth defects in the South were 4 times those in the North. 70 The article did acknowledge U.S. responsibility for this disaster but contended that the United States, emotionally spent after losing the war, paid no heed. But the United States did pay heed to the flight of the boat people and was not too exhausted to enforce a vigorous boycott of the target of its aggression, even if it took no responsibility whatever for the condition of its victims. The large-scale application of chemical weapons, and napalm, in Vietnam was confined to the South. One reason for this was that North Vietnam had a government with links to other countries, so that the use of these barbarous and illegal weapons against it would have been widely publicized. South Vietnam was occupied by the United States and its client regime, so that the victimized people of the South were voiceless and could be treated with unlimited savagery. This of course contradicted the claim that we were protecting them against aggression, but the media not only underplayed the savagery, they failed to call attention to the contradiction and its significance. New York Times journalist Barbara Crossett did report that the U.S. failure to get involved in studying the effects of chemical warfare in Vietnam had been unfortunate, because as this country had used it heavily in the South but not in the North, this made Vietnam a controlled experiment in the effects of dioxin on humans from which much could be learned of benefit to ourselves. 71 But neither Crossett nor any other mainstream reporter had anything to say about the fact that the United States had used dioxin only on the ones it was allegedly protecting against aggression, nor did they suggest that this constituted a serious war crime, or that this country might have an obligation to help those it had victimized. During the 1980s, the Reagan administration mounted a major propaganda campaign over alleged victims of yellow rain in Cambodia and Laos, claiming that chemical warfare had been employed there by the Soviet Union through its Vietnam proxy. This propaganda effort eventually collapsed following the U.S. Army's own inability to confirm this warfare and, more important, the finding that the alleged yellow rain was bee feces, not chemicals. 72 Nevertheless, this campaign received vastly more publicity than the real and large-scale chemical warfare carried out by the United States in Indochina. The Wall Street Journal, which had heavily featured yellow rain and expressed the greatest indignation at this display of communist evil, never mentioned the U.S. employment of chemicals in that area during its yellow rain campaign. The journal's publisher, Peter Kahn, eventually wrote that the Vietnam War record had clarified who were the good guys and who were the bad guys, definitively shown by the poisoned fields of Laos, his euphemism for yellow rain. 73 In short, Can places the massive real-world use of chemical warfare by the United States in Orwell's black hole and demonstrates communist evil by putting forward the discredited claim of Yellow Rain that his paper has still not admitted to be fraudulent. But the more important facts are these, that with the help of the media, the Soviet Union was effectively linked to the use of this ugly weapon, based on false evidence, while by treating the real and large-scale use of chemical weapons in Indochina by the United States in very low-key up to this very day, the media have helped convey the impression that this country is a moral force on this issue and opposes use of this terrible weaponry. U.S. leaders have opposed the use of chemical warfare by enemy states, but it is a different matter when they choose to use such weaponry themselves, or when a client state does the same. 74. Rewriting Vietnam War history. There have been thousands of books written on the Vietnam War 75, and that war has been a brooding omnipresence in the U.S. culture since its end in 1975. For the dominant elite, the war represents an era in which resistance to national policy and the associated rise of formerly apathetic sectors of society caused a crisis of democracy. 76. Those unruly sectors and the dissidents are seen as having damaged the cultural and political framework and imposed unreasonable impediments to the use of force, the latter referred to as the Vietnam Syndrome. Within the unruly sectors and among the dissidents, of course, the 60s are viewed as an era of liberation, of cultural and moral advance, and a temporary surge of democratization. The propaganda model would lead us to expect mainstream media retrospectives on the war to reflect elite perspectives, portraying the 1960s as a dark age and the U.S. role in the war as, at worst, a case of good intentions gone awry. Focusing here on their treatment of the war over the past decade, we see that the media have mainly repeated and elaborated several apologetic themes already entrenched by the end of the war. One theme has been that the U.S. intervention was justified by the fact of communism on the march. Editorial, Washington Post, April 30, 2000. It was argued from the beginning that the communist advance in Vietnam was part of a global communist conspiracy, a position maintained in the face of the split and hostility between China and the Soviet Union, tension between China and North Vietnam, and the absence of any evidence that North Vietnam was anybody's tool. In his book In Retrospect 77, former Defense Secretary Robert McNamara admits that he and his colleagues made a serious error on this point. But neither he nor the other establishment figures who have used this argument have ever questioned the U.S. right to intervene by force to stop the march of communism in a country where the communists had led a nationalist revolution, were recognized by all official and non-official authorities to command the support of a large majority of the population, and where their defeat would require open aggression, mass killing, and the virtual destruction of a distant society. Closely related was the theme that we were protecting South Vietnam and the South Vietnamese, who let the Americans take over the fighting. Editorial, Washington Post, April 30, 1995. A sub-theme of this line is that we let down the South Vietnamese. But as noted earlier, South Vietnam as a political entity was a U.S. concoction, and the U.S. war managers recognized that most of the southern population supported the side the United States was fighting. This explains why the main thrust of U.S. violence was directed to the south, where napalm, B-52 bombing raids, chemical warfare, the institutionalized killing of civilians, and a scorched earth policy were used to destroy the base of the popular movement. 78. We also noted earlier that this ferocious U.S. assault on the South, which contradicted the claim that we were protecting South Vietnamese, remains invisible in the U.S. media. Another important theme in the mainstream media for many years has been the notion that the United States was the victim in the Vietnam War, the Vietnamese the cruel villains. This remarkable inversion of reality has been accomplished by two processes: first, by a massive suppression of evidence on the consequences of the war for the Vietnamese, and second, by demonizing the victims, based in large measure on the national beatification of POW's prisoners of war and the myth of POWs as martyrs still being tortured by Vietnam. 79. The only Vietnamese allowed modest attention in the media have been those mobilized to fight the U.S. war and who were let down. 80. The vast numbers killed or damaged by the U.S. assault have been treated as unworthy victims. The overwhelming preoccupation of officials, journalists, pundits, and intellectuals with media outreach has been on U.S. victims and the effects of the war on this country. Robert McNamara's widely publicized book, supposedly a mea culpa and moral tract, is notable for the fact that his notion of the war's high costs, and the error and guilt he feels, extend only to U.S. lives and the effects of the war on the political unity of our society. 81 He offers neither regrets, moral reflections, nor apologies for his country having invaded, mercilessly bombed, ravaged the land, and killed and wounded millions of innocent people in a small distant peasant society in pursuit of its own political ends. In a remarkable cultural process, also, the victims have been turned into the villains. As we describe in Chapter 5, in an attempt to prolong the war, President Richard Nixon seized on the question of the adequacy of Vietnamese accounting for our military personnel who were captured, POWs, and those missing in action, MIAs. He succeeded in keeping the war going, and some 16,000 more U.S. soldiers and untold numbers of Vietnamese died in the further fighting in the purported interest of missing POWs. But although there has never been any credible evidence that a single POW was hidden by the North Vietnamese, this claim became an article of faith and cult that dominated U.S. policy toward Vietnam for many years. 82. The myth also became the basis of popular culture accounts in movies such as The Deer Hunter, Uncommon Valor, POW, The Escape, and Missing in Action, in which Rambo-like heroes slaughter evil Vietnamese as they save our betrayed and tormented POWs. These movies turned history on its head. As Vietnam War historian H. Bruce Franklin points out, America's vision of the war was being transformed. The actual photographs and TV footage of massacred villagers, napalmed children, Vietnamese prisoners being tortured and murdered, wounded GIs screaming in agony, and body bags being loaded by the dozen for shipment back home were being replaced by simulated images of American POWs in the savage hands of Asian communists. 83 The powerful cultural myth of abused POWs as the central feature of the Vietnam War not only allowed the war to be extended, it helped justify the U.S. failure to aid its victim in accord with end-of-war promises, and it provided the basis for an 18-year economic war against the victim country. It also functioned as a potent agent of militarization and force weakening the Vietnam Syndrome. In his recent book Vietnam and Other American Fantasies, H. Bruce Franklin, who had previously exposed the fallacies and cult qualities of the Paumia myth, addressed this issue once again, as well as other fantasies, such as the claim that the anti-war activists often spit at returning veterans. 84 Franklin's book was reviewed in the Los Angeles Times but was otherwise only twice mentioned in passing in the U.S. mainstream press. On the other hand, a book by Michael Lind, Vietnam, The Necessary War 85, which explains that the war was justifiable because communism was on the march, U.S. credibility was at stake, and the Vietnamese communists were cruel and ruthless, demonstrated in part by their refusal to surrender and consequent responsibility for those killed by U.S. bombs, was treated differently. It received 44 reviews and was mentioned 27 other times in the mainstream media, and Lind was given op-ed space in both the New York Times and the Washington Post, among other opportunities. In his review of Lind's book, Vietnam War historian Lloyd Gardner noted that any U.S. credibility problem that arose in connection with the Vietnam War was a creation of the war managers themselves and flowed from their own decisions, and Gardner also comments, after analyzing a series of Lind arguments in defense of the war, that the evidence simply washes away his positions like a sand castle on the beach. 86 But Lind was saying what the elite once said, and Franklin was not, so that mainstream media treatment followed accordingly. Laos. Laos's Plain of Jars was subjected to some of the heaviest bombings of civilian targets in history, especially after 1968, when Washington was compelled under domestic pressure to enter negotiations with North Vietnam and had to terminate its bombing there. It turned to Laos, although that small peasant country was a marginal factor in the wars, but Nixon and Kissinger could hardly leave U.S. bombers inactive. Overall, some 2 million tons of bombs were dropped on Laos. These raids wiped out 353 villages and killed thousands of civilians, and they continue to kill now, as the plain was saturated with hundreds of millions of bombs, tiny anti-personnel weapons specifically designed to kill and maim. With their 20 to 30% failure to explode rate, they remained as potential killers, and their casualty rate is still high, estimates running from hundreds to 20,000 or more per year, half of them deaths and half of the victims children. 87. There have been efforts to deal with this humanitarian catastrophe. The British-based Mines Advisory Group, MAG, has been trying to remove the lethal objects, but the British press reports that the United States is conspicuously missing from the handful of Western organizations that have followed MAG, though it has finally agreed to train some Laotian civilians. 88. The British press also reports, with some annoyance, that the United States has refused to provide MAG specialists with render harmless procedures, still treated as a state secret for weapons. 3 decades old. 89. The U.S. mainstream media have treated in very low-key the continuing human toll suffered in Laos and have maintained almost complete silence concerning the U.S. non-cooperativeness in attempts to alleviate a crisis dating back to the secret war against Laos, which again was secret only by tacit propaganda service of the mainstream media. See Chapter 6. Cambodia. Important changes have occurred in Cambodia since 1988, including Vietnam's withdrawal from that country, elections held under UN auspices, and the death of Pol Pot. We noted in Chapter 7 that, after the Vietnamese had ousted Pol Pot in December 1978, although the United States and its allies had denounced Pol Pot as another Hitler committing genocide, they quickly became his supporter, allowing him to retain Cambodia's UN seat and otherwise aiding and protecting him in his Thailand refuge. Vietnam was severely punished by harsh sanctions and by U.S. support for a Chinese invasion to teach Vietnam a lesson for having terminated Pol Pot's atrocities. President Carter's national security advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski stated in 1979 that I encouraged the Chinese to support Pol Pot. I encouraged the Thai to help DK. Democratic Kampuchea, Pol Pot's forces. Pol Pot was an abomination. We could never support him, but China could. 90. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, as the Vietnamese sought to end their isolation by exiting from Cambodia, but insisted as a condition for withdrawal that Pol Pot and his Khmer Rouge be excluded from returning to power, the United States objected, and insisted, with eventual success, that the Khmer Rouge be included as a contestant party in the post-occupation settlement. 91. What dominated U.S. policy and led to its support of Pol Pot was the classic rule that the enemy of my enemy, Vietnam, is my friend, and perhaps also the new tilt toward China, also hostile toward Vietnam. The support of Pol Pot was awkward, given the prior denunciations of his policies, but the mainstream media handled it with aplomb, and the U.S. public was almost surely completely unaware that the United States had become his ally and supporter. The explicit statement of support by Brzezinski quoted above was never mentioned in the New York Times, the Washington Post, or Newsweek. It was quoted once in both the Los Angeles Times and Time. However, in the late 1990s, after Vietnam had left Cambodia and U.S. officials' anti-Vietnam passions had subsided, and Pol Pot was no longer a useful instrument of anti-Vietnam policy, U.S. officials and pundits rediscovered Pol Pot's and the Khmer Rouge's villainy and candidacy for war crimes trials. The media handled the previous tilt toward Pol Pot mainly by evasion, essentially blacking out the years 1979 to 95, or vaguely intimating that the U.S. had supported him for reasons of realpolitik, but avoiding both details on the nature and magnitude of support as well as any reflections on the morality of backing another Hitler. The New York Times' summary of Pol Pot's rise and fall, April 17, 1998, lists for 1979, 1990, Pol Pot and Khmer Rouge are given refuge at Thai border where they fight back against the Vietnamese. Given refuge is misleading. They were given economic and military aid and political support by the United States and its allies. The Times's main reporter on Cambodia in early 1998, Seth Maidans, repeatedly blacked out mention of U.S. support, referring to the decade-long civil war that followed Pol Pot's ouster, April 13, and a 19-year guerrilla insurgency in the jungles of western and northern Cambodia, April 17. The Boston Globe, New York Times, Washington Post, and Los Angeles Times, editorializing on the death of Pol Pot on April 17, 1998, were uniformly indignant over his crimes and regretful at his escape from justice, but all avoided mentioning the long U.S. support of the criminal as well as the U.S. contribution to the first phase of a decade of genocide. 92 The Washington Post blacked out the inconvenient 15-year period of support of Pol Pot with this summary: after the nightmare of Khmer Rouge rule and genocide, the United States and its allies pumped millions of dollars into Cambodia to help rebuild and to hold elections. 93. It is enlightening to compare the media's treatment of Pol Pot and Indonesian leader Suharto, who was also in the news in 1998, as Indonesia suffered a financial crisis that, along with popular resistance to the dictatorship, eventually led to his ouster. Pol Pot was described in the editorials and news columns of April 1998 as crazed, a killer, war criminal, mass murderer, blood-soaked, and as having engineered a reign of terror and genocide. But in 1998 and 1999, and in earlier years as well, while Suharto was occasionally referred to as a dictator and running an authoritarian regime, he was never a killer or mass murderer or one responsible for genocide. The terminological double standard is maintained reliably throughout the mainstream media. 94. Less obvious but equally interesting is the difference in willingness to identify the responsible parties for the killings of Pol Pot and Suharto. In the case of Pol Pot, there is no uncertainty or complexity. Editorials and news articles uniformly make him and the Khmer Rouge leadership clearly and unambiguously responsible for all deaths in Cambodia during the period 1975 to 78. He was the man who slaughtered 2 million, USA Today, the executioner, Boston Globe, who presided over the deaths of his victims, Washington Post, the man who drove Cambodia to ruin, New York Times. But in Suharto's case, we move to an ambiguous responsibility, which means none at all. In the New York Times, for example, a 1965 coup led to the massacres of hundreds of thousands of supposed communists. Editorial, August 23, 1996, where we have no agent doing the killing, or a wave of violence that took up to 500,000 lives and led Suharto to seize power from Sukarno in a military coup. Seth Maidan's, August 7, 1996, where the massacre not only has no agent, but is falsely situated before the takeover of power by Suharto. In a later piece, Maidan states that more than 500,000 Indonesians are estimated to have died in a purge of leftists in 1965, the year Mr. Suharto came to power, April 8, 1997. Note the passive voice, never used in connection with Pol Pot, the word purge instead of slaughter or massacre, and the continued failure to identify the agent. In the case of East Timor, also, the Times is uncertain about the source of the killing. This is one of the world's sadder places, where 100,000 to 200,000 people died from 1974 in a brutal civil war and the consequent invasion through combat, execution, disease, and starvation. Stephen Erlanger, October 21, 1990. In addition to the lack of a clear agent, this sentence seriously misrepresents the facts. The civil war was short and left small numbers dead, and the invasion was not consequent to a brutal civil war, except in Indonesian propaganda. Another important difference in the treatment of the worthy victims of Pol Pot and the unworthy victims of Suharto is in the willingness to explain away the killings. With Pol Pot, as we describe in Chapter 7, the background of the first phase of the genocide was completely blacked out in the mainstream account. There is no qualification to Pol Pot's responsibility as a killer because his forces had undergone terrible damage and sought vengeance for the crimes they had suffered, nor are any deaths in Pol Pot's years of rule to be explained by the starvation and disease already pervasive in April 1975. No, the only mentionable background is his Paris training and communist fanaticism. But with Suharto we encounter a whole new world of contextualized apologetics. For many years the main protective formula was that the 1965-66 killings were a result of a failed coup, which touched off a wave of violence, or followed an onslaught from the left. 95 This formula, invoked repeatedly, suggests that the mass killings were provoked and thus may be justified by a prior onslaught. The writers never explain why a failed coup could possibly justify a large-scale slaughter, but the hint is left hanging. In more recent years, usually in connection with the explanation and rationalization of the continuation of a dictatorship, the media regularly juxtaposed political repression with stability and growth. The signs of his success are everywhere, although Suharto has brought these gains by maintaining a tight grip on power and suppressing public criticism and political opposition. 96 These statements, from the New York Times, offer a kind of context that the paper never gives to Castro, let alone a Pol Pot, and it shows an apologetic that runs deep. This apologetic extends to the Suharto invasion and occupation of East Timor. For years, New York Times reporters have claimed that Indonesia invaded in the midst of a civil war. 97 When in fact that civil war was over well before the invasion. The paper's news coverage of East Timor actually fell to zero as the Indonesian attacks and killings in East Timor reached a deadly peak in 1977-78, a slaughter that elsewhere would be called genocidal. And although Indonesia occupied East Timor in violation of standing UN rulings till its induced exit in 1999, the paper's reporters repeatedly referred to East Timor as a disputed province and East Timorese resistance as separatist, thereby internalizing and explicitly legitimizing the aggression and occupation. 98. The bias and gentle treatment of Suharto and the Indonesian government in the media is once again correlated with U.S. policy support that dates back to the military coup and slaughters of 1965. These were greeted with enthusiasm by U.S. officials. Then Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara referred to the events as one of the dividends of U.S. support for the Indonesian military, and the boiling bloodbath, time, and staggering mass slaughter, New York Times, were also seen in the media as a gleam of light. James Reston in the New York Times. 99 U.S. military and economic aid and diplomatic protection continued throughout the years of the Suharto dictatorship, and the media's finding him a good genocidist followed accordingly. New York Times reporter David Sanger differentiated Suharto and post-1990 Saddam Hussein. Before 1990 he was a U.S. ally, saying Mr. Suharto is not hoarding anthrax or threatening to invade Australia. 100 That is, Suharto's invasion, mass killing, and long illegal occupation of East Timor is given zero weight, and his slaughter of somewhere between 500,000 and 2 million people within Indonesia some years back is also not mentioned. This tells us all we need to know about how good and bad genocidists fare in the Western propaganda system. Further applications. In his book Golden Rule, political scientist Thomas Ferguson argues that where the major investors in political parties and elections agree on an issue, the parties will not compete on that issue, no matter how strongly the public might want an alternative. He contends that for ordinary voters to influence electoral choices they would have to have strong channels that directly facilitate mass deliberation and expression. 101 These would include unions and other intermediate organizations that might, through their collective power, cause the interests of ordinary voters to be given greater weight in the political system. The propaganda model, and the institutional arrangements that it reflects, suggests that the same forces that preclude competition among the parties on issues on which the major investors agree, will also dominate media choices and rule out mass deliberation and expression on those issues. For example, polls regularly indicate that, except in periods of war and intense war propaganda, the public wants a smaller defense budget and favors a spending shift from defense to education and other civil functions. 102 But because the major investors agree that a large defense budget is desirable, the two dominant parties compete only on whether the one or the other is stinting on military expenditures, with both promising to enlarge it, as both George W. Bush and Al Gore did in the presidential election campaign of 2000. And the mainstream media do the same, limiting debate to the terms defined by the two parties and excluding deliberation and expression of the position that large cuts are desirable. The alternative presidential candidate, Ralph Nader, called for such cuts, but the media denied him a voice on the issues, some of them explicitly defending his exclusion from the presidential debates on the grounds that the options afforded by the two parties sufficed. 103. The U.S. corporate community has favored an immense defense budget currently more than 5 times the size of that of a steadily weakening Russia, the second biggest spender because of the great benefits its members derive from military spending. These include weapons and other contracting business, direct and indirect subsidies in Research 104 and the role played by military power in supporting the global economic expansion in which many U.S. transnational corporations are active participants and beneficiaries. Business also benefits from the market opening actions of trade agreements and from the supportive operations of the WTO, the World Bank, and the IMF. But these trade agreements and the activities of the international financial institutions have generated controversy and political struggle, because while their benefits to business are clear, their costs are borne heavily by workers forced to compete in a global job market. Furthermore, globalization and trade agreements strengthen the political as well as the economic power of the corporate community, in part because they shift decision-making authority from democratic polities to bankers and technocrats who more reliably serve the transnational corporate interest. Here also, as in the case of defense versus civilian-oriented budgets, polls show a sharp dichotomy between corporate and public preferences, with the latter generally hostile to the agreements and institutional arrangements favored by business. 105. The propaganda model fits well the media's treatment of this range of issues. Consider, for example, their coverage of the passage of the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, and the subsequent Mexican financial crisis and meltdown of 1994–95. Polls taken before its enactment consistently showed substantial majorities opposed to NAFTA and later to the bailout of investors in Mexican securities, but the elite in favor. Media editorials, news coverage, and selection of experts in opinion columns were heavily skewed toward the elite preference. Their judgment was that the benefits of NAFTA were obvious, were agreed to by all qualified authorities, and that only demagogues and special interests were opposed. 106. The special interests who might be the losers included women, minorities, and a majority of the workforce. 107. The media dealt with the awkward fact that polls showed steady majority opposition to the agreement mainly by ignoring it, but occasionally they suggested that the public was uninformed and didn't recognize its own true interests. 108. The effort of labor to influence the outcome of the NAFTA debates was sharply attacked in both the New York Times and the Washington Post, with no comparable criticism of corporate or governmental, U.S. and Mexican, lobbying and propaganda. And while labor was attacked for its alleged position on these issues, the press refused to allow the actual position to be expressed. 109. In December 1994, only 11 months after NAFTA went into effect, Mexico suffered a major financial crisis, including a massive flight of capital, a devaluation of the currency, and a subsequent bailout by the IMF that required Mexico to carry out painful deflationary measures. Despite the fact that the meltdown occurred within a year of the introduction of NAFTA, which the media had portrayed as ushering in a prospective golden age of economic advance, they were unanimous that NAFTA was not to blame. And in virtual lockstep they supported the Mexican investor bailout, despite poll reports of general public opposition in the United States. Experts and media pundits and editorialists repeatedly explained that one great merit of NAFTA was that it had locked Mexico in so that it couldn't alter its overall policy direction or resort to controls to protect itself from severe deflation and unemployment. They were oblivious to the profoundly undemocratic nature of this lock-in, made more questionable by the fact that it had been negotiated by a Mexican government that ruled as a result of electoral fraud. 110. More recently, when the growing global opposition to the policies of the WTO, the IMF, and the World Bank led to mass protests at the WTO conference in Seattle in November and December 1999, and then at the annual meeting of the IMF and the World Bank in Washington, D.C., in April 2000, media coverage of these events was derisive and hostile to the protesters and almost uniformly failed to deal with the substantive issues that drove the protests. The media portrayed the Seattle protesters as all-purpose agitators. U.S. News and World Report, terminally aggrieved, Philadelphia Inquirer, simply against world trade, ABC News, and making much ado about nothing, CNN, but the bases of the protesters' grievances were almost entirely unexplored. 111 Similarly, in the case of the Washington, D.C., protests, the media repeatedly reported on activists' attire, looks, body odors, fatism, and claimed a lack of anything that can coherently be called a cause. Michael Kelly, journalist, Washington Post, and they continued their refusal to address issues. 112 There were many informed protesters with coherent agendas at Seattle and Washington, including reputable economists, social theorists, and veteran organizers from around the world. 113 But the media did not seek them out, preferring to stereotype anti-globalization activists as ignorant troublemakers. On op-ed pages, there was a major imbalance hostile to the protesters. TV bias was at least as great, and often misleading on the facts. In his November 29, 1999, backgrounder on the WDO, Dan Rather explained that the organization had ruled on many environmental issues, implying that those rulings were protective of the environment when in fact they generally privileged trade rights over environmental needs. Another notable feature of media reporting on both the Seattle and Washington, D.C., protests, and a throwback to their biased treatment of the protests of the Vietnam War era, 1965-75, 114 was their exaggeration of protester violence, their downplaying of police provocations and violence, and their complaisance at illegal police tactics designed to limit all protester actions, peaceable or otherwise. 115 Although the Seattle police resorted to force and used chemical agents against many nonviolent protesters well before a handful of individuals began breaking windows, both then and later the media reversed this chronology, stating that the police violence was a response to protester violence. In fact, the vandals were largely ignored by the police, while peaceful protesters were targeted for beatings, tear gas, torture with pepper spray, and arrest. 116 One New York Times article went so far as to claim that the Seattle protesters had thrown excrement, rocks, and Molotov cocktails at delegates and police officers. The Times later issued a correction acknowledging that these claims were false. 117 Dan Rather, who had falsely alleged that the protesters had brought on today's crackdown at Seattle, later suggested that the Washington protesters were possibly hoping for a replay of last year's violence in Seattle, setting this off against those charged with keeping the peace who have other ideas. 118. In their 87-page report, Out of Control, Seattle's flawed response to protests against the World Trade Organization, the American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU, stated that demonstrators in Seattle were overwhelmingly peaceful. Not so the police. The response of the Seattle police to the protests was characterized by draconian violations of civil liberties, including widespread use of chemical weapons, rubber bullets, and clubs against peaceful protesters and bystanders alike. But NBC, ABC, CBS, CNN, and the New York Times and Washington Post all ignored the release of the ACLU's findings, which ran counter to their own uniformly pro-police and anti-protester line. The media's reversal of chronology and inflation of the threat of activist violence, and their low-keyed treatment of numerous illegal police actions designed to instill fear in those wanting to protest peaceably. 119 provided the enabling ground for both police violence and serious restrictions on free speech. These increased in scope and sophistication between Seattle and Washington, and were then applied to squelch protest at the Republican and Democratic conventions in Philadelphia and Los Angeles in July and August 2000. 120 The corporate media's hostility to the goals of the protests, closely aligned with that of the rest of the corporate establishment, caused their devotion to the First Amendment to flag in a way it never has when their own rights and privileges have been at stake. As is suggested by the media's treatment of NAFTA and of labor's right to participate in its debates, as well as the media coverage of Watergate, COINTELPRO, and major events in the earlier history of labor management conflict, the Haymarket Affair, the Homestead Strike, the post-World War I Red Scare. 121 The propaganda model applies to domestic as well as foreign policy issues. Labor has been under renewed siege in the United States for the past several decades, its condition adversely affected by the deflationary policies of the early 1980s, corporate downsizing, globalization, a vigorous business campaign to defeat unions, and government support of, or indifference to, the damage being inflicted on unions and workers. There was a major drop in union membership from the beginning of the Reagan era, with union density falling from 25% in 1980 to 14.5% in 1996, and only 10.2% in the private sector. This reflected weakened labor bargaining power and was accompanied by significant concessions in wages and benefits, more onerous working conditions, and greater worker insecurity. President Reagan's firing of 11,000 striking air controllers in 1981 put the government seal of approval on strike breaking, and a new era of industrial relations opened. 122 But you would hardly know this from reading or listening to the mainstream media. An exceptional 1994 Businessweek article noted that over the past dozen years, U.S. industry has conducted one of the most successful union wars ever, helped by illegally firing thousands of workers for exercising their right to organize, with unlawful firings occurring in 1/3 of all representation elections in the late 80s. 123 But this successful war was carried out quietly, with media cooperation. The decertification of unions, use of replacement workers, and long, debilitating strikes like that involving Caterpillar were treated in a very low-key manner. In a notable illustration of the applicability of the propaganda model, the 9-month-long Pittston miners' strike that began in April 1989 was accorded much less attention, and less friendly treatment, than the Soviet miners' strikes of the summer of that same year. 124. From 1977 through 1999, while the incomes of the top 1% of households grew by 84.8% and the top 10% by 44.6%, the bottom 60% lost ground and the income of the lowest 20% fell by 12.5%. 125 Real hourly earnings of production and non-supervisory employees, i.e., the 80% of the workforce that holds working-class jobs, fell by 4.8% between 1973 and 1999. 126 This, along with the adverse trend of social indicators in the same period. 127. Suggests that the welfare of the majority declined in this era of high employment, a new economy, and a spectacular upswing in the stock market. In its euphoria phase, which ended abruptly with the collapse of the dot-com market in 1999 and 2000, the mainstream media hardly noticed that only a minority had been the beneficiaries. 128 They briefly discovered this issue only under the impetus of Pat Buchanan's right-wing populist outcries during the 1996 presidential election campaign. In the 2000 electoral campaign, once again the two major party candidates said nothing about the failure of the majority to be lifted in the supposed rising tide that would benefit everybody. Only Ralph Nader and other marginalized candidates did, and as noted, the dominant media found that the agenda of the major parties was all that they could ask for. Another striking application of the propaganda model can be seen in the media's treatment of the chemical industry and its regulation. Because of the industry's power, as well as the media's receptivity to the demands of the business community, the media have normalized a system described by Rachel Carson in Silent Spring as deliberately poisoning us, then policing the results. 129 Industry is permitted to produce and sell chemicals, and during the 1990s, bioengineered foods, without independent and prior proof of safety, and the policing by the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, has been badly compromised by underfunding and political limits on both law enforcement and testing. 130 A major National Research Council study of 1984 found that there was no health hazard data available for 78% of the chemicals in commerce, and an Environmental Defense Fund update found little change had occurred a dozen years later. The federal government's National Toxicology Program tests about 10 to 20 chemicals a year for carcinogenicity, but not for the numerous other possible adverse effects of chemicals. But meanwhile 500 to 1,000 new chemicals enter commerce annually, so our knowledge base steadily declines. 131. This system works well for industry, however, as it wants to sell without interference, and leaving virtually all of the research and testing for safety in its hands, with its members to decide when the results are worthy of transmission to the EPA, is a classic fox guarding the chickens arrangement. The system has worked poorly for the public, and its inadequacy has been reinforced by the industry's power to influence, sometimes even capture, the EPA. 132 Nevertheless, the industry often contends that the safety of chemicals is assured by EPA, or FDA, Regulation 133, which industry does its best to keep weak and which, as noted, has failed to deal in any way with the great majority of chemicals in the market. With the media's help, the chemical industry has also gained wide acceptance of its view that chemicals should be evaluated individually on the basis of an analysis of their risks to individuals and individual tolerances. But it is very hard to measure such risks, and tolerances for humans. Controlled experiments are not possible. Damage may show up only after many years. The forms of damage are hard to know in advance. Chemicals may interact with others in the environment, they may be bioaccumulative, and the breakdown products of chemicals may have their own dangers. Furthermore, if thousands of chemicals enter the environment, many long-lasting, bioaccumulative, and interacting with other chemicals, a public policy that ignores their additive and interactive effects on people and the environment is deeply flawed and irresponsible. Policy based on the precautionary principle, bitterly opposed by the chemical industry, with the support of the U.S. government. 134 would not allow chemicals to enter the environment without full testing, would prohibit the use of chemicals that accumulate in human tissues and whose breakdown products are threatening or unknown, and would compel the use of non-threatening alternatives for untested and known to be risky chemicals where such alternatives can be found or developed at reasonable cost. 135. In successfully avoiding application of the precautionary principle, industry spokespersons have argued that the existing system is based on sound science. But science does not tell us that industry has any right to put chemicals into the environment that have any risk at all, let alone telling us what risks are acceptable. These are political decisions. Furthermore, if the chemicals in the environment have not been tested for all the variables that are relevant to social choices, such as their long-term effects on immune systems and reproduction as well as any cancer threat, and the effects of their breakdown products on the environment, and none of them have been so tested, the political, not scientific, basis of sound science is evident. The chemical industry has produced, and long denied any harm from, innumerable products from tetraethyl lead in gasoline and PCBs in batteries to asbestos, DDT, and Agent Orange that are now well established as seriously harmful, only withdrawing them, often only from domestic use, under overwhelming legal and regulatory pressure. For the products they have wanted to sell, they have always found scientists who would testify to their harmlessness, or that claims of harm were not scientifically proven. There has been a consistent sharp difference between the results of industry-sponsored science and those of independent researchers working the same terrain. 136 And there have been numerous cases of fraud in industry testing, industry use of testing labs that arranged the data to find industry products acceptable, and political manipulation to weaken regulatory standards. 137. Despite these industry abuses of science, the media have largely accepted the industry's claim that it supports sound science, in contrast with its critics' use of junk science. From 1996 through September 1998, 258 articles in mainstream newspapers used the phrase junk science, but only 21, or 8%, used it to refer to corporate abuses of science, whereas 160, or 62%, applied it to science used by environmentalists, other corporate critics, or tort lawyers suing corporations. 77, or 30%, didn't fit either of these categories. 138 In short, the media have internalized industry's self-legitimizing usage, just as they have normalized a status quo of caveat emptor, buyer beware, rather than of safety first. The media have also regularly gotten on board in dismissing concerns about chemical threats as unwarranted scares, such as the alleged scares over dioxin and the danger of alor on apples. But these and other scares often turn out to be based on genuine health hazards. 139 Meanwhile, the media rarely report and examine in any depth the frequent evidence of the inadequacy of regulation and testing and of the real costs of chemicalization of the environment. Point 140. For example, the International Joint Commission, IJC, a joint Canadian, U.S. venture dating back to 1978, was given the formidable task of trying to halt the flow of toxic chemicals into the Great Lakes. It reports each year that it is failing, and since 1992 has called for the ending of the manufacture of chlorine as essential to fulfilling its task. The national media virtually ignore this appeal, and the IJC's U.S. co-chairman Gordon Dernill has remarked that we have a societal problem about how to deal with this, but 90% of the population doesn't even know there is anything to worry about. 141. We believe that the propaganda model helps understand this lack of knowledge. In the health insurance controversy of 1992-93, the media's refusal to take the single-payer option seriously, despite apparent widespread public support and the effectiveness of the system in Canada, served well the interests of the insurance and medical service complex. Point 142. The uncritical media reporting and commentary on the alleged urgency of fiscal restraint and a balanced budget in the years 1992-96 fit well the business community's desire to reduce the social budget and weaken regulation. Point 143. The media's gullibility in accepting the claim of a social security system crisis, which would require policy action some 37 years ahead if certain conservative guesses were true and a number of easy corrections were ruled out, served the interests of conservative ideologues anxious to weaken a highly successful government program and a security industry eager to benefit from the partial or full privatization of Social Security. Point 144. The applicability of the propaganda model in these and other cases, including the media's handling of the drug wars, seems clear. Point 145. Concluding note. The propaganda model remains a useful framework for analyzing and understanding the workings of the mainstream media, perhaps even more so than in 1988. As we noted above, the changes in structural conditions that underlie the model, and that we believe strongly and often decisively influence media behavior and performance, have tended to increase the model's salience. We noted in the preface to the first edition and in chapters 2 and 3, in reference to the media's coverage of the wars and elections in Central America in the 1980s, that the media's performance often surpassed expectations of media subservience to government propaganda demands. This was at least equally true of their performance in covering the 1991 war against Iraq and NATO's war against Yugoslavia in 1999, as we have described earlier and briefly in regard to Yugoslavia and in detail elsewhere. Point 146. In our conclusion to the first edition, we emphasized that, as the negative performance effects of the media result primarily from their structure and objectives, real change in performance calls for substantial changes in underlying media organization and goals. In the years since 1988, structural changes have not been favorable to improved performance, but it remains a central truth that democratic politics requires a democratization of information sources and a more democratic media. Along with trying to contain and reverse the growing centralization of the mainstream media, grassroots movements and intermediate groups that represent large numbers of ordinary citizens should put much more energy and money into creating and supporting their own media, as they did with the independent media centers brought into existence during the Seattle and Washington, D.C., protests of 1999 and 2000. These, and other non-profit community-based broadcasting stations and networks, and a better use of public access channels, the Internet, and independent print media, will be essential for the achievement of major democratic social and political successes. Preface. In this book, we sketch out a propaganda model and apply it to the performance of the mass media of the United States. This effort reflects our belief, based on many years of study of the workings of the media, that they serve to mobilize support for the special interests that dominate the state and private activity, and that their choices, emphases, and omissions can often be understood best, and sometimes with striking clarity and insight, by analyzing them in such terms. Perhaps this is an obvious point, but the democratic postulate is that the media are independent and committed to discovering and reporting the truth, and that they do not merely reflect the world as powerful groups wish it to be perceived. Leaders of the media claim that their news choices rest on unbiased professional and objective criteria, and they have support for this contention in the intellectual community. Point 2. If, however, the powerful are able to fix the premises of discourse, to decide what the general populace is allowed to see, hear, and think about, and to manage public opinion by regular propaganda campaigns, the standard view of how the system works is at serious odds with reality. Point 3. The special importance of propaganda in what Walter Lippmann referred to as the manufacture of consent has long been recognized by writers on public opinion, propaganda, and the political requirements of social order. Point 4. Lippmann himself, writing in the early 1920s, claimed that propaganda had already become a regular organ of popular government, and was steadily increasing in sophistication and importance. Point 5. We do not contend that this is all the mass media do, but we believe the propaganda function to be a very important aspect of their overall service. In the first chapter we spell out a propaganda model, which describes the forces that cause the mass media to play a propaganda role, the processes whereby they mobilize bias, and the patterns of news choices that ensue. In the succeeding chapters we try to demonstrate the applicability of the propaganda model to the actual performance of the media. Institutional critiques such as we present in this book are commonly dismissed by establishment commentators as conspiracy theories, but this is merely an evasion. We do not use any kind of conspiracy hypothesis to explain mass media performance. In fact, our treatment is much closer to a free market analysis, with the results largely an outcome of the workings of market forces. Most biased choices in the media arise from the preselection of right-thinking people, internalized preconceptions, and the adaptation of personnel to the constraints of ownership, organization, market, and political power. Censorship is largely self-censorship, by reporters and commentators who adjust to the realities of source and media organizational requirements, and by people at higher levels within media organizations who are chosen to implement, and have usually internalized, the constraints imposed by proprietary and other market and governmental centers of power. There are important actors who do take positive initiatives to define and shape the news and to keep the media in line. It is a guided market system that we describe here, with the guidance provided by the government, the leaders of the corporate community, the top media owners and executives, and the assorted individuals and groups who are assigned or allowed to take constructive initiatives. Point 6. These initiators are sufficiently small in number to be able to act jointly on occasion, as do sellers in markets with few rivals. In most cases, however, media leaders do similar things because they see the world through the same lenses, are subject to similar constraints and incentives, and thus feature stories or maintain silence together in tacit collective action and leader-follower behavior. The mass media are not a solid monolith on all issues. Where the powerful are in disagreement, there will be a certain diversity of tactical judgments on how to attain generally shared aims, reflected in media debate. But views that challenge fundamental premises or suggest that the observed modes of exercise of state power are based on systemic factors will be excluded from the mass media even when elite controversy over tactics rages fiercely. We will study a number of such cases as we proceed, but the pattern is, in fact, pervasive. To select an example that happens to be dominating the news as we write, consider the portrayal of Nicaragua, under attack by the United States. In this instance, the division of elite opinion is sufficiently great to allow it to be questioned whether sponsorship of a terrorist army is effective in making Nicaragua more democratic and less of a threat to its neighbors. The mass media, however, rarely if ever entertain opinion, or allow their news columns to present material suggesting that Nicaragua is more democratic than El Salvador and Guatemala in every non-Orwellian sense of the word. 7. That its government does not murder ordinary citizens on a routine basis, as the governments of El Salvador and Guatemala do. 8. That it has carried out socio-economic reforms important to the majority that the other two governments somehow cannot attempt. 9. That Nicaragua poses no military threat to its neighbors but has, in fact, been subjected to continuous attacks by the United States and its clients and surrogates, and that the U.S. Fear of Nicaragua is based more on its virtues than on its alleged defects. Point 10. The mass media also steer clear of discussing the background and results of the closely analogous attempt of the United States to bring democracy to Guatemala in 1954 by means of a CIA-sponsored invasion, which terminated Guatemalan democracy for an indefinite period. Although the United States supported elite rule and helped to organize state terror in Guatemala, among many other countries, for decades, actually subverted or approved the subversion of democracy in Brazil, Chile, and the Philippines, again, among others, is constructively engaged with terror regimes on a global basis, and had no concern about democracy in Nicaragua as long as the brutal Somoza regime was firmly in power. Nevertheless, the media take government claims of a concern for democracy in Nicaragua at face value. Point 11. Elite disagreement over tactics in dealing with Nicaragua is reflected in public debate, but the mass media, in conformity with elite priorities, have coalesced in processing news in a way that fails to place U.S. policy into meaningful context, systematically suppresses evidence of U.S. violence and aggression, and puts the Sandinistas in an extremely bad light. Point 12. In contrast, El Salvador and Guatemala, with far worse records, are presented as struggling toward democracy under moderate leaders, thus meriting sympathetic approval. These practices have not only distorted public perceptions of Central American realities, they have also seriously misrepresented U.S. policy objectives, an essential feature of propaganda, as Jacques Ellul stresses. The propagandist naturally cannot reveal the true intentions of the principal for whom he acts. That would be to submit the projects to public discussion, to the scrutiny of public opinion, and thus to prevent their success. Propaganda must serve instead as a veil for such projects, masking true intention. Point 13. The power of the government to fix frames of reference and agendas, and to exclude inconvenient facts from public inspection, is also impressively displayed in the coverage of elections in Central America, discussed in Chapter 3, and throughout the analysis of particular cases in the chapters that follow. When there is little or no elite dissent from a government policy, there may still be some slippage in the mass media, and facts that tend to undermine the government line, if they are properly understood, can be found, usually on the back pages of the newspapers. This is one of the strengths of the U.S. system. It is possible that the volume of inconvenient facts can expand, as it did during the Vietnam War, in response to the growth of a critical constituency, which included elite elements from 1968. Even in this exceptional case, however, it was very rare for news and commentary to find their way into the mass media if they failed to conform to the framework of established dogma, postulating benevolent U.S. aims, the United States responding to aggression and terror, etc., as we discuss in Chapter 5. During and after the Vietnam War, apologists for state policy commonly pointed to the inconvenient facts, the periodic pessimism of media pundits, and the debates over tactics as showing that the media were adversarial and even lost the war. These allegations are ludicrous, as we show in detail in Chapter 5 and Appendix 3, but they did have the dual advantage of disguising the actual role of the mass media and, at the same time, pressing the media to keep even more tenaciously to the propaganda assumptions of state policy. We have long argued that the naturalness of these processes, with inconvenient facts allowed sparingly and within the proper framework of assumptions, and fundamental dissent virtually excluded from the mass media, but permitted in a marginalized press, makes for a propaganda system that is far more credible and effective in putting over a patriotic agenda than one with official censorship. In criticizing media priorities and biases, we often draw on the media themselves for at least some of the facts. This affords the opportunity for a classic non sequitur, in which the citations of facts from the mainstream press by a critic of the press is offered as a triumphant proof that the criticism is self-refuting, and that media coverage of disputed issues is indeed adequate. That the media provide some facts about an issue, however, proves absolutely nothing about the adequacy or accuracy of that coverage. The mass media do, in fact, literally suppress a great deal, as we will describe in the chapters that follow. But even more important in this context is the question of the attention given to a fact, its placement, tone, and repetitions, the framework of analysis within which it is presented, and the related facts that accompany it and give it meaning, or preclude understanding. That a careful reader looking for a fact can sometimes find it with diligence and a skeptical eye tells us nothing about whether that fact received the attention and context it deserved, whether it was intelligible to the reader or effectively distorted or suppressed. What level of attention it deserved may be debatable, but there is no merit to the pretense that because certain facts may be found in the media by a diligent and skeptical researcher, the absence of radical bias and de facto suppression is thereby demonstrated. Point 14. One of our central themes in this book is that the observable pattern of indignant campaigns and suppressians, of shading and emphasis, and of selection of context, premises, and general agenda, is highly functional for established power and responsive to the needs of the government and major power groups. A constant focus on victims of communism helps convince the public of enemy evil and sets the stage for intervention, subversion, support for terrorist states, an endless arms race, and military conflict, all in a noble cause. At the same time, the devotion of our leaders and media to this narrow set of victims raises public self-esteem and patriotism, as it demonstrates the essential humanity of country and people. The public does not notice the silence on victims in client states, which is as important in supporting state policy as the concentrated focus on enemy victims. It would have been very difficult for the Guatemalan government to murder tens of thousands over the past decade if the U.S. press had provided the kind of coverage they gave to the difficulties of Andrei Sakharov or the murder of Jerzy Populewski in Poland. See Chapter 2. It would have been impossible to wage a brutal war against South Vietnam and the rest of Indochina, leaving a legacy of misery and destruction that may never be overcome, if the media had not rallied to the cause, portraying murderous aggression as a defense of freedom, and only opening the doors to tactical disagreement when the costs to the interests they represent became too high. The same is true in other cases that we discuss, and too many that we do not. We would like to express our thanks to the following people for their assistance in the preparation of this book: James Aronson, Philip Berryman, Larry Burns, Frank Broadhead, Holly Burkhalter, Donna Cooper, Carol Falk, Eva Gold, Carol Goslant, Roy Head, Mary Herman, Rob Kirsch, Robert Krinsky, Alfred McClungley, Kent McDougall, Nijat Ozyegin, Nancy Peters, Ellen Ray, William Shop, Karen Wilkins, Warren Witt, and Jamie Young. The authors alone remain responsible for its contents. 1. A propaganda model. The mass media serve as a system for communicating messages and symbols to the general populace. It is their function to amuse, entertain, and inform, and to inculcate individuals with the values, beliefs, and codes of behavior that will integrate them into the institutional structures of the larger society. In a world of concentrated wealth and major conflicts of class interest, to fulfill this role requires systematic propaganda. Point 1. In countries where the levers of power are in the hands of a state bureaucracy, the monopolistic control over the media, often supplemented by official censorship, makes it clear that the media serve the ends of a dominant elite. It is much more difficult to see a propaganda system at work where the media are private and formal censorship is absent. This is especially true where the media actively compete, periodically attack and expose corporate and governmental malfeasance, and aggressively portray themselves as spokesmen for free speech and the general community interest. What is not evident, and remains undiscussed in the media, is the limited nature of such critiques, as well as the huge inequality in command of resources, and its effect both on access to a private media system and on its behavior and performance. A propaganda model focuses on this inequality of wealth and power and its multilevel effects on mass media interests and choices. It traces the routes by which money and power are able to filter out the news fit to print, marginalize dissent, and allow the government and dominant private interests to get their messages across to the public. The essential ingredients of our propaganda model, or set of news filters, fall under the following headings: 1. The size, concentrated ownership, owner wealth, and profit orientation of the dominant mass media firms. 2. Advertising as the primary income source of the mass media. 3. The reliance of the media on information provided by government, business, and experts funded and approved by these primary sources and agents of power. 4. Flack as a means of disciplining the media, and 5. Anti-communism as a national religion and control mechanism. These elements interact with and reinforce one another. The raw material of news must pass through successive filters, leaving only the cleansed residue fit to print. They fix the premises of discourse and interpretation, and the definition of what is newsworthy in the first place, and they explain the basis and operations of what amount to propaganda campaigns. The elite domination of the media and marginalization of dissidents that results from the operation of these filters occurs so naturally that media news people, frequently operating with complete integrity and goodwill, are able to convince themselves that they choose and interpret the news objectively and on the basis of professional news values. Within the limits of the filter constraints they often are objective. The constraints are so powerful, and are built into the system in such a fundamental way, that alternative bases of news choices are hardly imaginable. In assessing the newsworthiness of the U.S. government's urgent claims of a shipment of MiGs to Nicaragua on November 5, 1984, the media do not stop to ponder the bias that is inherent in the priority assigned to government-supplied raw material, or the possibility that the government might be manipulating the news to imposing its own agenda, and deliberately diverting attention from other material. 3. It requires a macro, alongside a micro, story-by-story, view of media operations, to see the pattern of manipulation and systematic bias. Let us turn now to a more detailed examination of the main constituents of the propaganda model, which will be applied and tested in the chapters that follow. 1.1. Size, ownership, and profit orientation of the mass media. The first filter. In their analysis of the evolution of the media in Great Britain, James Curran and Gene Seaton describe how, in the first half of the 19th century, a radical press emerged that reached a national working-class audience. This alternative press was effective in reinforcing class consciousness. It unified the workers because it fostered an alternative value system and framework for looking at the world, and because it promoted a greater collective confidence by repeatedly emphasizing the potential power of working people to effect social change through the force of combination and organized action, for this was deemed a major threat by the ruling elites. One MP asserted that the working-class newspapers inflame passions and awaken their selfishness, contrasting their current condition with what they contend to be their future condition, a condition incompatible with human nature, and those immutable laws which Providence has established for the regulation of civil society. 5. The result was an attempt to squelch the working-class media by libel laws and prosecutions, by requiring an expensive security bond as a condition for publication, and by imposing various taxes designed to drive out radical media by raising their costs. These coercive efforts were not effective, and by mid-century they had been abandoned in favor of the liberal view that the market would enforce responsibility. Curran and Seaton show that the market did successfully accomplish what state intervention failed to do. Following the repeal of the punitive taxes on newspapers between 1853 and 1869, a new daily local press came into existence, but not one new local working-class daily was established through the rest of the 19th century. Curran and Seaton note that, indeed, the eclipse of the national radical press was so total that when the Labour Party developed out of the working-class movement in the first decade of the 20th century, it did not obtain the exclusive backing of a single national daily or Sunday paper. 6. One important reason for this was the rise in scale of newspaper enterprise and the associated increase in capital costs from the mid-19th century onward, which was based on technological improvements along with the owner's increased stress on reaching large audiences. The expansion of the free market was accompanied by an industrialization of the press. The total cost of establishing a national weekly on a profitable basis in 1837 was under £1,000, with a break-even circulation of 6,200 copies. By 1867, the estimated start-up cost of a new London daily was £50,000. The Sunday Express, launched in 1918, spent over £2 million before it broke even with a circulation of over 250,000.7. Similar processes were at work in the United States, where the start-up cost of a new paper in New York City in 1851 was $69,000, the public sale of the St. Louis Democrat in 1872 yielded $456,000, and city newspapers were selling at from $6 to $18 million in the 1920s. The cost of machinery alone, of even very small newspapers, has for many decades run into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. In 1945 it could be said that even small newspaper publishing is big business, and is no longer a trade one takes up lightly even if he has substantial cash, or takes up at all if he doesn't. 9. Thus the first filter, the limitation on ownership of media with any substantial outreach by the requisite large size of investment, was applicable a century or more ago, and it has become increasingly effective over time. 10. In 1986 there were some 1,500 daily newspapers, 11,000 magazines, 9,000 radio and 1,500 TV stations, 2,400 book publishers, and 7 movie studios in the United States, over 25,000 media entities in all. But a large proportion of those among the set who were news dispensers were very small and local, dependent on the large national companies and wire services for all but local news. Many more were subject to common ownership, sometimes extending through virtually the entire set of media variants. 11. Ben Bagdikian stresses the fact that despite the large media numbers, the 29 largest media systems account for over half of the output of newspapers, and most of the sales and audiences in magazines, broadcasting, books, and movies. He contends that these constitute a new private ministry of information and culture that can set the national agenda. 12. Actually, while suggesting a media autonomy from corporate and government power that we believe to be incompatible with structural facts, as we describe below, Bagdikian also may be understating the degree of effective concentration in news manufacture. It has long been noted that the media are tiered, with the top tier as measured by prestige, resources, and outreach comprising somewhere between 10 and 24 systems. 13. It is this top tier, along with the government and wire services, that defines the news agenda and supplies much of the national and international news to the lower tiers of the media, and thus for the general public. 14. Centralization within the top tier was substantially increased by the post-World War II rise of television and the national networking of this important medium. Pre-television news markets were local, even if heavily dependent on the higher tiers and a narrow set of sources for national and international news. The networks provide national and international news from 3 national sources, and television is now the principal source of news for the public. 15. The maturing of cable, however, has resulted in a fragmentation of television audiences and a slow erosion of the market share and power of the networks. Table 1-1 provides some basic financial data for the 24 media giants, or their controlling parent companies, that make up the top tier of media companies in the United States. 16. This compilation includes, 1. The 3 television networks, ABC, through its parent, Capital Cities, CBS, and NBC, through its ultimate parent, General Electric GE. 2. The leading newspaper empires, New York Times, Washington Post, Los Angeles Times, Times Mirror, Wall Street Journal, Dow Jones, Knight Ridder, Gannett, Hearst, Scripps Howard, Newhouse, Advance Publications, and the Tribune Company. 3. The major news and general interest magazines, Time, Newsweek, subsumed under Washington Post, Reader's Digest, TV Guide, Triangle, and U.S. News and World Report. 4. A major book publisher, McGraw-Hill, and 5. Other cable TV systems of large and growing importance, those of Murdoch, Turner, Cox, General Corp, Taft, Storer 17 and Group W, Westinghouse. Many of these systems are prominent in more than one field and are only arbitrarily placed in a particular category. Time Incorporated is very important in cable as well as magazines. McGraw-Hill is a major publisher of magazines. The Tribune Company has become a large force in television as well as newspapers. Hearst is important in magazines as well as newspapers, and Murdoch has significant newspaper interests as well as television and movie holdings. These 24 companies are large, profit-seeking corporations, owned and controlled by quite wealthy people. It can be seen in Table 1:1 that all but one of the top companies for whom data are available have assets in excess of $1 billion, and the median size, middle item by size, is $2.6 billion. It can also be seen in the table that approximately 3/4 of these media giants had after-tax profits in excess of $100 million, with the median at $183 million. Many of the large media companies are fully integrated into the market, and for the others, too, the pressures of stockholders, directors, and bankers to focus on the bottom line are powerful. These pressures have intensified in recent years as media stocks have become market favorites, and actual or prospective owners of newspapers and television properties have found it possible to capitalize increased audience size and advertising revenues into multiplied values of the media franchises and great wealth. 18 This has encouraged the entry of speculators and increased the pressure and temptation to focus more intensively on profitability. Family owners have been increasingly divided between those wanting to take advantage of the new opportunities and those desiring a continuation of family control, and their splits have often precipitated crises leading finally to the sale of the family interest. 19. This trend toward greater integration of the media into the market system has been accelerated by the loosening of rules limiting media concentration, cross-ownership, and control by non-media companies. 20 There has also been an abandonment of restrictions previously quite feeble anyway on radio TV commercials, entertainment mayhem programming, and fairness doctrine threats, opening the door to the unrestrained commercial use of the airwaves. 21. The greater profitability of the media in a deregulated environment has also led to an increase in takeovers and takeover threats, with even giants like CBS and Time Incorporated, directly attacked or threatened. This has forced the managements of the media giants to incur greater debt and to focus ever more aggressively and unequivocally on profitability, in order to placate owners and reduce the attractiveness of their properties to outsiders. 22 They have lost some of their limited autonomy to bankers, institutional investors, and large individual investors whom they have had to solicit as potential white knights. 23. While the stock of the great majority of large media firms is traded on the securities markets, approximately 2/3 of these companies are either closely held or still controlled by members of the originating family who retain large blocks of stock. This situation is changing as family ownership becomes diffused among larger numbers of heirs and the market opportunities for selling media properties continue to improve, but the persistence of family control is evident in the data shown in Table 1-2. Also evident in the table is the enormous wealth possessed by the controlling families of the top media firms. For 7 of the 24, the market value of the media properties owned by the controlling families in the mid-1980s exceeded $1 billion, and the median value was close to $500 million. 24 These control groups obviously have a special stake in the status quo by virtue of their wealth and their strategic position in one of the great institutions of society. And they exercise the power of this strategic position, if only by establishing the general aims of the company and choosing its top management. 25. The control groups of the media giants are also brought into close relationships with the mainstream of the corporate community through boards of directors and social links. In the cases of NBC and the Group W television and cable systems, their respective parents, GE and Westinghouse, are themselves mainstream corporate giants, with boards of directors that are dominated by corporate and banking executives. Many of the other large media firms have boards made up predominantly of insiders, a general characteristic of relatively small and owner-dominated companies. The larger the firm and the more widely distributed the stock, the larger the number and proportion of outside directors. The composition of the outside directors of the media giants is very similar to that of large non-media corporations. Table 1-3 shows that active corporate executives and bankers together account for a little over half the total of the outside directors of 10 media giants, and the lawyers and corporate banker retirees, who account for 9 of the 13 under-retired, push the corporate total to about 2/3 of the outside director aggregate. These 95 outside directors had directorships in an additional 36 banks and 255 other companies, aside from the media company and their own firm of primary affiliation. Point 26. In addition to these board linkages, the large media companies all do business with commercial and investment bankers, obtaining lines of credit and loans, and receiving advice and service in selling stock and bond issues and in dealing with acquisition opportunities and takeover threats. Banks and other institutional investors are also large owners of media stock. In the early 1980s, such institutions held 44% of the stock of publicly owned newspapers and 35% of the stock of publicly owned broadcasting companies. Point 27. These investors are also frequently among the largest stockholders of individual companies. For example, in 1980-81, the Capital Group, an investment company system, held 7.1% of the stock of ABC, 6.6% of Knight Ridder, 6% of Time Incorporated, and 2.8% of Westinghouse. Point 28. These holdings, individually and collectively, do not convey control, but these large investors can make themselves heard, and their actions can affect the welfare of the companies and their managers. Point 29. If the managers fail to pursue actions that favor shareholder returns, institutional investors will be inclined to sell the stock, depressing its price, or to listen sympathetically to outsiders contemplating takeovers. These investors are a force helping press media companies toward strictly market, profitability, objectives. The large media companies have also diversified beyond the media field, and non-media companies have established a strong presence in the mass media. The most important cases of the latter are GE, owning RCA, which owns the NBC network, and Westinghouse, which owns major television broadcasting stations, a cable network, and a radio station network. GE and Westinghouse are both huge, diversified multinational companies heavily involved in the controversial areas of weapons production and nuclear power. It may be recalled that from 1965 to 1967, an attempt by International Telephone and Telegraph, ITT, to acquire ABC was frustrated following a huge outcry that focused on the dangers of allowing a great multinational corporation with extensive foreign investments and business activities to control a major media outlet. 31 The fear was that ITT control could compromise the independence of ABC's news coverage of political events in countries where ITT has interests. 32 The soundness of the decision disallowing the acquisition seemed to have been vindicated by the later revelations of ITT's political bribery and involvement in attempts to overthrow the government of Chile. RCA and Westinghouse, however, had been permitted to control media companies long before the ITT case, although some of the objections applicable to ITT would seem to apply to them as well. GE is a more powerful company than ITT, with an extensive international reach, deeply involved in the nuclear power business, and far more important than ITT in the arms industry. It is a highly centralized and quite secretive organization, but one with a vast stake in political decisions. 33 GE has contributed to the funding of the American Enterprise Institute, a right-wing think tank that supports intellectuals who will get the business message across. With the acquisition of ABC, GE should be in a far better position to assure that sound views are given proper attention. 34 The lack of outcry over its takeover of RCA and NBC resulted in part from the fact that RCA control over NBC had already breached the gate of separateness, but it also reflected the more pro-business and laissez-faire environment of the Reagan era. The non-media interests of most of the media giants are not large, and, excluding the GE and Westinghouse systems, they account for only a small fraction of their total revenue. Their multinational outreach, however, is more significant. The television networks, television syndicators, major news magazines, and motion picture studios all do extensive business abroad, and they derive a substantial fraction of their revenues from foreign sales and the operation of foreign affiliates. Reader's Digest is printed in 17 languages and is available in over 160 countries. The Murdoch Empire was originally based in Australia, and the controlling parent company is still an Australian corporation. Its expansion in the United States is funded by profits from Australian and British affiliates. 35. Another structural relationship of importance is the media companies' dependence on and ties with government. The radio TV companies and networks all require government licenses and franchises and are thus potentially subject to government control or harassment. This technical legal dependency has been used as a club to discipline the media, and media policies that stray too often from an establishment orientation could activate this threat. 36 The media protect themselves from this contingency by lobbying and other political expenditures, the cultivation of political relationships, and care in policy. The political ties of the media have been impressive. Table 1-3 shows that 15 of 95 outside directors of 10 of the media giants are former government officials, and Peter Dreyer gives a similar proportion in his study of large newspapers. 37 In television, the revolving door flow of personnel between regulators and the regulated firms was massive during the years when the oligopolistic structure of the media and networks was being established. 38. The great media also depend on the government for more general policy support. All business firms are interested in business taxes, interest rates, labor policies, and enforcement and non-enforcement of the antitrust laws. GE and Westinghouse depend on the government to subsidize their nuclear power and military research and development, and to create a favorable climate for their overseas sales. The Reader's Digest, Time, Newsweek, and movie and television syndication sellers also depend on diplomatic support for their rights to penetrate foreign cultures with U.S. commercial and value messages and interpretations of current affairs. The media giants, advertising agencies, and great multinational corporations have a joint and close interest in a favorable climate of investment in the Third World, and their interconnections and relationships with the government in these policies are symbiotic. 39. In sum, the dominant media firms are quite large businesses. They are controlled by very wealthy people or by managers who are subject to sharp constraints by owners and other market profit-oriented forces. 40 And they are closely interlocked, and have important common interests, with other major corporations, banks, and government. This is the first powerful filter that will affect news choices. 1.2. The advertising license to do business. The second filter. In arguing for the benefits of the free market as a means of controlling dissident opinion in the mid-19th century, the Liberal Chancellor of the British Exchequer, Sir George Lewis, noted that the market would promote those papers enjoying the preference of the advertising public. 41 Advertising did, in fact, serve as a powerful mechanism weakening the working class press. Curran and Seaton give the growth of advertising a status comparable with the increase in capital costs as a factor allowing the market to accomplish what state taxes and harassment failed to do, noting that these advertisers thus acquired a de facto licensing authority since, without their support, newspapers ceased to be economically viable. 42. Before advertising became prominent, the price of a newspaper had to cover the costs of doing business. With the growth of advertising, papers that attracted ads could afford a copy price well below production costs. This put papers lacking in advertising at a serious disadvantage. Their prices would tend to be higher, curtailing sales, and they would have less surplus to invest in improving the salability of the paper, features, attractive format, promotion, etc. For this reason, an advertising-based system will tend to drive out of existence or into marginality the media companies and types that depend on revenue from sales alone. With advertising, the free market does not yield a neutral system in which final buyer choice decides. The advertiser's choices influence media prosperity and survival. 43 The ad-based media receive an advertising subsidy that gives them a price marketing quality edge, which allows them to encroach on and further weaken their ad-free, or ad-disadvantaged, rivals. 44 Even if ad-based media cater to an affluent, upscale, audience, they easily pick up a large part of the downscale audience, and their rivals lose market share and are eventually driven out or marginalized. In fact, Advertising has played a potent role in increasing concentration even among rivals that focus with equal energy on seeking advertising revenue. A market share and advertising edge on the part of one paper or television station will give it additional revenue to compete more effectively, promote more aggressively, buy more saleable features and programs, and the disadvantaged rival must add expenses it cannot afford to try to stem the cumulative process of dwindling market and revenue share. The crunch is often fatal, and it helps explain the death of many large circulation papers and magazines and the attrition in the number of newspapers. 45. From the time of the introduction of press advertising, therefore, working class and radical papers have been at a serious disadvantage. Their readers have tended to be of modest means, a factor that has always affected advertiser interest. One advertising executive stated in 1856 that some journals are poor vehicles because their readers are not purchasers, and any money thrown upon them is so much thrown away. 46. The same force took a heavy toll of the post-World War II social democratic press in Great Britain, with the Daily Herald, News Chronicle, and Sunday Citizen failing or absorbed into establishment systems between 1960 and 1967, despite a collective average daily readership of 9.3 million. As James Curran points out, with 4.7 million readers in its last year, the Daily Herald actually had almost double the readership of the Times, the Financial Times, and the Guardian combined. What is more, surveys showed that its readers thought more highly of their paper than the regular readers of any other popular newspaper, and they also read more in their paper than the readers of other popular papers despite being overwhelmingly working class. 47. The death of the Herald, as well as of the News Chronicle and Sunday Citizen, was in large measure a result of progressive strangulation by lack of advertising support. The Herald, with 8.1% of national daily circulation, got 3.5% of net advertising revenue. The Sunday Citizen got 1/10 of the net advertising revenue of the Sunday Times and 1/7 that of the Observer, on a per thousand copies basis. Curran argues persuasively that the loss of these three papers was an important contribution to the declining fortunes of the Labour Party, in the case of the Herald specifically removing a mass circulation institution that provided an alternative framework of analysis and understanding that contested the dominant systems of representation in both broadcasting and the mainstream press. 48. A mass movement without any major media support, and subject to a great deal of active press hostility, suffers a serious disability, and struggles against grave odds. The successful media today are fully attuned to the crucial importance of audience quality. CBS proudly tells its shareholders that while it continuously seeks to maximize audience delivery, it has developed a new sales tool with which it approaches advertisers. Client Audience Profile, or CAP, will help advertisers optimize the effectiveness of their network television schedules by evaluating audience segments in proportion to usage levels of advertisers' products and services. 49. In short, the mass media are interested in attracting audiences with buying power, not audiences per se. It is affluent audiences that spark advertiser interest today, as in the 19th century. The idea that the drive for large audiences makes the mass media democratic thus suffers from the initial weakness that its political analog is a voting system weighted by income. The power of advertisers over television programming stems from the simple fact that they buy and pay for the programs. They are the patrons who provide the media subsidy. As such, the media compete for their patronage, developing specialized staff to solicit advertisers and necessarily having to explain how their programs serve advertisers' needs. The choices of these patrons greatly affect the welfare of the media, and the patrons become what William Evan calls normative reference organizations, 50 whose requirements and demands the media must accommodate if they are to succeed. 51. For a television network, an audience gain or loss of 1 percentage point in the Nielsen ratings translates into a change in advertising revenue of from $80 to $100 million a year, with some variation depending on measures of audience quality. The stakes in audience size and affluence are thus extremely large, and in a market system there is a strong tendency for such considerations to affect policy profoundly. This is partly a matter of institutional pressures to focus on the bottom line, partly a matter of the continuous interaction of the media organization with patrons who supply the revenue dollars. As Grant Tinker, then head of NBC TV, observed, television is an advertising-supported medium, and to the extent that support falls out, programming will change. 52. Working class and radical media also suffer from the political discrimination of advertisers. Political discrimination is structured into advertising allocations by the stress on people with money to buy. But many firms will always refuse to patronize ideological enemies and those whom they perceive as damaging their interests, and cases of overt discrimination add to the force of the voting system weighted by income. Public television station WNET lost its corporate funding from Gulf Plus Western in 1985 after the station showed the documentary Hungry for Profit, which contains material critical of multinational corporate activities in the Third World. Even before the program was shown, in anticipation of negative corporate reaction, station officials did all we could to get the program sanitized, according to one station source. Point 53 The chief executive of Gulf Plus Western complained to the station that the program was virulently anti-business if not anti-American, and that the stations carrying the program was not the behavior of a friend of the corporation. The London Economist says that most people believe that WNET would not make the same mistake again. 54. In addition to discrimination against unfriendly media institutions, advertisers also choose selectively among programs on the basis of their own principles. With rare exceptions, these are culturally and politically conservative. Point 55 Large corporate advertisers on television will rarely sponsor programs that engage in serious criticisms of corporate activities, such as the problem of environmental degradation, the workings of the military-industrial complex, or corporate support of and benefits from third world tyrannies. Eric Barnur recounts the history of a proposed documentary series on environmental problems by NBC at a time of great interest in these issues. Barnur notes that although at that time a great many large companies were spending money on commercials and other publicity regarding environmental problems, the documentary series failed for want of sponsors. The problem was one of excessive objectivity in the series, which included suggestions of corporate or systemic failure, whereas the corporate message was one of reassurance. 56. Television networks learn over time that such programs will not sell and would have to be carried at a financial sacrifice, and that, in addition, they may offend powerful advertisers. Point 57 With the rise in the price of advertising spots, the foregone revenue increases, and with increasing market pressure for financial performance and the diminishing constraints from regulation, an advertising-based media system will gradually increase advertising time and marginalize or eliminate altogether programming that has significant public affairs content. Point 58. Advertisers will want, more generally, to avoid programs with serious complexities and disturbing controversies that interfere with the buying mood. They seek programs that will lightly entertain and thus fit in with the spirit of the primary purpose of program purchases, the dissemination of a selling message. Thus over time, instead of programs like the selling of the Pentagon, it is a natural evolution of a market seeking sponsor dollars to offer programs such as A Bird's Eye View of Scotland, Barry Goldwater's Arizona, an essay on hotels, and Mr. Rooney Goes to Dinner, a CBS program on how Americans eat when they dine out, where they go and why. 59 There are exceptional cases of companies willing to sponsor serious programs, sometimes a result of recent embarrassments that call for a public relations offset. Point 60 But even in these cases the companies will usually not want to sponsor close examination of sensitive and divisive issues. They prefer programs on Greek antiquities, the ballet, and items of cultural and national history and nostalgia. Barnur points out an interesting contrast. Commercial television drama deals almost wholly with the here and now, as processed via advertising budgets, but on public television, culture has come to mean other cultures. American civilization, here and now, is excluded from consideration. 61. Television stations and networks are also concerned to maintain audience flow levels, i.e., to keep people watching from program to program, in order to sustain advertising ratings and revenue. Airing program interludes of documentary cultural matter that cause station switching is costly, and over time a free, i.e., ad-based, commercial system will tend to excise it. Such documentary cultural critical materials will be driven out of secondary media vehicles as well, as these companies strive to qualify for advertiser interest, although there will always be some cultural political programming trying to come into being or surviving on the periphery of the mainstream media. 1.3. Sourcing mass media news. The third filter. The mass media are drawn into a symbiotic relationship with powerful sources of information by economic necessity and reciprocity of interest. The media need a steady, reliable flow of the raw material of news. They have daily news demands and imperative news schedules that they must meet. They cannot afford to have reporters and cameras at all places where important stories may break. Economics dictates that they concentrate their resources where significant news often occurs, where important rumors and leaks abound, and where regular press conferences are held. The White House, the Pentagon, and the State Department, in Washington, D.C., are central nodes of such news activity. On a local basis, City Hall and the Police Department are the subject of regular news beats for reporters. Business corporations and trade groups are also regular and credible purveyors of stories deemed newsworthy. These bureaucracies turn out a large volume of material that meets the demands of news organizations for reliable, scheduled flows. Mark Fishman calls this the principle of bureaucratic affinity. Only other bureaucracies can satisfy the input needs of a news bureaucracy. 62. Government and corporate sources also have the great merit of being recognizable and credible by their status and prestige. This is important to the mass media. As Fishman notes, news workers are predisposed to treat bureaucratic accounts as factual because news personnel participate in upholding a normative order of authorized knowers in the society. Reporters operate with the attitude that officials ought to know what it is their job to know. In particular, a news worker will recognize an official's claim to knowledge not merely as a claim, but as a credible, competent piece of knowledge. This amounts to a moral division of labor. Officials have and give the facts, reporters merely get them. 63. Another reason for the heavy weight given to official sources is that the mass media claim to be objective dispensers of the news. Partly to maintain the image of objectivity, but also to protect themselves from criticisms of bias and the threat of libel suits, they need material that can be portrayed as presumptively accurate. 64. This is also partly a matter of cost. Taking information from sources that may be presumed credible reduces investigative expense, whereas material from sources that are not prima facie credible, or that will elicit criticism and threats, requires careful checking and costly research. The magnitude of the public information operations of large government and corporate bureaucracies that constitute the primary news sources is vast and ensures special access to the media. The Pentagon, for example, has a public information service that involves many thousands of employees, spending hundreds of millions of dollars every year and dwarfing not only the public information resources of any dissenting individual or group but the aggregate of such groups. In 1979 and 1980, during a brief interlude of relative openness, since closed down, the U.S. Air Force revealed that its public information outreach included the following: 140 newspapers, 690,000 copies per week. Herman magazine, monthly circulation 125,000. 34 radio and 17 TV stations, primarily overseas. 45,000 headquarters and unit news releases. 615,000 hometown news releases. 6,600 interviews with news media. 3,200 news conferences. 500 news media orientation flights. 50 meetings with editorial boards. 11,000 speeches. 65. This excludes vast areas of the Air Force's public information effort. Writing back in 1970, Senator J.W. Fulbright had found that the Air Force public relations effort in 1968 involved 1,305 full-time employees, Exclusive of additional thousands that have public functions collateral to other duties. 66 The Air Force at that time offered a weekly film clip service for TV and a taped features program for use 3 times a week, sent to 1,139 radio stations. It also produced 148 motion pictures, of which 24 were released for public consumption. 67 There is no reason to believe that the Air Force public relations effort has diminished since the 1960s. 68 Note that this is just the Air Force. There are 3 other branches with massive programs, and there is a separate, overall public information program under an Assistant Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs in the Pentagon. In 1971, an Armed Forces Journal survey revealed that the Pentagon was publishing a total of 371 magazines at an annual cost of some $57 million, an operation 16 times larger than the nation's biggest publisher. In an update in 1982, the Air Force Journal International indicated that the Pentagon was publishing 1,203 periodicals. 69 To put this into perspective, we may note the scope of public information operations of the American Friends Service Committee, AFSC, and the National Council of the Churches of Christ, NCC, 2 of the largest of the nonprofit organizations that offer a consistently challenging voice to the views of the Pentagon. The AFSC's main office information services budget in 1984-85 was under $500,000, with 11 staff people. 70 Its institution-wide press releases run at about 200 per year, its press conferences 30 a year, and it produces about 1 film and 2 or 3 slideshows a year. It does not offer film clips, photos, or taped radio programs to the media. The NCC Office of Information has an annual budget of some $350,000, issues about 100 news releases per year, and holds 4 press conferences annually. 71 The ratio of Air Force news releases and press conferences to those of the AFSC and NCC taken together are 150 to 1, or 2,200 to 1 if we count hometown news releases of the Air Force, and 94 to 1 respectively. Aggregating the other services would increase the differential by a large factor. Only the corporate sector has the resources to produce public information and propaganda on the scale of the Pentagon and other government bodies. The AFSC and NCC cannot duplicate the Mobil Oil Company's multimillion-dollar purchase of newspaper space and other corporate investments to get its viewpoint across. 72 The number of individual corporations with budgets for public information and lobbying in excess of those of the AFSC and NCC runs into the hundreds, perhaps even the thousands. A corporate collective like the U.S. Chamber of Commerce had a 1983 budget for research, communications, and political activities of $65 million. 73 By 1980, the Chamber was publishing a business magazine, Nation's Business, with a circulation of 1.3 million and a weekly newspaper with 740,000 subscribers, and it was producing a weekly panel show distributed to 400 radio stations, as well as its own weekly panel discussion programs carried by 128 commercial television stations. 74. Besides the U.S. Chamber, there are thousands of state and local chambers of commerce and trade associations also engaged in public relations and lobbying activities. The Corporate and Trade Association Lobbying Network community is a network of well over 150,000 professionals, 75 and its resources are related to corporate income, profits, and the protective value of public relations and lobbying outlays. Corporate profits before taxes in 1985 were $295.5 billion. When the corporate community gets agitated about the political environment, as it did in the 1970s, it obviously has the wherewithal to meet the perceived threat. Corporate and Trade Association image and issues advertising increased from $305 million in 1975 to $650 million in 1980.76. So did direct mail campaigns through dividend and other mail stuffers, the distribution of educational films, booklets, and pamphlets, and outlays on initiatives and referendums, lobbying, and political and think tank contributions. Aggregate corporate and trade association political advertising and grassroots outlays were estimated to have reached the $1 billion a year level by 1978, and to have grown to $1.6 billion by 1984.77. To consolidate their preeminent position as sources, government and business news promoters go to great pains to make things easy for news organizations. They provide the media organizations with facilities in which to gather, they give journalists advance copies of speeches and forthcoming reports, they schedule press conferences at hours well geared to news deadlines. 78 They write press releases in usable language, and they carefully organize their press conferences and photo opportunity sessions. 79 It is the job of news officers to meet the journalists' scheduled needs with material that their beat agency has generated at its own pace. 80. In effect, the large bureaucracies of the powerful subsidize the mass media, and gain special access by their contribution to reducing the media's costs of acquiring the raw materials of, and producing, news. The large entities that provide this subsidy become routine news sources and have privileged access to the gates. Non-routine sources must struggle for access, and may be ignored by the arbitrary decision of the gatekeepers. It should also be noted that in the case of the largest of the Pentagon and the State Department's Office of Public Diplomacy 81 the subsidy is at the taxpayer's expense, so that, in effect, the citizenry pays to be propagandized in the interest of powerful groups such as military contractors and other sponsors of state terrorism. Because of their services, continuous contact on the beat, and mutual dependency, the powerful can use personal relationships, threats, and rewards to further influence and coerce the media. The media may feel obligated to carry extremely dubious stories and mute criticism in order not to offend their sources and disturb a close relationship. 82 It is very difficult to call authorities on whom one depends for daily news liars, even if they tell whoppers. Critical sources may be avoided not only because of their lesser availability and higher cost of establishing credibility, but also because the primary sources may be offended and may even threaten the media using them. Powerful sources may also use their prestige and importance to the media as a lever to deny critics access to the media. The Defense Department, for example, refused to participate in national public radio discussions of defense issues if experts from the Center for Defense Information were on the program. Elliott Abrams refused to appear on a program on human rights in Central America at the Kennedy School of Government, at Harvard University, unless the former ambassador, Robert White, was excluded as a participant. 83 Claire Sterling refused to participate in television network shows on the Bulgarian Connection where her critics would appear. 84 In the last two of these cases, the authorities and brand name experts were successful in monopolizing access by coercive threats. Perhaps more important, powerful sources regularly take advantage of media routines and dependency to manage the media, to manipulate them into following a special agenda and framework, as we will show in detail in the chapters that follow. 85 Part of this management process consists of inundating the media with stories, which serve sometimes to foist a particular line and frame on the media, example Nicaragua as illicitly supplying arms to the Salvadoran rebels, and at other times to help chase unwanted stories off the front page or out of the media altogether. The alleged delivery of MiGs to Nicaragua during the week of the 1984 Nicaraguan election. This strategy can be traced back at least as far as the Committee on Public Information, established to coordinate propaganda during World War I, which discovered in 1917-18 that one of the best means of controlling news was flooding news channels with facts, or what amounted to official information. 86. The relation between power and sourcing extends beyond official and corporate provision of day-to-day news to shaping the supply of experts. The dominance of official sources is weakened by the existence of highly respectable unofficial sources that give dissident views with great authority. This problem is alleviated by co-opting the experts. 87 i.e., putting them on the payroll as consultants, funding their research, and organizing think tanks that will hire them directly and help disseminate their messages. In this way bias may be structured, and the supply of experts may be skewed in the direction desired by the government and the market. 88 As Henry Kissinger has pointed out, in this age of the expert, the constituency of the expert is those who have a vested interest in commonly held opinions. Elaborating and defining its consensus at a high level has, after all, made him an expert. 89 It is therefore appropriate that this restructuring has taken place to allow the commonly held opinions, meaning those that are functional for elite interests, to continue to prevail. This process of creating the needed body of experts has been carried out on a deliberate basis and a massive scale. Back in 1972, Judge Lewis Powell, later elevated to the Supreme Court, wrote a memo to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce urging business to buy the top academic reputations in the country to add credibility to corporate studies and give business a stronger voice on the campuses. 91 buys them, and assures that, in the words of Dr. Edwin Foilner, of the Heritage Foundation, the public policy area is awash with in-depth academic studies that have the proper conclusions. Using the analogy of Procter & Gamble selling toothpaste, Foilner explained that they sell it and resell it every day by keeping the product fresh in the consumer's mind. By the sales effort, including the dissemination of the correct ideas to thousands of newspapers, it is possible to keep debate within its proper perspective. 91. In accordance with this formula, during the 1970s and early 1980s a string of institutions was created and old ones were activated to the end of propagandizing the corporate viewpoint. Many hundreds of intellectuals were brought to these institutions, where their work was funded and their outputs were disseminated to the media by a sophisticated propaganda effort. 92 The corporate funding and clear ideological purpose in the overall effort had no discernible effect on the credibility of the intellectuals so mobilized. On the contrary, the funding and pushing of their ideas catapulted them into the press. As an illustration of how the funded experts preempt space in the media, Table 1-4 describes the experts on terrorism and defense issues who appeared on the McNeil-Lehrer NewsHour in the course of a year in the mid-1980s. We can see that, excluding journalists, a majority of the participants, 54%, were present or former government officials, and that the next highest category, 15.7%, was drawn from conservative think tanks. The largest number of appearances in the latter category was supplied by the Georgetown Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS, an organization funded by conservative foundations and corporations, and providing a revolving door between the State Department and CIA and a nominally private organization. 93 On such issues as terrorism and the Bulgarian connection, the CSIS has occupied space in the media that otherwise might have been filled by independent voices. 94. The mass media themselves also provide experts who regularly echo the official view. John Barron and Claire Sterling are household names as authorities on the KGB and terrorism because the Reader's Digest has funded, published, and publicized their work. The Soviet defector Arkady Shevchenko became an expert on Soviet arms and intelligence because Time, ABC TV, and the New York Times chose to feature him, despite his badly tarnished credentials. 95 By giving these purveyors of the preferred view a great deal of exposure, the media confer status and make them the obvious candidates for opinion and analysis. Another class of experts whose prominence is largely a function of serviceability to power is former radicals who have come to see the light. The motives that cause these individuals to switch gods, from Stalin or Mao, to Reagan and free enterprise, is varied, but for the establishment media the reason for the change is simply that the ex-radicals have finally seen the error of their ways. In a country whose citizenry values acknowledgement of sin and repentance, the turncoats are an important class of repentant sinners. It is interesting to observe how the former sinners, whose previous work was of little interest or an object of ridicule to the mass media, are suddenly elevated to prominence and become authentic experts. We may recall how, during the McCarthy era, defectors and ex-communists vied with one another in tales of the imminence of a Soviet invasion and other lurid stories. 96 They found that news coverage was a function of their trimming their accounts to the prevailing demand. The steady flow of ex-radicals from marginality to media attention shows that we are witnessing a durable method of providing experts who will say what the establishment wants said. 97. 1.4. Flack and the enforcers. The fourth filter. Flack refers to negative responses to a media statement or program. It may take the form of letters, telegrams, phone calls, petitions, lawsuits, speeches and bills before Congress, and other modes of complaint, threat, and punitive action. It may be organized centrally or locally, or it may consist of the entirely independent actions of individuals. If flack is produced on a large scale, or by individuals or groups with substantial resources, it can be both uncomfortable and costly to the media. Positions have to be defended within the organization and without, sometimes before legislatures and possibly even in courts. Advertisers may withdraw patronage. Television advertising is mainly of consumer goods that are readily subject to organized boycott. During the McCarthy years, many advertisers and radio and television stations were effectively coerced into quiescence and blacklisting of employees by the threats of determined red hunters to boycott products. Advertisers are still concerned to avoid offending constituencies that might produce flack, and their demand for suitable programming is a continuing feature of the media environment. 98 If certain kinds of fact, position, or program are thought likely to elicit flack, this prospect can be a deterrent. The ability to produce flack, and especially flack that is costly and threatening, is related to power. Serious flack has increased in close parallel with businesses' growing resentment of media criticism and the corporate offensive of the 1970s and 1980s. Flack from the powerful can be either direct or indirect. The direct would include letters or phone calls from the White House to Dan Rather or William Paley, or from the FCC to the television networks asking for documents used in putting together a program, or from irate officials of ad agencies or corporate sponsors to media officials asking for reply time or threatening retaliation. 99 The powerful can also work on the media indirectly by complaining to their own constituencies, stockholders, employees, about the media, by generating institutional advertising that does the same, and by funding right-wing monitoring or think tank operations designed to attack the media. They may also fund political campaigns and help put into power conservative politicians who will more directly serve the interests of private power in curbing any deviationism in the media. Along with its other political investments of the 1970s and 1980s, the corporate community sponsored the growth of institutions such as the American Legal Foundation, the Capital Legal Foundation, the Media Institute, the Center for Media and Public Affairs, and Accuracy in Media, AIM. These may be regarded as institutions organized for the specific purpose of producing flack. Another and older flack-producing machine with a broader design is Freedom House. The American Legal Foundation, organized in 1980, has specialized in fairness doctrine complaints and libel suits to aid media victims. The Capital Legal Foundation, incorporated in 1977, was the SCAPE vehicle for Westmoreland's $120 million libel suit against CBS. 100. The Media Institute, organized in 1972 and funded by corporate wealthy patrons, sponsors monitoring projects, conferences, and studies of the media. It has focused less heavily on media failings in foreign policy, concentrating more on media portrayals of economic issues and the business community, but its range of interests is broad. The main theme of its sponsored studies and conferences has been the failure of the media to portray business accurately and to give adequate weight to the business point of view. 101 But it underwrites works such as John Corey's expose of the alleged left-wing bias of the mass media. 102 The chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Institute in 1985 was Stephen V. Seekins, the top public relations officer of the American Medical Association. Chairman of the National Advisory Council was Herbert Schmerz, of the Mobil Oil Corporation. The Center for Media and Public Affairs, run by Linda and Robert Lichter, came into existence in the mid-1980s as a nonprofit, nonpartisan research institute, with warm accolades from Patrick Buchanan, Faith Whittlesey, and Ronald Reagan himself, who recognized the need for an objective and fair press. Their media monitor and research studies continue their earlier efforts to demonstrate the liberal bias and anti-business propensities of the mass media. 103. AIM was formed in 1969, and it grew spectacularly in the 1970s. Its annual income rose from $5,000 in 1971 to $1.5 million in the early 1980s, with funding mainly from large corporations and the wealthy heirs and foundations of the corporate system. At least 8 separate oil companies were contributors to AIM in the early 1980s, but the wide representation in sponsors from the corporate community is impressive. 104 The function of AIM is to harass the media and put pressure on them to follow the corporate agenda and a hardline, right-wing foreign policy. It presses the media to join more enthusiastically in Red Scare bandwagons, and attacks them for alleged deficiencies whenever they fail to toe the line on foreign policy. It conditions the media to expect trouble, and cost increases, for violating right-wing standards of bias. 105. Freedom House, which dates back to the early 1940s, has had interlocks with AIM, the World Anti-Communist League, Resistance International, and U.S. government bodies such as Radio Free Europe and the CIA, and has long served as a virtual propaganda arm of the government and international right wing. It sent election monitors to the Rhodesian elections staged by Ian Smith in 1979 and found them fair, whereas the 1980 elections won by Mugabe under British supervision it found dubious. Its election monitors also found the Salvadoran elections of 1982 admirable. 106 It has expended substantial resources in criticizing the media for insufficient sympathy with U.S. foreign policy ventures and excessively harsh criticism of U.S. client states. Its most notable publication of this genre was Peter Braestrup's Big Story, which contended that the media's negative portrayal of the Tet Offensive helped lose the war. The work is a travesty of scholarship, but more interesting is its premise, that the mass media not only should support any national venture abroad, but should do so with enthusiasm, such enterprises being by definition noble. See the extensive review of the Freedom House study in Chapter 5 and Appendix 3. In 1982, when the Reagan administration was having trouble containing media reporting of the systematic killing of civilians by the Salvadoran army, Freedom House came through with a denunciation of the imbalance in media reporting from El Salvador. 107. Although the flak machine steadily attack the mass media, the media treat them well. They receive respectful attention, and their propagandistic role and links to a larger corporate program are rarely mentioned or analyzed. AIM head, Reed Irvine's diatribes are frequently published, and right-wing network flacks who regularly assail the liberal media, such as Michael Ledeen 108 are given op-ed column space, sympathetic reviewers and a regular place on talk shows as experts. This reflects the power of the sponsors, including the well-entrenched position of the right wing in the mass media themselves. 109. The producers of flak add to one another's strength and reinforce the command of political authority in its news management activities. The government is a major producer of flak, regularly assailing, threatening, and correcting the media, trying to contain any deviations from the established line. News management itself is designed to produce flak. In the Reagan years, Mr. Reagan was put on television to exude charm to millions, many of whom berated the media when they dared to criticize the great communicator. 110. 1.5. Anti-communism as a control mechanism. A final filter is the ideology of anti-communism. Communism as the ultimate evil has always been the specter haunting property owners, as it threatens the very root of their class position and superior status. The Soviet, Chinese, and Cuban revolutions were traumas to Western elites, and the ongoing conflicts and the well-publicized abuses of communist states have contributed to elevating opposition to communism to a first principle of Western ideology and politics. This ideology helps mobilize the populace against an enemy, and because the concept is fuzzy it can be used against anybody advocating policies that threaten property interests or support accommodation with communist states and radicalism. It therefore helps fragment the left and labor movements and serves as a political control mechanism. If the triumph of communism is the worst imaginable result, the support of fascism abroad is justified as a lesser evil. Opposition to social democrats who are too soft on communists and play into their hands is rationalized in similar terms. Liberals at home, often accused of being pro-communist or insufficiently anti-communist, are kept continuously on the defensive in a cultural milieu in which anti-communism is the dominant religion. If they allow communism, or something that can be labeled communism, to triumph in the provinces while they are in office, the political costs are heavy. Most of them have fully internalized the religion anyway, but they are all under great pressure to demonstrate their anti-communist credentials. This causes them to behave very much like reactionaries. Their occasional support of social democrats often breaks down where the latter are insufficiently harsh on their own indigenous radicals or on popular groups that are organizing among generally marginalized sectors. In his brief tenure in the Dominican Republic, Juan Bosch attacked corruption in the armed forces and government, began a land reform program, undertook a major project for mass education of the populace, and maintained a remarkably open government and system of effective civil liberties. These policies threatened powerful internal vested interests, and the United States resented his independence and the extension of civil liberties to communists and radicals. This was carrying democracy and pluralism too far. Kennedy was extremely disappointed in Bosch's rule, and the State Department quickly soured on the first democratically elected Dominican president in over 30 years. Bosch's overthrow by the military after 9 months in office had at least the tacit support of the United States. 111 2 years later, by contrast, the Johnson administration invaded the Dominican Republic to make sure that Bosch did not resume power. The Kennedy liberals were enthusiastic about the military coup and displacement of a populist government in Brazil in 1964. 112 A major spurt in the growth of neo-fascist national security states took place under Kennedy and Johnson. In the cases of the U.S. subversion of Guatemala, 1947-54, and the military attacks on Nicaragua, 1981-87, allegations of communist links and a communist threat caused many liberals to support counter-revolutionary intervention, while others lapsed into silence, paralyzed by the fear of being tarred with charges of infidelity to the national religion. It should be noted that when anti-communist fervor is aroused, the demand for serious evidence in support of claims of communist abuses is suspended, and charlatans can thrive as evidential sources. Defectors, informers, and assorted other opportunists move to center stage as experts, and they remain there even after exposure as highly unreliable, if not downright liars. 113 Pascal Delwitt and Jean-Michel de Waal point out that in France, too, the ideologues of anti-communism can do and say anything. 114 Analyzing the new status of Annie Kriegel and Pierre Deat, two former passionate Stalinists now possessed of a large and uncritical audience in France. 115 Delwitt and de Waal note: if we analyze their writings, we find all the classic reactions of people who have been disappointed in love. But no one dreams of criticizing them for their past, even though it has marked them forever. They may well have been converted, but they have not changed. No one notices the constants, even though they are glaringly obvious. Their bestsellers prove, thanks to the support of the most indulgent and slothful critics anyone could hope for, that the public can be fooled. No one denounces or even notices the arrogance of both yesterday's eulogies and today's diatribes. No one cares that there is never any proof and that invective is used in place of analysis. Their inverted hyper-Stalinism, which takes the usual form of total Manichaeism, is whitewashed simply because it is directed against communism. The hysteria has not changed, but it gets a better welcome in its present guise. 116. The anti-communist control mechanism reaches through the system to exercise a profound influence on the mass media. In normal times as well as in periods of red scares, issues tend to be framed in terms of a dichotomized world of communist and anti-communist powers, with gains and losses allocated to contesting sides, and rooting for our side considered an entirely legitimate news practice. It is the mass media that identify, create, and push into the limelight a Joe McCarthy, Arkady Shevchenko, and Claire Sterling and Robert Leichen, or an Annie Kriegel and Pierre Deat. The ideology and religion of anti-communism is a potent filter. 1.6. Dichotomization and propaganda campaigns. The 5 filters narrow the range of news that passes through the gates, and even more sharply limit what can become big news, subject to sustained news campaigns. By definition, news from primary establishment sources meets one major filter requirement and is readily accommodated by the mass media. Messages from and about dissidents and weak, unorganized individuals and groups, domestic and foreign, are at an initial disadvantage in sourcing costs and credibility, and they often do not comport with the ideology or interests of the gatekeepers and other powerful parties that influence the filtering process. 117. Thus, for example, the torture of political prisoners and the attack on trade unions in Turkey will be pressed on the media only by human rights activists and groups that have little political leverage. The U.S. government supported the Turkish martial law government from its inception in 1980, and the U.S. business community has been warm toward regimes that profess fervent anti-communism, encourage foreign investment, repress unions, and loyally support U.S. foreign policy, a set of virtues that are frequently closely linked. Media that chose to feature Turkish violence against their own citizenry would have had to go to extra expense to find and check out information sources. They would elicit flack from government, business, and organized right-wing flak machines, and they might be looked upon with disfavor by the corporate community, including advertisers, for indulging in such a quixotic interest and crusade. They would tend to stand alone in focusing on victims that from the standpoint of dominant American interests were unworthy. 118. In marked contrast, protest over political prisoners and the violation of the rights of trade unions in Poland was seen by the Reagan administration and business elites in 1981 as a noble cause, and, not coincidentally, as an opportunity to score political points. Many media leaders and syndicated columnists felt the same way. Thus information and strong opinions on human rights violations in Poland could be obtained from official sources in Washington, and reliance on Polish dissidents would not elicit flack from the U.S. government or the flak machines. These victims would be generally acknowledged by the managers of the filters to be worthy. The mass media never explain why Andrei Sakharov is worthy and José Luis Massera, in Uruguay, is unworthy. The attention and general dichotomization occur naturally as a result of the working of the filters, but the result is the same as if a commissar had instructed the media, concentrate on the victims of enemy powers and forget about the victims of friends. 119. Reports of the abuses of worthy victims not only pass through the filters, they may also become the basis of sustained propaganda campaigns. If the government or corporate community and the media feel that a story is useful as well as dramatic, they focus on it intensively and use it to enlighten the public. This was true, for example, of the shooting down by the Soviets of the Korean airliner KAL-007 in early September 1983, which permitted an extended campaign of denigration of an official enemy and greatly advanced Reagan administration arms plans. As Bernard Gwertzman noted complacently in the New York Times of August 31, 1984, U.S. officials assert that worldwide criticism of the Soviet handling of the crisis has strengthened the United States in its relations with Moscow. In sharp contrast, the shooting down by Israel of a Libyan civilian airliner in February 1973 led to no outcry in the West, no denunciations for cold-blooded murder, 120, and no boycott. This difference in treatment was explained by the New York Times precisely on the grounds of utility. No useful purpose is served by an acrimonious debate over the assignment of blame for the downing of a Libyan airliner in the Sinai Peninsula last week. 121. There was a very useful purpose served by focusing on the Soviet act, and a massive propaganda campaign ensued. 122. Propaganda campaigns in general have been closely attuned to elite interests. The Red Scare of 1919-20 served well to abort the union organizing drive that followed World War I in the steel and other industries. The Truman-McCarthy Red Scare helped inaugurate the Cold War and the permanent war economy, and it also served to weaken the progressive coalition of the New Deal years. The chronic focus on the plight of Soviet dissidents, on enemy killings in Cambodia, and on the Bulgarian connection helped weaken the Vietnam syndrome, justify a huge arms buildup and a more aggressive foreign policy, and divert attention from the upward redistribution of income that was the heart of Reagan's domestic economic program. 123. The recent propaganda disinformation attacks on Nicaragua have been needed to avert eyes from the savagery of the war in El Salvador and to justify the escalating U.S. investment in counter-revolution in Central America. Conversely, propaganda campaigns will not be mobilized where victimization, even though massive, sustained, and dramatic, fails to meet the test of utility to elite interests. Thus, while the focus on Cambodia in the Pol Pot era, and thereafter, was exceedingly serviceable, as Cambodia had fallen to the communists and useful lessons could be drawn by attention to their victims, the numerous victims of the U.S. bombing before the communist takeover were scrupulously ignored by the U.S. elite press. After Pol Pot's ouster by the Vietnamese, the United States quietly shifted support to this worse-than-Hitler villain, with little notice in the press, which adjusted once again to the national political agenda. 124 Attention to the Indonesian massacres of 1965–66, or the victims of the Indonesian invasion of East Timor from 1975 onward, would also be distinctly unhelpful as bases of media campaigns, because Indonesia is a U.S. ally and client that maintains an open door to Western investment. And because, in the case of East Timor, the United States bears major responsibility for the slaughter. The same is true of the victims of state terror in Chile and Guatemala, U.S. clients whose basic institutional structures, including the state terror system, were put in place and maintained by, or with crucial assistance from, U.S. power, and who remain U.S. client states. Propaganda campaigns on behalf of these victims would conflict with government business military interests and, in our model, would not be able to pass through the filtering system. 125. Propaganda campaigns may be instituted either by the government or by one or more of the top media firms. The campaigns to discredit the government of Nicaragua, to support the Salvadoran elections as an exercise in legitimizing democracy, and to use the Soviet shooting down of the Korean airliner KAL-007 as a means of mobilizing public support for the arms buildup, were instituted and propelled by the government. The campaigns to publicize the crimes of Pol Pot and the alleged KGB plot to assassinate the Pope were initiated by the Reader's Digest, with strong follow-up support from NBC TV, The New York Times, and other major media companies. 126 Some propaganda campaigns are jointly initiated by government and media, all of them require the collaboration of the mass media. The secret of the unidirectionality of the politics of media propaganda campaigns is the multiple filter system discussed above. The mass media will allow any stories that are hurtful to large interests to peter out quickly, if they surface at all. 127. For stories that are useful, the process will get underway with a series of government leaks, press conferences, white papers, etc., or with one or more of the mass media starting the ball rolling with such articles as Baron and Paul's Murder of a Gentle Land, Cambodia, or Claire Sterling's The Plot to Kill the Pope, both in the Reader's Digest. If the other major media like the story, they will follow it up with their own versions, and the matter quickly becomes newsworthy by familiarity. If the articles are written in an assured and convincing style, are subject to no criticisms or alternative interpretations in the mass media, and command support by authority figures, the propaganda themes quickly become established as true even without real evidence. This tends to close out dissenting views even more comprehensively, as they would now conflict with an already established popular belief. This in turn opens up further opportunities for still more inflated claims, as these can be made without fear of serious repercussions. Similar wild assertions made in contradiction of official views would elicit powerful flack, so that such an inflation process would be controlled by the government and the market. No such protections exist with system-supportive claims. Their flack will tend to press the media to greater hysteria in the face of enemy evil. The media not only suspend critical judgment and investigative zeal, they compete to find ways of putting the newly established truth in a supportive light. Themes and facts, even careful and well-documented analyses that are incompatible with the now institutionalized theme, are suppressed or ignored. If the theme collapses of its own burden of fabrications, the mass media will quietly fold their tents and move on to another topic. 128. Using a propaganda model, we would not only anticipate definitions of worth based on utility, and dichotomous attention based on the same criterion, we would also expect the news stories about worthy and unworthy victims, or enemy and friendly states, to differ in quality. That is, we would expect official sources of the United States and its client regimes to be used heavily and uncritically in connection with one's own abuses and those of friendly governments, while refugees and other dissident sources will be used in dealing with enemies. 129 We would anticipate the uncritical acceptance of certain premises in dealing with self and friends, such as that one's own state and leaders seek peace and democracy, oppose terrorism, and tell the truth, premises which will not be applied in treating enemy states. We would expect different criteria of evaluation to be employed, so that what is villainy in enemy states will be presented as an incidental background fact in the case of oneself and friends. 130 What is on the agenda in treating one case will be off the agenda in discussing the other. 131 We would also expect great investigatory zeal in the search for enemy villainy and the responsibility of high officials for abuses in enemy states, but diminished enterprise in examining such matters in connection with one's own and friendly states. The quality of coverage should also be displayed more directly and crudely in placement, headlining, word usage, and other modes of mobilizing interest and outrage. In the opinion columns, we would anticipate sharp restraints on the range of opinion allowed expression. Our hypothesis is that worthy victims will be featured prominently and dramatically, that they will be humanized, and that their victimization will receive the detail and context in story construction that will generate reader interest and sympathetic emotion. In contrast, unworthy victims will merit only slight detail, minimal humanization, and little context that will excite and enrage. Meanwhile, because of the power of establishment sources, the flak machines, and anti-communist ideology, we would anticipate outcries that the worthy victims are being sorely neglected, that the unworthy are treated with excessive and uncritical generosity. 132 That the media's liberal, adversarial, if not subversive, hostility to government explains our difficulties in mustering support for the latest national venture in counter-revolutionary intervention. In sum, a propaganda approach to media coverage suggests a systematic and highly political dichotomization in news coverage based on serviceability to important domestic power interests. This should be observable in dichotomized choices of story and in the volume and quality of coverage. In the chapters that follow we will see that such dichotomization in the mass media is massive and systematic. Not only are choices for publicity and suppression comprehensible in terms of system advantage, but the modes of handling favored and inconvenient materials, placement, tone, context, fullness of treatment, differ in ways that serve political ends. 2. Worthy and unworthy victims. A propaganda system will consistently portray people abused in enemy states as worthy victims, whereas those treated with equal or greater severity by its own government or clients will be unworthy. The evidence of worth may be read from the extent and character of attention and indignation. We will show in this chapter that the U.S. mass media's practical definitions of worth are political in the extreme and fit well the expectations of a propaganda model. While this differential treatment occurs on a large scale, the media, intellectuals, and public are able to remain unconscious of the fact and maintain a high moral and self-righteous tone. This is evidence of an extremely effective propaganda system. 2.1. Jersey Populisco vs. 100 religious victims in Latin America. A useful comparison can be made between the mass media's treatment of Jersey Populisco, a Polish priest murdered by the Polish police in October 1984, and the media's coverage of priests murdered within the U.S. sphere of influence. In our model, Populisco, murdered in an enemy state, will be a worthy victim, whereas priests murdered in our client states in Latin America will be unworthy. The former may be expected to elicit a propaganda outburst by the mass media, the latter will not generate sustained coverage. 2.1.1. Quantitative aspects of coverage. Table 2:1 shows, on row 1, the coverage of Populisco's murder and the trial of his murderers by the New York Times, Time, and Newsweek, and CBS News. Rows 2 through 5 summarize the coverage in the same media given to religious personnel murdered in Latin America by agents of U.S. client states. 1 Row 2 shows the coverage given 72 individuals in a list of Latin American religious martyrs named by Penny Lernu in her book Cry of the People. Row 3 describes media coverage of 23 priests, missionaries, and other religious workers murdered in Guatemala between January 1980 and February 1985. Row 4 summarizes the coverage of the murder of Archbishop Oscar Romero, of El Salvador, shot by an assassin in March 1980. Row 5 shows the level of media coverage of 4 U.S. women religious workers, murdered in El Salvador in December 1980. The coverage of the Populisco murder not only dwarfs that of the unworthy victims, it constitutes a major episode of news management and propaganda. Nothing comparable can be found for victims within the free world too. It can be seen that the New York Times featured the Populisco case on its front page on 10 different occasions, and the intensity of coverage assured that its readers would know who Populisco was, that he had been murdered, and that this sordid violence had occurred in a communist state. By contrast, the public would not have seen mention of the names of Father Augusto Ramirez Monasterio, Father Superior of the Franciscan Order in Guatemala, murdered in November 1983, or Father Miguel Angel Montufar, a Guatemalan priest who disappeared in the same month that Populisco was killed in Poland, or literally dozens of other religious murder victims in the Latin American provinces, who were sometimes given substantial coverage in the local press of the countries in which the murders took place. In fact, none of the extremely prominent victims of murder in Latin America, including Archbishop Romero and the 4 American church women, received anywhere near the attention accorded Populisco. We will show below that the quality of treatment of the worthy and unworthy victims also differed sharply. While the coverage of the worthy victim was generous with gory details and quoted expressions of outrage and demands for justice, the coverage of the unworthy victims was low-keyed, designed to keep the lid on emotions and evoking regretful and philosophical generalities on the omnipresence of violence and the inherent tragedy of human life. This qualitative difference is already apparent in placement and editorializing. 10 front-page articles on Populisco is a statement about importance, as is the fact of 3 editorials denouncing the Poles, without a single editorial denunciation for the murderers of the unworthy victims. By comparing rows 1 and 6 of Table 2 to 1, we can see that for every media category the coverage of the worthy victim, Populisco, exceeded that of the entire set of 100 unworthy victims taken together. We suspect that the coverage of Populisco may have exceeded that of all the many hundreds of religious victims murdered in Latin America since World War II, as the most prominent are included in our 100. From the table we can also calculate the relative worthiness of the world's victims, as measured by the weight given them by the U.S. mass media. The worth of the victim Populisco is valued at somewhere between 137 and 179 times that of a victim in the U.S. client states. 3 Or, looking at the matter in reverse, a priest murdered in Latin America is worth less than 1/100th of a priest murdered in Poland. The claim is sometimes made that unworthy victims are so treated by the U.S. mass media because they are killed at a great distance, and are so unlike ourselves that they are easy to disregard. 4 Poland, however, is farther away than Central America, and its cultural and business links with the United States are not as great as those of Latin American countries in general. 3 of the religious victims among the 23 murdered in Guatemala, row 3, were American citizens, a consideration that failed to light a fire under the media. Even the 4 American church women raped and murdered by members of the Salvadoran National Guard failed to elicit attention comparable with that accorded Populisco. Their relative valuation by the New York Times was less than 1/10 that of the Polish priest, and we will show later that the coverage of these American victims displayed considerably less outrage and passion than that of Populisco. 5. The coverage of Populisco was somewhat inflated by the fact that his murderers were quickly tried, and in a trial that American reporters could freely report. Almost every murder of the Latin American victims was carried out by official or paramilitary forces in crimes that were never investigated or prosecuted under law, and were on occasion even subject to active official cover UPS, as we describe below in connection with Romero and the 4 church women. Only in the case of the 4 murdered American women, in El Salvador, was there sufficient pressure to force some kind of investigation and legal process. As we will see, this legal process was barely noted by the mass media, in contrast with their intense interest in the Populisco trial, and the press did not comment upon or explore the significance of the fact that there was a relatively serious trial in totalitarian Poland, while state murders were being carried out on a daily basis without any investigations or trials of the murderers in a number of countries within the U.S. sphere of influence called fledgling democracies. 2.1.2 Coverage of the Populisco case. Jerzy Populisco was an activist priest and a strong supporter of the Solidarity movement in Poland. In an effort to eliminate or intimidate him, members of the Polish secret police abducted him on October 19, 1984. He was beaten, bound, and gagged, and eventually thrown into a reservoir. His body was found several days later. In the furor that ensued, the police directly involved in the killing were quickly identified and were eventually tried and given stiff jail sentences. As we have seen, the level of attention given to the case in the United States was very great. The quality of coverage was also extremely well designed to score political points, and contrasts sharply with the quality of coverage of unworthy victims. 2.1.2 A. Fullness and reiteration of the details of the murder and the damage inflicted on the victim. The coverage of the Populisco murder was notable for the fullness of the details regarding his treatment by the police and the condition of the recovered body. What is more, these details were repeated at every opportunity. The condition of the body was described at its recovery, at the trial when the medical evidence was presented, and during the testimony of the perpetrators of the crime. 6 At the trial, the emotional strain and guilt manifested by the police officers were described time and again, interspersed with the description of how Populisco pleaded for his life, and evidence of the brutality of the act. Numerous unflattering photos of the policeman on trial were presented, adding dramatic detail in support of the image of police viciousness. In the courtroom, the guilty police sit, one with a nervous tic on the right side of his face that caused his dark mustache to twitch uncontrollably, with tear-filled testimony that gave the trial some of its most dramatic moments. Time, February 18, 1985. The police weep openly or bow their heads in the face of the grisly evidence. Populisco himself was humanized, with descriptions of his physical characteristics and personality that made him into something more than a distant victim. 7 In sum, the act of violence and its effects on Populisco were presented in such a way as to generate the maximum emotional impact on readers. The act was vicious and deserved the presentation it received. The acts against the unworthy victims were also vicious, but they were treated very differently. 2.2 Rutilio Grande and the Unworthy 72. As shown on Table 2-1, the Unworthy 72 on Penny Lernois' list of martyrs were subject to a grand total of 8 articles in the New York Times, 1 in Newsweek, and none in Time, and they were never mentioned on CBS News in the years of index coverage, 1975-78. A total of 7 names on the Lernois list were mentioned in the 8 Times articles, and 2 different ones were discussed in Newsweek, which means that 63 of the murders were blacked out entirely in these important media vehicles. None of the 8 articles in the New York Times had any details or dramatic quality that might evoke sympathetic emotion. They described the murders as remote events in a distant world. See the Times's description of the murder of Michael Jerome Cipher, in Table 2-2. But that is a matter of editorial choice. The drama is there for the asking, only the press concern is missing. 12. Table 2-2. The savageries inflicted on worthy and unworthy victims. As depicted in the New York Times. Worthy victims. Jerzy Populisco, a Polish priest, murdered on October 19, 1984. 1. Account at finding of body. The sources who saw the priest's body on Tuesday said it was badly bruised, indicating he had been beaten after he was kidnapped on a highway near the town of Torun. The autopsy also showed that Father Populisco had been gagged at the mouth and apparently tied with a rope from neck to feet so that if he struggled he would strangle himself. they said. The sources said they could not confirm reports quoting members of the slain priest's family as saying he had suffered injuries to his jaw and skull. December 29, 1984. 2. Account at trial of murderers. The film showed clearly that the priest's bent legs were tied to a noose around his neck in such a way that if he straightened them he would be strangled. The rope binding his hands had evidently come loose in the water. Several gags had also worked free and lay covering his clerical collar and the front of his cassock. From his legs hung a sack of rocks that, according to earlier testimony, had been carried all over Poland for the week that the three assailants were pursuing the priest. When the cameras were trained on the priest's face, the narration by a police officer at the reservoir declared that there are clear signs of beating. This was confirmed by medical evidence offered Thursday by Dr. Maria Berti, a pathologist, who said Father Populusco had been struck more than a dozen times with a club. January 26, 1985. Unworthy victims. Michael Jerome Cipher, an American priest murdered in Honduras. The bodies were found in a dynamited well on an eastern Honduran estate. July 19, 1975. Note, there was no arrest or trial. Jaime Alsina, a Spanish priest of the Catholic Action Workers movement, following his arrest in Chile. Several days later a body with 10 bullet holes in the back was found in the Mapaco River. A Spanish consul identified the body as that of Father Alsina, October 1, 1973. Note, there was no arrest or trial. Archbishop Oscar Arnulfo Romero, murdered in El Salvador on March 24, 1980. Archbishop Romero was killed by a sniper who got out of a red car, apparently stood just inside the door of the chapel of the Divine Providence Hospital, fired a single shot at the prelate and fled. The bullet struck the archbishop in the heart, according to a doctor at the hospital where the prelate was taken, March 25, 1980. Note, there was no arrest or trial. Maria Rosario Godoy de Cuevas, Secretary of the Mutual Support Group, murdered in Guatemala on April 4, 1985. The body of the Secretary of the Support Group for Families of the Detained and Disappeared in Guatemala was found Friday in a ravine 9 miles south of Guatemala City, according to a spokesman for the group. The bodies of her brother and young son were also in the car, April 7, 1985, p5. Note, there was no arrest or trial. Jean Donovan, Ida Ford, Dorothy Casel, and Maura Clark, 4. American women murdered in El Salvador, December 4, 1980. 1. Account at the finding of the bodies. Witnesses who found the grave said it was about 5 feet deep. One woman had been shot in the face, another in the breast. 2 of the women were found with their blood-stained underpants around their ankles, December 5, 1980. 2. Account at the trial of the murderers. No description was given, although medical testimony was presented to the court, see text. For details that were not presented in this account, see the accompanying text. The murder of one of the 72, Father Rutilio Grande, was an important landmark in the escalation of violence in El Salvador and in its effect on the newly appointed conservative Archbishop of San Salvador, Oscar Romero. Rutilio Grande was a Jesuit, the pastor of Aguilars, and a progressive who helped organize peasants in self-help groups. He was strongly opposed by the local landlords, police, and military commanders, but he was a national figure in the Salvadoran church and was a friend of the Archbishop. Rutilio Grande was shot to death, along with a teenager and a 72-year-old peasant, while on his way to Mass on March 12, 1977. According to a church autopsy, the bullets that riddled the priest were of the same caliber as the Mauser guns used by the police. By coincidence, all telephone communications in the area were cut off within an hour of the triple assassination. Police patrols normally active in the region mysteriously disappeared. 13 Archbishop Romero wrote to the President of El Salvador, Arturo Armando Molina, urging a thorough investigation, which was promised. A week later, the church having established that it was probably police bullets that had killed the 3 victims, Romero wrote a harsher letter to Molina, noting the absence of a promised official report and pointing out that comments, many of them unfavorable to your government, have been made. With continued inaction, Romero threatened to refuse church participation in any official government event unless the murders were investigated and the killers brought to justice. Romero's biographer writes. 6 weeks later, the lawyer chosen by Romero to follow the case reported an embarrassing and clear indifference toward the investigation on the part of state organizations. A suspect ordered arrested by a judge was living unconcernedly in El Peonal, and no one had ordered the bodies exhumed and examined. The bullets are still in the graves. 14. Rutilio Grande's murder followed a series of forcible expulsions of foreign clergy by the Molina government and several earlier murders of church personnel. Romero and the clergy deliberated at great length on their course of action in response to this escalation of the violence against them. They tried to get out their messages of concern, but many were not heard because of newspaper censorship. They finally decided to take dramatic action, temporary school closings, and implementation of the previously mentioned threat to refuse to support the government and other power groups on official occasions. This entire package of murder and church response was hardly lacking in drama and newsworthiness. Yet murder, the confrontation of the desperate church with the repressive state, and the dramatic acts carried out to try to mobilize support in its self-defense were subject to a virtual blackout in the U.S. mass media. The murder of Rutilio Grande was mentioned in Newsweek, Priests in Peril, August 1, 1977, but it never once reached the audiences of the New York Times, Time, or CBS News. This was important in allowing the terror to go on unimpeded. To paraphrase the New York Times editorial on murderous Poland, no publicity and agitation, no containment of terror. 2.3. Archbishop Oscar Romero. The murder of Archbishop Oscar Romero, the highest Catholic Church official in El Salvador, was big news, and its political implications were enormous. At the time of his murder, Romero had become the foremost and most outspoken critic of the policy of repression by murder being carried out by the U.S.-supported military government. In his last sermon, he appealed to members of the army and security forces to refuse to kill their Salvadoran brethren, a call that enraged the officer corps trying to build a lower-class military that was willing to kill freely. Romero had been placed on right-wing death lists and received threats from the right wing, which from the beginning had been closely linked to the Army and intelligence services. 15 Only a few weeks prior to his murder he had written a forceful letter to President Jimmy Carter opposing the imminent granting of U.S. aid to the junta as destructive of Salvadoran interests. The Carter administration had been so disturbed by Romero's opposition to its policies that it had secretly lobbied the Pope to curb the Archbishop. 16. Romero, in short, was not merely an unworthy victim, he was an important activist in opposition to the local alliance of army and oligarchy and to U.S. policy in El Salvador. The U.S. media's news coverage of the Archbishop's murder and its follow-up reflected well his threatening role, reaching new levels of dishonesty and propaganda service in their coverage of this and related events. 2.3.1 Details of the murder and public response. The details of the Romero murder provided by the U.S. mass media were concise, see Table 2-2. While there were expressions of shock and distress, there were very few quotations and expressions of outrage by supporters of Romero. There were no statements or quotations suggesting that the murder was intolerable and that the guilty must be found and brought to justice. The New York Times had no editorial condemning, or even mentioning, the murder. It was quickly placed in the larger framework of alleged killings by both the left and the right that were deeply regretted by Salvadoran and U.S. officials. 2.3.2 The propaganda line, a reformist junta trying to contain the violence of right and left. The Salvadoran and U.S. governments contended at the time of Romero's murder that the killing going on in El Salvador was being done by extremists of the right and the left, not by the Salvadoran armed forces and their agents, and that the government was trying its best to contain the killings and carry out reforms. John Bushnell, of the State Department, stated before a House Appropriations Committee that there is some misperception by those who follow the press that the government is itself repressive in El Salvador, when in fact the violence is from the extreme right and the extreme left, and the smallest part of the killings come from the army and security forces. 17 The statement was a knowing lie. 18 Contradicted by all independent evidence coming out of El Salvador and refuted by Archbishop Romero on an almost daily basis. 19 In his letter to Carter sent on February 17, 1980, the Archbishop pointed out that aid to the junta had resulted in increasing repressive violence by the government, amassing a total dead and wounded far higher than in the previous military regimes. And Romero explained to Carter that the idea that the junta was reformist was a myth, that neither the junta nor the Christian Democrats govern the country, but, rather, power is in the hands of the army, serving itself and the oligarchy. 20. What gave Bushnell's statement a certain credibility was the fact that there had been a reformist coup by young army officers in October 1979, and liberals and progressives entered the early junta. However, as Raymond Bonner points out, the young, progressive officers who carefully plotted the coup lost control of it as swiftly as they had executed it. Their ideals and objectives were subverted by senior, more conservative officers who had the backing of U.S. Ambassador Devine and the U.S. Embassy in El Salvador and key Carter administration officials in Washington. 21. The progressive elements on the junta found themselves entirely without power, and gradually exited or were forced out, along with large numbers from the cabinet and administration. José Napoleon Duarte joined the junta in March to serve as a fig leaf and public relations agent of the army, but all those who were not satisfied to serve in that role departed. 22. Once the old guard military had seized control from the progressive officers in October 1979, it began a general war of extermination against all progressive individuals and organizations in El Salvador. By the end of May, church sources reported 1,844 civilian deaths already in 1980, a figure that reached 10,000 by the end of the year, almost all at the hands of the government. A guerrilla war was forced on the center and left by the policy of unconstrained violence of the Carter-supported government. The government was not centrist and reformist, it was a military regime of the right, closely linked to the terrorist force Orden and the death squads, and it used them regularly as proxies. The paramilitary groups were not uncontrollable, they were doing what the army wanted them to do. The paramilitary forces and death squads of El Salvador had extensive interlocking relationships with the official military and security forces and their U.S. counterparts. There was a revolving door of personnel, close cooperation in sharing information, funding of the paramilitary groups by the official forces, and a division of labor between them. The paramilitary did jobs for which the official forces wished to disclaim responsibility. 23. Although the paramilitary group Orden was formally abolished at the time of the October 1979 coup, it was secretly maintained and had a close relationship with the regular military establishment. According to one detailed account, the reformers had officially abolished Orden, the old information network. But military officers suspicious of the young reformers secretly re-established and expanded much of the old intelligence system into a grassroots intelligence network that fed names of suspected subversives to military and paramilitary death squads. 4 days after the coup, D'Aubuisson said in an interview, he was assigned by members of the High Command to help reorganize and settle an intelligence communication network inside a military compound under the Chief of Staff's office out of the reach of civilians in the new junta. 24. This secret assignment of D'Aubuisson was confirmed by junta member Colonel Jaime Abdul Gutierrez, and then Deputy Defense Minister Colonel Nicolas Carranza. 25. The U.S. mass media, however, followed the Bushnell formula virtually without deviation. There was a civil war between extreme right and leftist groups. New York Times, February 25, 1980, the seemingly well-meaning but weak junta was engaging in reforms but was unable to check the terror. Time, April 7, 1980. The U.S. mass media had featured heavily the reformist character of the revolutionary junta, but they uniformly suppressed evidence of the powerlessness, frustrations, and early resignation of the progressives, and their replacement by civilians willing to serve as front men for state terror. Roman Mayorga, an engineer and university professor who had been the unanimous choice of the original coup plotters, resigned on January 3, 1980, along with Guillermo Manuel Ungo and at least 37 of the highest-ranking government officials, including the heads of all government agencies 26. But for the media, these events never happened, and the junta was still a weak centrist government. Beset by implacable extremes, New York Times editorial, April 28, 1980, not a right-wing government of massacre. Robin K. Anderson points out that none of the networks reported the final resignation of the junta members. Even CBS, which had reported at length on the appointment of Roman Mayorga, failed to report his resignation, or any of the others. For television news viewers, these political developments never happened. Television news coverage omitted every reference to this all-important political power struggle that could have accounted for the abuses that continued. The civilian lack of control, and even their resignation, had no effect on the way in which the news characterized the junta. It continued to be labeled moderate. 27. And the Salvadoran government has continued to be moderate and centrist up to today. Other media suppress ions aided in bolstering the myth of the neutral junta standing between the extreme right and the extreme left. On March 29, 1980, the New York Times carried a Reuters dispatch noting the resignation of 3 high Salvadoran officials, who, according to the article, resigned last night in protest against the junta's inability to halt violence by leftist and rightist forces. 28. The preceding day, an AP dispatch recorded the same resignations, but without any explanation of the reasons for this. One of the resigning officials, Undersecretary of Agriculture Jorge Alberto Villacorta, issued a public statement saying that, "I resigned because I believed that it was useless to continue in a government not only incapable of putting an end to the violence, but a government which itself is generating the political violence through repression." Recently, in one of the large estates taken over by the agrarian reform, uniformed members of the security forces accompanied by a masked person pointed out the directors of the self-management group, and then these individuals were shot in front of their co-workers. 29. It can be seen from the statement that the reference in the Reuters dispatch to protest against the junta's inability to halt violence by leftist and rightist forces is a gross misrepresentation, and it is evident that an honest transmission of Villacorta's statement would have contradicted the propaganda line. At Archbishop Romero's funeral, on March 30, 1980, where many thousands gathered to pay tribute, bomb explosions and gunfire killed some 40 people and injured hundreds more. The version of the event provided by U.S. Ambassador Robert White and the Salvadoran government was that armed terrorists of the ultra-left sowed panic among the masses and did all they could to provoke the security forces into returning fire. But the discipline of the armed forces held. 30. Joseph Triester's account in the New York Times quotes Duarte that the violence was from the left. It also quotes a junta statement that the army was strictly confined to its barracks, and Triester says, there was no sign of uniformed government forces in the plaza before or during the shooting. No other version of the facts is mentioned. However, a mimeographed statement on March 30, signed by 22 church leaders present at the funeral, claimed that the panic had been started by a bomb thrown from the National Palace, followed by machine gun and other shots coming from its second floor. 31. This account was suppressed by Triester and was never mentioned in the New York Times. In a follow-up article of April 7, 1980, Triester repeats that on March 30 the junta ordered all military forces into their barracks, and that they obeyed even though they knew leftists with weapons were pouring into the central plaza. Triester asserts this government claim as fact, and he continues to suppress sources and evidence that contradict this government allegation. He also fails to explain why the leftists would indiscriminately shoot their own people paying homage to the Archbishop. 32. The title of Triester's article of April 7, 1980, is Slaying in Salvador Backfires on Rebels. The article reads as follows. The murder of Archbishop Oscar Arnulfo Romero 2 weeks ago and the killing of 30 at his funeral may have benefited, rather than hurt, the ruling civilian military junta, in the view of many diplomats, businessmen, and government officials. The extreme right is being blamed for the killing of the Archbishop, and the extreme left is being blamed for the shooting and bombing that turned the crowded Central Plaza into chaos as Archbishop Romero was being eulogized. "It's not so much that the junta gained," said Robert E. White, the United States ambassador to El Salvador, "but that its opponents on the extreme right and left have lost prestige. The net result is a boost in prestige for the junta." We may note how the title of the article transforms the murder of the leader of the dissident forces, and then of his followers at the funeral, from a moral issue deserving outrage into a question of political advantage, and turns that against the rebels. It would be hard to imagine the New York Times publishing an article on Populisko-headed slaying in Poland backfires on solidarity movement, featuring perhaps the playing up by the official press of demonstrator aggressiveness or violence. Note also how the question of identifying the killer of Romero, and the government's obligation to seek justice, has been pushed into the background. Finally, there is the statement that the extreme left is being blamed for the deaths in the plaza. Use of the passive voice allows Treister to avoid specification of just who is blaming the extreme left. He mentions as his sources for the article as a whole many diplomats, businessmen, and government officials. He doesn't even pretend to have talked to ordinary Salvadorans or church representatives, but his only citation near the statement that the extreme left is being blamed is the then U.S. ambassador, Robert White. By relying only on government handouts and carefully avoiding readily available conflicting evidence and alternative views, the Times once again found the means of applying the usual formula of a deadly right offsetting a deadly left, with the junta favored by the U.S. government once more placed in the middle with enhanced prestige. 2.3.3 Misrepresentation of Romero's views. As we noted earlier, Romero was unequivocal in laying the blame for the violence in El Salvador on the army and security forces, and he viewed the left and popular groupings as victims provoked into self-defense by violence and injustice. "The people's organizations," he told Carter, "are fighting to defend their most fundamental human rights against a military establishment that knows only how to repress the people and defend the interests of the Salvadorian oligarchy." And in his diary, Romero completely repudiated the idea that the army was reacting to somebody else's violence. "The security forces are instruments of a general program of annihilation of those on the left, who by themselves would not commit violence or further it were it not for social injustice that they want to do away with." 33 Thus Joseph Treister's statement on the front page of the New York Times that Romero had criticized both the extreme right and the extreme left for widespread killing and torture in El Salvador, March 31, 1980, is straightforward lying. Romero never accused the left of torture or widespread killing, he never equated the right and the left, and he was quite clear that the government, an agent of the right, was the primary killer. In this respect, Romero's perception, essentially the same as that privately conveyed to the press by the U.S. government, was grossly falsified in public by both the government and press. 34. Interestingly, a year later, in an article marking the anniversary of the assassination of Archbishop Romero, Edward Schumacher, of the Times, noted that under Romero's successor, Archbishop Rivera y Damas, the Church has moved to a more centrist position in the civil war between the government and the guerrillas. 35 Of course, if the Church now takes a centrist position, as opposed to its position under Romero, this constitutes an admission that the theme played by Treister and the Times a year previously of an even-handed Romero was a lie, which it was. Is it possible that the Times always finds the Church in the middle and is lying 1 year later as well? The question must remain open, as his successor has been much more circumspect than Romero. The willingness of the right wing and the army to murder people like Romero might have affected Archbishop Rivera y Damas's ability to speak his mind freely and forced public caution. The point does not arise for Schumacher and the Times. 36. 2.3.4 The loss of interest in responsibility at the top. With Populisko, the media tried hard to establish that there was knowledge of and responsibility for the crime at higher levels of the Polish government. Soviet interest and possible involvement were also regularly invoked. With Romero, in contrast, no such questions were raised or pressed. The media did note that Romero opposed aid to the Salvadoran junta, which Carter provided anyway, but they failed to convey the depth of his hostility to U.S. policy and the importance of his oppositional role, although it was far more threatening to U.S. policy than Populisco was to the Soviet Union. The press never mentioned the special emissary sent by Carter to the Pope in an attempt to bring Romero into line, or the fact that the head of the Jesuit order in Central America was called to Rome, probably in response to this U.S. pressure. 37 The media also suppressed Romero's appeal to the military to refuse to kill, a fact that would have made much clearer how strongly opposed he was to the official policies, and how convenient his murder was to the rulers of El Salvador. Although Romero was far and away the most important establishment figure aligned with the popular movements, the media pretended at first that the affiliation of his killers was a complete mystery. The Washington Post supposed an equal likelihood of a left or right-wing source, and the Miami Herald noted on March 27 that both stood to benefit from any chaos his death might have created. No American paper suggested that Populisco might have been murdered by Solidarity sympathizers to discredit the Polish government. This foolishness was the minority position. The bulk of the press suggested that the killer was probably a rightist, but of obscure connection. The reliable Duarte suggested that the killing was too professional to be indigenous. It must have been a contract job from the outside. This view was dutifully repeated by the New York Times, Time, Newsweek, and CBS News. 38. If, as seemed very likely, the killer was a Salvadoran rightist, or someone in their employ, what was his connection, if any, with the army and security forces? We saw earlier that the linkages between the death squads and the army were close. There was at least some degree of common command, shared operations, and mutual protection. Could the killer have been a member of the armed forces? Given the links of the army to the paramilitary forces, wasn't it likely that they knew who killed Romero? The U.S. mass media did not raise, let alone press, these questions. When D'Aubuisson's link to the murder became public knowledge, the media failed to make this a big issue, and his close relations to the official forces were not examined and discussed. This is evidence of a propaganda system at work. Any possible U.S. connection to the crime was, of course, far out, and could not be raised in the U.S. media. That we don't do this sort of thing is an ideological premise of the patriotic press, no matter what the facts of recent history tell us. 39 But still, the question might have been raised whether the environment that the United States was helping to create in El Salvador, training and aiding a murderous army whose violence had driven Romero to passionate opposition, made the United States indirectly guilty of the murder? The press never discussed this point either. The Times quotes Secretary of State Cyrus Vance on the murder. 2 weeks ago I wrote the Archbishop and said, "We share a repugnance for the violence provoked by both extremes that is taking the lives of innocent people. We deplore the efforts of those seeking to silence the voices of reason and moderation with explosives, intimidation, and murder." 40. The paper points out that the letter from Vance was in reply to Romero's appeal to cease supplying arms. The article failed to include the gist of Romero's argument, and it did not quote that part of Vance's letter that rejected the Archbishop's appeal. The report also did not take note of Vance's serious misrepresentation of the Archbishop's position when he says that we share a repugnance for both extremes. Romero attributed the killings to the army and the right, not both extremes. We may note also that while Romero was victimized by the very forces that Vance supported, and Romero's forecasts seem to be vindicated by his own murder, there is no hint in the account of any irony or criticism of Vance and his associates. Here the press cannot plead lack of knowledge. As later conceded, the media knew very well that the security forces were the source of the violence. 2.3.5 Murder unavenged or triumphant. The assassins of Archbishop Romero were never officially discovered or prosecuted, and he joined the ranks of the tens of thousands of other Salvadorans murdered without justice being done. But in contrast with Populisco, the U.S. mass media seemed quite uninterested in who committed the act or in demanding just retribution. Subsequently, a great deal of evidence became available showing that Roberto Dogwison was at the center of a conspiracy to murder Romero. On the basis of numerous interviews with Arena Party activists and U.S. officials, and examination of State Department cables, investigative reporters Craig Pies and Laurie Becklund claimed in 1983 that Dogwison had planned the assassination with a group of active-duty military officers, who drew straws for the honor of carrying out the murder. 41 Former Ambassador Robert White, who had access to State Department cables and other inside information during his tenure in office, also stated before a congressional committee in February 1984 that beyond any reasonable doubt Dogwison had planned and ordered the assassination of Archbishop Romero, and White gave details on the planning meeting and the subsequent execution of the trigger man to keep him quiet. 42 Further evidence of Dogwison's involvement in the murder came to light with the confession of Roberto Santavene, a former high official in Salvadoran intelligence. According to Santavene, the murder of Romero was planned and carried out by Dogwison with the aid of former National Guardsmen of Somoza, but under the protection of General Garcia and Colonel Carranza. 43 Pies and Becklund's informants also indicated that Dogwison was a subordinate and political ally of Carranza, who was the number 2 man in the Salvadoran military until his ouster under U.S. pressure in December 1980. Carranza then moved over to head the Treasury Police. Dogwison also worked with the National Guard's G2 Central Intelligence Office while the Guard was headed by General Eugenio Vides Casanova. Pies and Becklund write that during the time Vides commanded the Guard, active-duty military officers working with the G2 were linked in State Department cables to the March 1980 assassination of Archbishop Oscar Arnulfo Romero. 44 Note that Vides Casanova became Minister of Defense, the post he still holds, under the Duarte government. In short, there was substantial evidence concerning the identity of Romero's murderers, and there were significant links of the murders to the highest officials of the Salvadoran military establishment. In fact, a judicial investigation in El Salvador headed by Judge Atilio Ramirez quickly pointed a finger at Dogwison and General Medrano, a U.S. protege in El Salvador. But Ramirez soon fled the country after several threats and an attempt on his life, and active pursuit of the case in El Salvador ended. In exile, Judge Ramirez claimed that the criminal investigation group of the police didn't arrive at the scene of the crime till 4 days after it was committed, and that neither the police nor the Attorney General provided his court with any evidence. He concluded that there was undoubtedly a kind of conspiracy to cover up the murder from the very beginning. 45. Needless to say, Judge Ramirez's testimony was not featured in the U.S. media, nor was the accumulating evidence of Dogwison's involvement given significant play. It was back-page material at best, treated matter-of-factly, and never put in a framework of indignation and outrage by the use of emotive language or by asking allies of Romero to comment on the evidence, and it never elicited strident demands for justice. To this day one will find no mention of the fact that the effective rulers of this fledgling democracy are military officers who were closely associated with Dogwison and his cabal and may well have been implicated in the assassination. After Dogwison was caught in a raid on May 8, 1980, with documents showing that he was planning a coup and with evidence of his involvement in the murder of Romero, he was arrested and faced with the threat of trial and imprisonment. An assembly of the entire officer corps of the Salvadoran Army 700 strong was quickly convened, and demanded his release. He was turned loose shortly thereafter, with the concurrence of the Minister of Defense. 46 The documents found in his possession dropped out of sight. The security forces also raided the legal aid office of the Archbishopric, removing all of their files bearing on the assassination. At the previously mentioned meeting of the Salvadoran Officer Corps, Colonel Adolfo Maginot, the last of the reformers in the reformist junta of 1979, was denounced, and he quickly exited from the junta, to be replaced by yet another hardliner. The army had expressed its solidarity with the hardline death squad right, and the junta was adjusted to meet this new threat to the image of a reformist junta, with Duarte advanced to president, serving as a figurehead for the benefit of Congress and the media, to ensure that arms would flow to the killers. The U.S. mass media gave little notice to this important display and consolidation of the power of the extreme right, and the semi-official vindication of the murderers of Archbishop Romero. This was telling evidence about the nature of power in El Salvador and the fictional quality of the claim that the government was centrist or reformist. Unbiased media would have featured and explained the meaning of this information. But these facts contradicted the Carter-Reagan mythology, so the media predictably remained silent about these events and continued to perpetuate the myth. On November 29, 1980, following the massacre of the leaders of the opposition in San Salvador, the Times suggested that there is a severe challenge to the credibility of the government, but there is no hint that the revolt of May 1980 had changed their view of April 28 that this was a weak centrist government. The media also adjusted nicely, then and later, to the rehabilitation of the probable murderer of Romero and his reintegration into the official power structure. As Dogwison sought high office and eventually became president of the Salvadoran legislature, the U.S. mass media did not focus on his record as the probable organizer of the murder of Archbishop Romero and as the acknowledged leader of the death squads and a mass murderer. Even the open anti-Semitism of this fascist was kept under the rug. 47 We would submit that if an anti-Semite and professional assassin, who was suspected of having organized the murder of Populisko in Poland, ran for office and became head of the Polish legislature, there might have been a raised eyebrow or two in the U.S. media. Throughout this period, media coverage adopted a central myth contrived by the government, and confined its reporting and interpretation to its basic premises. The moderate government that we support is plagued by the terrorism of the extremists of the left and right, and is unable to bring it under control. The U.S. government and the media understood very well that the violence was overwhelmingly the responsibility of both the U.S.-backed security forces, which were, and remain, the real power in the country, and the paramilitary network they created to terrorize the population. But this truth was inexpressible. To this day the media maintain the central myth of earlier years, long after having conceded quietly that it was a complete fabrication. Reporting on the prospects for peace in El Salvador, Lindsey Grosson comments that today, death squads of the right and left no longer terrorize the population into submission and silence, thanks to the success of President Duarte and his U.S. supporters in moving the country toward democracy exactly as a propaganda model would predict. 48. 2.4. Coverage of the Salvadoran National Guards. Murder of the 4 U.S. churchwomen and its follow-up. On December 2, 1980, 4 U.S. churchwomen working in El Salvador, Maura Clark, Jean Donovan, Ida Ford, and Dorothy Cazell were seized, raped, and murdered by members of the Salvadoran National Guard. This crime was extremely inconvenient to the Carter administration, which was supporting the Salvadoran junta as an alleged reformist government and trying to convince the public and Congress that that government was worthy of aid. While temporarily suspending military aid to El Salvador, the Carter administration sought a quick and low-keyed resolution of the case. It resumed aid at the drop of an announced rebel offensive, and contrary to its promises before there was any investigatory response by the Salvadoran government. A commission headed by William P. Rogers was quickly sent to El Salvador to inquire into the facts and offer U.S. aid in an investigation. The commission reported that it had no evidence suggesting that any senior Salvadoran authorities were implicated in the murders themselves, but there is no indication that it ascertained this by any route beyond asking the authorities whether they were involved. The commission acknowledged that justice was not thriving in El Salvador. 49 But it proposed no independent investigation, merely urging the Salvadoran junta to pursue the case vigorously. It noted that the junta promised that the truth would be pursued wherever it led, anywhere in the country at any level. 50 Rogers was later to concede that perhaps he was a bit optimistic in expecting the Salvadoran junta to pursue the case seriously. 51. With the arrival of the Reagan administration, the already badly compromised concern to find the culprits diminished further, and the dominance of the interest in protecting the client regime in El Salvador became still more overwhelming. It was quickly clear that the whole business could be forgotten along with the thousands of Salvadorans already killed except for the demands of public relations. The willingness to support any feasible cover-up was also quite evident. Secretary of State Alexander Haig stated before the House Committee on Foreign Affairs that the evidence led one to believe that the 4 women were killed trying to run a roadblock, a shameless lie that was soon acknowledged as such by the State Department. 52 The Reagan ambassador to the UN, Jeane Kirkpatrick, went Haig one better, suggesting that the 4 women were political activists for the Frente, as with Haig's statement, an outright lie hinting quite broadly that they were fair game. 53 Although Kirkpatrick also asserted that the Salvadoran government unequivocally was not responsible for the murders, evidence was soon available that showed that members of the National Guard had killed the 4 women. The administration then moved to the position that it was clear that the local guardsmen had acted alone. This was asserted and reiterated despite the absence of any supportive investigation, and important leads suggesting the contrary were ignored. A propaganda model would expect that this preferred government explanation would be honored by the mass media, and that in contrast with the Populisco case, where useful points could be scored by searching for villainy at the top, the mass media would now be less eager to find that which their government was anxious to avoid. The difference between the murder of the 4 women and the thousands of others uninvestigated and unresolved in El Salvador was that the families of these victims were Americans and pressed the case, eventually succeeding in getting Congress to focus on these particular murders as a test case and political symbol. This forced these killings onto the political agenda. A trial and convictions were ultimately required as a condition for certification and aid to the military government of El Salvador. Both the Reagan administration and the Salvadoran military were thus obligated to see justice done in this one instance. It took 3.5 years for justice to triumph in this one case, with the lid still kept on top-level involvement. It was a challenge to the mass media to present these murders, and the delayed and aborted outcome, in such a way as to keep indignation low and to downplay the quality of a system that murdered the women and had to be forced to find a set of low-level personnel guilty of the crime, which it took them years to do. The media met this challenge with flying colors. 2.4.1 Details of the savagery. The finding of Populisco's body was front-page news for the New York Times. In fact, the initial failure to find his body made the front page, and in all the media publications analyzed here, the details of his seizure, the disposition of his body, and the nature of his wounds were recounted extensively and with barely concealed relish, see Table 2-2. These details were also repeated at every opportunity, and, most notably, at the trial. The finding of the bodies of the 4 women, by contrast, was a back-page item in the Times, and in all 4 of the media institutions in our sample the accounts of the violence done to the 4 murdered women were very succinct, omitted many details, and were not repeated after the initial disclosures. No attempt was made to reconstruct the scene with its agony and brutal violence, so that the drama conveyed in the accounts of Populisco's murder was entirely missing. The murder of the 4 church women was made remote and impersonal. The Time account, for example, after giving the names of the victims, says, 2 of the women had been raped before being shot in the back of the head. The New York Times account, shown in Table 2-2, is also quite succinct. The Rogers Commission report pointed out that one of the victims had been shot through the back of the head with a weapon that left exit wounds that destroyed her face. The Rogers report also noted that those present at the disinterment found extensive wounds and that the bodies were also bruised. Raymond Bonner's account, in Weakness and Deceit, noted that in the crude grave, stacked on top of each other were the bodies of 4 women. The first hauled out of the hole was Jean Donovan, 27 years old, a lay missionary from Cleveland. Her face had been blown away by a high-caliber bullet that had been fired into the back of her head. Her pants were unzipped, her underwear twisted around her ankles. When area peasants found her, she was nude from the waist down. They had tried to replace the garments before burial. Then came Dorothy Cazell, a 40-year-old Ursuline nun also from Cleveland. At the bottom of the pit were Maryknoll nuns Ida Ford, 40, and Maura Clark, 49, both from New York. All the women had been executed at close range. The peasants who found the women said that one had her underpants stuffed in her mouth, another's had been tied over her eyes. All had been raped. We may note the failure of Time and the New York Times to mention the bruises, which both of these publications mentioned and repeated. As regards Populisco, the failure to mention the destruction of Jean Donovan's face, the suppression of the degrading and degraded use of the nuns' underwear. 54 The failure to give the account of the peasants who found the bodies. These and other details given by Bonner and suppressed by Time and the New York Times, and also Newsweek and CBS News, add emotional force and poignancy to the scene. Such details are included for a Populisco, but not for 4 American women murdered by a U.S. client state. The Rogers report also pointed out that the forensic surgeons sent to the scene of the crime by the junta, at the urging of Ambassador Robert White, refused to perform an autopsy on the ground that no surgical masks were available. This touch, which would have cast the junta and its agents in a bad light, was also omitted from U.S. media accounts. In the Populisco case, both the finding of the body and the trial were occasions for an aggressive portrayal of the details of the act of murder and the condition of the body. The mass media reticence on such matters at the time of the finding of the bodies of the 4 women was exceeded by their restraint at the trial. Lydia Chavez, of the New York Times, who attended the trial, notes that there were 8 hours of testimony and 7 hours of argument that focused on the women's work in El Salvador and on the details of their kidnappings and deaths, but her article gave no details whatsoever on the medical evidence. 2.4.2 Lack of indignation and insistent demands for justice. In the Populisco case, the press conveyed the impression of intolerable outrage that demanded immediate rectification. In the case of the murder of the 4 American women, while the media asserted and quoted government officials that this was a brutal and terrible act, it was not declared intolerable, and the media did not insist on, or quote people who demanded, justice. The media relied heavily on senior officials of the U.S. and Salvadoran governments, who expressed a more resigned view of the situation and were prepared to allow the Salvadoran system of justice to work things out. Correspondingly, the media also moved into a philosophical vein. The women, as Time points out, were victims of the mindless, increasing violence of El Salvador, December 15, 1980. With Populisco, it was live government officials who committed the crime, not blind forces, that are hard to bring to book. Even the funeral and memorial services for the women in the United States were not allowed to serve as an occasion for outrage and a demand for justice. For the most part, they were ignored and suppressed. The New York Times, December 8, 1981, gave a tiny, back-page, UPI account of the memorial service for Sister Dorothy Cazell, featuring the apolitical statement by Bishop Anthony M. Pilla that the life of a missionary has never been easy or glamorous. We must consider, too, that as Ambassador Kirkpatrick indicated, the victims may have been asking for it. As Newsweek observed, December 15, 1980, the violence in El Salvador is likely to focus with increasing ferocity on the Roman Catholic Church. Many priests and nuns advocate reform, and some of them are militant leftists. Such sentiments mean trouble, even for more moderate members of the clergy. Note here also the impersonality of the violence. Nowhere in the article is there a suggestion that the U.S.-backed government initiated, and was doing the bulk of, the murdering. In the case of Populisco, by contrast, the media never once suggested that he was a regrettable victim of escalating conflict between the state and rebellious forces, or between East and West. That situation was much simpler than the one in El Salvador. Populisco was murdered by officials of the state, and this was intolerable. The complexities and resort to philosophical inanities about unallocable violence are reserved for deaths in the provinces. 2.4.3 The lack of zeal in the search for villainy. At the top. As we saw earlier, in the Populisco case the mass media eagerly, aggressively, and on a daily basis sought and pointed to evidence of top-level involvement in the killing. In the case of the killings of the 4 women, we can observe a completely different approach. Here the media found it extremely difficult to locate Salvadoran government involvement in the murders, even with evidence staring them in the face. Their investigatory zeal was modest, and they were happy to follow the leads of, "Trust me, Duarte and U.S. officials as the case unfolded. They played dumb. The Salvadoran army and security forces had been killing Salvadorans, in the same way they had killed the 4 women, for months. What is more, the churches with which the women were connected had been recently threatened by the army. More direct evidence was that local peasants had been forced to bury the bodies by the local military. But the media did not use this information to help them find the locus of the murders. The initial line of the US and Salvadoran governments was that there was no proof of military involvement, although the military's concealment of the bodies was not proper. A statement issued by the junta on December 8 claimed that the murderers were terrorists of the extreme right, 55, and Duarte reiterated this view to the press, which passed it along. In keeping with the government line, 20 days after the murders, the New York Times still spoke only of unidentified assailants, although the leads to the National Guard were already plentiful, and it repeated the Rogers report finding that the security forces may have tried to conceal the deaths after the bodies had been found. 56. Gradually, so much evidence seeped out to show that the women had been murdered by members of the National Guard that the involvement of government forces could no longer be evaded. A 2-part process of damage limitation ensued, expounded by Salvadoran and U.S. officials and faithfully reflected in the media. One was a distinction between the government and the National Guard. In the Populisco case, the reader was never allowed to forget that the murdering police were part of the Polish government. In the case of the 4 American women, it was barely evident in the mass media that the killers had any connection with the Salvadoran government. This was in keeping with the basic myth, also consistently followed by the media, that the Salvadoran government was reformist and centrist, trying to control killings by extremists of the right and left. 57 This fabrication allowed a 2-track system of massive killing by the army and its affiliates and simultaneous claims of regret by the reformers unable to control the extremists. This was reminiscent of the heyday of mass murder in Argentina, when the New York Times regularly portrayed the junta and people like the recently convicted General Videla as moderates unable to control the right-wing extremists who were killing people. 58. The most important goal of the immediate damage containment process was to stifle any serious investigation of the responsibility of the officials of the Salvadoran government. The Salvadoran strategy was foot-dragging from beginning to end, as the idea of convicting soldiers for killing anybody was contrary to Salvadoran practice, and, moreover, there is little doubt that the responsibility for the crime went high. The U.S. official strategy, once it was clear that the National Guard was responsible for the killing, was to get the low-level killers tried and convicted necessary to vindicate the system of justice in El Salvador, at least to the extent of keeping the dollars flowing from Congress while protecting the reformers at the top. On September 30, 1981, Ambassador Dean Hinton stated with assurance that the local National Guardsmen were acting on their own, although internal State Department documents of the time recognized that the Salvadoran investigation had been a joke, and other evidence existed suggesting top-level involvement. 59 Nonetheless, the official position was clear. To go along with the official line, the mass media had to stop investigating high-level involvement and even to suppress evidence emerging from other sources. And so they proceeded to do this. After a 2-month investigation of the murders, the reporter John Dingus filed a story through Pacific News Service that showed the murders to have been pre-planned in some detail. 61. There were intercepted radio communications indicating military discussions of the arrival of the women at the airport, and other evidence of close surveillance of their flight plans, all suggesting a coordinated and extensive military operation. Second, a former deputy minister of planning described to Dingus a half-hour presentation by Salvadoran Defense Minister Guillermo Garcia in the National Palace, denouncing the nuns and priests in the very area of the murders and stating that something must be done, only 2 weeks prior to the murders. In a remarkable feat of self-censorship, most of the mass media completely ignored the Dingus findings. Dingus's report appeared in the Washington Post, the Los Angeles Times, and some 15 other papers, but not a word of it found its way into the New York Times, Time, Newsweek, or CBS News, and its leads were not pursued by any media. Instead, the media kept repeating the assurances of Duarte and U.S. officials that they were satisfied that the killings did not go beyond the local National Guardsmen, and that the matter would be pursued diligently through proper legal channels. In March 1984, Colonel Roberto Santavane, a high official in Salvadoran intelligence, agreed to talk about the death squad network in El Salvador, and his claims found their way onto CBS News and the front page of the New York Times. 61 Santavane gave highly credible details about the murder of the 4 women, indicating that the act had been committed on the specific order of Colonel Oscar Edgardo Casanova, who was in charge of the zone in which the killings took place. Colonel Casanova was transferred to another assignment 2 weeks after the murder as part of the official cover-up. His first cousin Eugenio Vides Casanova, the Minister of Defense chosen by Duarte and head of the National Guard in December 1980, knew about the murder order by his cousin, as did Duarte. Although this crushing evidence implicated a high officer in the murder and the current Minister of Defense and Duarte in the cover-up, there was no follow-up to this story, no connection back to the Dingus story of high-level discussions of the need to do something about the religious workers, no editorials, no indignation, and no pressure for action. In sum, the leads provided by Dingus, and the testimony of Santavane, strongly suggest that the killing of the women was based on a high-level decision. The evidence is even clearer that middle-level officials of the government ordered the killing, and that the highest-level officials engaged in a continuing and systematic cover-up. In the Polish case, the evidence of top-level involvement was never forthcoming, but the issue was pursued by the U.S. mass media relentlessly. In the case of the 4 church women, where the evidence of top-level involvement was abundant, the U.S. mass media failed to press the matter, or even to engage in the pursuit of obvious investigative leads. We cannot describe here the full details of the failure of the Salvadoran process of justice, which never moved forward except under U.S. pressure and threats. 62 The mass media did at one point berate the Salvadoran government for stonewalling the investigation. 63 But the media entirely failed to capture the depth and scope of the stonewalling process, or to remark on its significance in this fledgling democracy, and they generally transmitted Salvadoran and U.S. government claims about the state of the process without sarcasm or expressions of outrage. If they had given full details, the Salvadoran government would have been thoroughly discredited. Thus, the extensive evidence concerning official Salvadoran refusals to take action or to interrogate relevant witnesses, and concerning threats to witnesses, lawyers, and judges which would have been aired with delight if applicable to a Polish investigation, were ignored. A few illustrations of the Salvadoran proceedings will have to suffice here. 2 years after the crime, for example, the prosecutors expressed ignorance of the testimony in the court record of former guardsman Cesar Valle Espinosa, dated August 9, 1982, which quotes Subsergeant Colindres Alemán as stating on December 2, 1980, that there were superior orders to apprehend the women. They were also ignorant of the statement of former National Guard Sergeant Dagoberto Martinez, taken by the FBI in Los Angeles, California, which establishes the existence of a cover-up of the crime as early as December 1980. 64. A second illustration of the process: 2 of 3 judges assigned to the case resigned for fear of their lives. As we noted, Judge Ramirez, who was investigating the Romero murder, fled for the same reason. This line of evidence has cumulative weight, but it was never treated as a whole by the press, and was barely mentioned as individual items of back-page news. A third illustration: according to former Ambassador Robert White, 2 National Guardsmen who might have been able to link higher-ranking officers to the murders of the women were killed by military death squads, then listed as missing in action. 65 A final illustration: when the Salvadoran triggermen were finally assigned attorneys, one of the 3, Salvador Antonio Ibarra, was prepared to defend the men seriously. His colleagues pressed Ibarra to abide by the statement that the possibility of a cover-up had been thoroughly investigated, and rejected. He refused to go along with this request, with the consequence that on October 30, 1983, Ibarra was seized by the National Guard and tortured at its headquarters. 66 Released only under U.S. pressure, Ibarra fled the country, leaving the way clear for a lawyer team that would accept the notion that there had been a thorough investigation of top-level involvement. This last incident alone made it into the mass media in isolated and fleeting treatment. The others, and the package, were not featured in the free press. The U.S. government also engaged in a systematic cover-up of both the Salvadoran cover-up and the facts of the case. The U.S. mass media, while briefly noting the Salvadoran stonewalling, failed to call attention to the equally important lies and suppress ions of their own government. As we have pointed out, both the Carter and Reagan administrations put protection of its client above the quest for justice for 4 U.S. citizens murdered by agents of that government. The U.S. government's stonewalling to protect its client took many forms. One was an active collaboration in the Salvadoran cover-up. Former National Guard Sergeant Dagoberto Martinez was allowed to emigrate to the United States in December 1980, and although a subsequent interview by the FBI indicated that Martinez admitted knowledge of the perpetrators of the crime and a failure to report that information in violation of Salvadoran law, no action was taken against him. U.S. officials also reiterated that there was no reason to believe that higher-level officials knew about the crime or participated in it, when they had clear knowledge of a cover-up and a refusal to investigate. 67 The State Department also regularly lied about the thoroughness of the investigation. Ambassador Hinton stated in public that National Guardsman Perez Nieto was thoroughly interrogated and repeatedly denied that anyone superior to him had ordered him to watch the women. A State Department cable, however, describes Nieto's testimony as incomplete, evasive, and uncooperative. 68. A second form of official U.S. participation in the cover-up was a refusal to make public information on the Salvadoran investigation and evidence uncovered by the United States itself. The Rogers Report was released belatedly, in a version that edited out the original report's statement about the sad state of the Salvadoran system of justice. In response to a growing chorus of criticism of the delays, Judge Harold R. Tyler was appointed by the U.S. government to carry out a further investigation. His report was kept under wraps for a long time, again apparently because it had some serious criticism of the Salvadoran judicial process that would have interfered with Reagan administration plans to claim progress every time such certification was required. 69 The families of the victims and their attorneys regularly found the U.S. government unwilling to release information on the case. The argument given was that the information was sensitive, and that releasing it would interfere with the legal process in El Salvador. As the Salvadoran process was a sick joke, moving only in response to U.S. threats, the official rationale was transparently fraudulent. Furthermore, Duarte was regularly making statements that the arrested guardsmen were surely guilty, and that nobody higher than them was involved, which blatantly prejudged the case. The only plausible rationale for the U.S. cover-up is that the administration wanted to minimize adverse publicity concerning the performance of its murderous client. Information on what was really going on, or its own internal analyses of the case or appraisals of the Salvadoran legal process, would make the client look bad. The administration hoped that the case would go away, but until that happened, it wanted the publicity flow to be under its control. Part of the reason the administration wanted control was to allow it to claim reasonable progress in the pursuit of the case whenever the military government was due for more money. As with other right-wing satellites, improvement is always found at money crunch time. In its July 1982 certification report, the State Department found that substantial progress had been made in the case and predicted a trial in the fall of 1982. In early 1983, the certification report noted significant developments in the case. This manipulation of evidence to protect the flow of arms and money to the regime would not be easy with full disclosure or with a critical and honest press. This cover-up of the Salvadoran judicial process, even though 4 murdered American women were involved, did not arouse the press to indignation or satire, nor did it cause them to provide more than minimal coverage of the inquiry. 2.4.4 The trial 5 National Guardsmen for $19.4 million. The trial of the 5 immediate killers of the 4 women should have been presented in a Kafkaesque framework, but the U.S. media played it very straight. The trial took place 3.5 years after the acts of murder, despite the fact that the triggermen were immediately identified and despite enormous U.S. pressure. 2 of 3 judges assigned to the case had resigned out of fear for their lives, and the only independent defense attorney had fled the country after a session of torture at National Guard headquarters. The defense at the trial made no effort to defend the men on the grounds of orders from above, although this is a standard defense in such cases, and significant evidence was available for use in this instance. The mass media failed to note the point, although it suggests fear, a deal, or both, and although, as we saw in the Populisco case, the media are sometimes immensely alert to cover UPS. In March 1984, former intelligence officer Santovane stated that the guardsmen knew that if they don't name Casanova, they will get out of jail as soon as it is feasible. 70 This testimony was not referred to in the trial context. The media played dumb. Like the Salvadoran elections of 1982 and 1984, this trial was thoroughly American in staging and motivation. As Anna Carrigan put it, security in the courtroom was in the hands of a special judicial protection unit, formed and trained in Glencoe, Alabama. The jurors were driven to the courtroom in the morning and returned to their homes after the verdict in bulletproof American embassy vehicles. Meals and camp beds were provided by the embassy so that if necessary the jurors and the staff of the court could sleep overnight within the protection of the guarded courthouse, and when the electricity failed, just as the prosecution began to make its presentation, light was restored by means of hurricane lamps delivered by embassy staff. 71. The stakes were US dollars. Congress had frozen $19.4 million pending the favorable outcome of the case. Within 24 hours of the decision, the State Department, announcing that justice had been done, released the money to the charge of Minister of Defense Vides Casanova, who had been head of the National Guard on December 4, 1980, when the murders took place, whose first cousin, according to Colonel Santovane, had given the direct order to kill, and who had so effectively protected his cousin and stalled the prosecution of underlings for 3.5 years. In conformity with the predictions of a propaganda model, the mass media failed entirely to capture the quality of the scene, the American omnipresence, the courtroom security, the failure of the defense to press the responsibility of the higher authorities, the role of Vides Casanova, the literal money transaction for justice in this single case, which dragged on for 3.5 years. Newsweek found the result a remarkable achievement, in an article entitled A Defeat for a Death Squad, June 4, 1984, despite the fact that it was the National Guard that killed the women. The article does stress the difficulties in bringing and winning the case, and the possibility of a cover-up of higher-level personnel, but it does not use this information to point up the nature of the system being supported by the United States. It also closes out the discussion with reference to the Tyler report discounting high-level involvement, without quoting the report's acknowledgement of some evidence supporting the involvement of higher UPS or mentioning the report's admission of the limits of its information. No reference is made to Santovane or the Dingas report. Newsweek sticks to an official source, and misreads it. 2.5. 23 religious victims in Guatemala, 1980–85. The modern history of Guatemala was decisively shaped by the U.S. organized invasion and overthrow of the democratically elected regime of Jacobo Arbenz in June 1954. Since that time, while Guatemala has remained securely within the U.S. sphere of influence, badly needed economic and social reforms were put off the agenda indefinitely, political democracy was stifled, and state terror was institutionalized and reached catastrophic levels in the late 1970s and early 1980s. Given the client status of Guatemala and the fact that the anti-democratic counter-revolution served important elite interests, a propaganda model suggests that its victims will be unworthy, which should be reflected in both the quantity and quality of media attention. Furthermore, whereas victimization in Soviet client states like Poland and Czechoslovakia is regularly traced back to the Soviet occupations, a propaganda model would predict that the U.S. media will not explain the contemporary Guatemalan environment of state terror as a natural product of the U.S. intervention in 1954, and thereafter. On the contrary, we would expect the United States to be portrayed as a benevolent and concerned bystander, trying its very best to curb abuses of right and left extremists. Before looking at the media's handling of Guatemala, however, let us step back for a brief review of the crucial period 1945 to 54 and its sequel to set the stage for an examination of the media's role in the 1980s. Arbenz and his predecessor, Juan Arevalo, led the first democratic system in Guatemalan history. During the decade of their rule, newspapers, social groups, unions, peasants, and political parties could organize without fear of repression or murder. 72 But this fragile democracy rested on a base of concentrated land ownership and foreign control of land and strategic facilities that was a constant threat to its independence and political freedom, as well as a human disaster. The struggle for unionization and land reform during the democratic decade was motivated in part by a desire to build a mass constituency that would provide an institutional base for democracy. 73 Each progressive move by both Arevalo and Arbenz was greeted with fierce hostility by the local oligarchy, the multinational corporate community, and the U.S. government. 74 Communism was found to be in control, or a threat, from the time trade unions were allowed to organize in 1947, and Arbenz's modest and effective land reform was the last straw. 75 With U.S. initiative, organization, funding, and direct psychological warfare and terror operations, a tiny mercenary army ousted Arbenz and installed an anti-communist regime. From 1954 to the present day, neither reform nor democracy, let alone radical change, has been possible in Guatemala. The main reason for this is that the forces into whose hands the United States delivered that country in 1954 bitterly opposed any change that might affect, however slightly, their entrenched position. 76 And they had learned from the 1945 to 54 lesson that democracy moves inexorably toward reform and threats to privilege in a system of extreme inequality. The very brief interludes of tentative openness after 1954 witnessed the quick emergence of protective organizations of urban workers and the peasantry, strikes, and reformist and radical parties and organizations. As Piero Gligices puts it, in the last months of the Arana period 1970 to 74, the repression had acquired a more selective character, and on repeated occasions Lagarud Arana's successor, 1974 to 78 refrained from settling strikes by force. 77 But the feebleness of the reforms and the awakened hopes and pressures forced a further choice, and given the nature of the regime, the wave of terror that followed was the only logical choice for the Guatemalan ruling class. 78 Another reason for the failures of both reform and democracy has been ongoing U.S. influence. The U.S. establishment found the pluralism and democracy of the years 1945 to 54 intolerable, and it eventually ended that experiment. 79 In the succeeding 32 years of U.S. guidance, not only has Guatemala gradually become a terrorist state rarely matched in the scale of systematic murder of civilians, but its terrorist proclivities have increased markedly at strategic moments of escalated U.S. intervention. The first point was the invasion and counter-revolution of 1954, which reintroduced political murder and large-scale repression to Guatemala following the decade of democracy. The second followed the emergence of a small guerrilla movement in the early 1960s, when the United States began serious counterinsurgency (CI) training of the Guatemalan army. In 1966, a further small guerrilla movement brought the Green Berets and a major CI war in which 10,000 people were killed in pursuit of 300 or 400 guerrillas. It was at this point that the death squads and disappearances made their appearance in Guatemala. The United States brought in police training in the 1970s, which was followed by the further institutionalization of violence. The solution to social problems in Guatemala, specifically attributable to the 1954 intervention and the form of U.S. assistance since that time, has been permanent state terror. With Guatemala, the United States invented the counterinsurgency state. The special role of the army in the counterinsurgency state gradually elevated its status and power, and eventually gave it the institutional capacity to rule Guatemala. As in many U.S. client states, the military used its power to carve out economic opportunities and to steal, directly or indirectly. 80 The terrorism, thievery, and autonomy of the Guatemalan military reached a temporary peak later surpassed by Rios Montt during the reign of Lucas Garcia, 1978–82. This overlapped the brief interlude of the Carter human rights policy, during which there was open criticism of the Guatemalan government and a brief and partial cut-off of arms supply from the United States under congressional pressure. 81 Even during the Carter years, however, relations with Guatemala were not hostile. It was as if a child in the family were naughty and briefly put in the corner. Part of the reason for the willingness of the Carter government to provide no new arms supplies was that the bad boy was in no danger. In El Salvador in 1980, by contrast, where the Carter administration saw the possibility of a left-wing victory, support was quickly forthcoming to a right-wing terror regime. During the Reagan years, the number of civilians murdered in Guatemala ran into the tens of thousands, and disappearances and mutilated bodies were a daily occurrence. 82 Studies by Amnesty International, AI, America's Watch, and other human rights monitors have documented a military machine run amok, with the indiscriminate killing of peasants, including vast numbers of women and children, the forcible relocation of hundreds of thousands of farmers and villagers into virtual concentration camps, and the enlistment of many hundreds of thousands in compulsory civil patrols. 83 Reagan, however, visiting Guatemala in December 1982, commented that head of state Rios Montt was totally committed to democracy and was receiving a bum rap on human rights abuses. 2 months earlier, AI released its report describing 60 different Indian villages in which massacres of civilians took place in a 3-month period, with the total killed exceeding 2,500. 84. The Reagan policy toward Guatemala was, as with South Africa, constructive engagement. 85 From the beginning, the administration strove to embrace and provide arms to the military governments. Ongoing mass murder was merely an inconvenience. One method by which the administration sought to rehabilitate our relations with the Guatemala regimes was by continual lying about their human rights record, with Reagan himself setting the standard. Stephen Bosworth, of the State Department, assured a House committee in July 1981 that the Lucas Garcia government was successfully attacking the guerrillas while taking care to protect innocent bystanders. 86 The State Department's Country Report on Human Rights for 1981 also found it impossible to determine who was doing all the killing in Guatemala, and disappearances were attributed to the right and the left, but not to the government. Amnesty International, by contrast, in February 1981, gave detailed evidence that the thousands of murders were almost entirely governmental in origin, including those of the death squads, whose victims were targeted in an annex of Guatemala's National Palace under the direct supervision of President Lucas Garcia. 87. With the overthrow of Lucas Garcia, suddenly, as if by magic, the Reagan administration line altered, and Stephen Bosworth could not emphasize strongly enough the favorable contrast between the current human rights situation in Guatemala and the situation last December. Melvin Levitsky, Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Human Rights, told another congressional committee that the United States cannot easily sustain a relationship with a government which engages in violence against its own people, as with the Lucas Garcia regime. 88. When Lucas Garcia was in power, Bosworth found it a caring regime that protected the innocent, and the State Department couldn't determine that the government was doing any killing. With Lucas Garcia ousted, the State Department discovered that he was an indiscriminate murderer and assumed a high moral tone about his behavior. That is, the State Department implicitly conceded that it was lying earlier and counted on the press not to point this out. Of course, the reason for the switch was to help make a favorable case for Lucas Garcia's successor, Rios Montt. Under Rios Montt there was a dramatic decline in human rights abuses, according to State Department spokesman John Hughes in January 1983. Rios Montt is the one whom Reagan found to be getting a bum rap. But as we noted, Amnesty International found Rios Montt to be another top-ranked murderer, who appears to have exceeded his predecessor in civilian massacres. When Rios Montt was ousted in his turn, once again the State Department line shifted. It was admitted that things had been terrible under Rios Montt in 1982, but now there was a dramatic improvement, and the government was showing increased sensitivity to human rights questions. 89 It is evident that we have here a consistent pattern that may be formulated into a CASA law, in the case of a terrorist state with which the administration wants constructive engagement. Things are always okay and improving, but when that regime is ousted, its record deteriorates ex post facto and looks most unfavorable compared with the humanistic and sensitive one now in power. This droll pattern of identical apologetics for each successor terrorist, and ex post denigration of the one ousted, is an Orwellian process that the Western press associates with totalitarian states, but it happens here. And it can only occur if the mass media are cooperative. They must be willing to downplay or ignore the large-scale murders going on in Guatemala in the first place. In that context, the serial apologetics, the lies defending each murderer, and the mind-boggling hypocrisy will hardly be newsworthy. Given the U.S. role in originating and sustaining the Guatemalan counterinsurgency state, and the fact that that state is dedicated to blocking the growth of popular organizations, i.e., anti-communist in Orwellian rhetoric, and has a strong U.S. business presence, a propaganda model would anticipate a lack of media interest in its unworthy victims and an evasion of the U.S. role in its evolution and practices. We would expect reports on Guatemala put out by Amnesty International and other human rights groups to be downplayed or ignored, despite their spectacular data and horrifying stories. This is a strong test of the model, as the number of civilians murdered between 1978 and 1985 may have approached 100,000, with a style of killing reminiscent of Pol Pot. As AI pointed out in 1981, the bodies of the victims have been found piled up in ravines, dumped at roadsides or buried in mass graves. Thousands bore the scars of torture, and death had come to most by strangling with a garrote, by being suffocated in rubber hoods or by being shot in the head. 90. The expectations of a propaganda model are fully realized in this case. Referring to our Table 2-to-1 comparison of media treatment of 23 religious victims in Guatemala with the coverage accorded Populisco, only 4 of the 23 were ever mentioned by name in our media sample, and the 23 taken together had approximately 1/20th of the space in the New York Times that the newspaper of record gave to Populisco. In the case of the murder in Guatemala of the American priest Rev. Stanley Rother, the New York Times reported on August 5, 1981, in a tiny back-page article, that 3 men had been arrested for questioning in the shooting. What was the outcome of the arrests? Were the arrested persons tried? Readers of the Times will never know, and the Guatemalan government did not have to suffer the embarrassment and pressure of the press raising questions in this or any of the remaining 22 Guatemalan cases. Along with the minuscule attention to the murder of Guatemalan priests, the details of the killings were brief, and no sense of outrage was generated or sustained. 91 The few lengthier articles never discuss the role of the 1954 coup and the long training and supply relationship of the United States to the Guatemalan police and army. 92 Rather, they almost invariably put the killings in the format of a civil war with unexplained atrocities of extremists of the right and left. See Archbishop Oscar Romero, p. 48. An AP dispatch in the New York Times of May 16, 1981, is entitled "4 Guatemalans Slain in Leftist-Rightist Rivalry." The article, which reports on the murder of one of our 23 priests, the Reverend Carlos Galvez Galindo, says, the attacks appeared to be related to the long struggle for power between leftists and rightists. A UPI dispatch in the Times of July 29, 1981, reporting on the murder of Rev. Stanley Rother, also relates the attack to right-wing extremists, not the Guatemalan government. Time has Rother and his Guatemalan villagers caught in the middle of an undeclared civil war. 93 Time never explains the roots of the civil war, nor the crucial role of the United States in refusing to allow peaceful social change and installing the institutions of permanent counter-revolution. Time does, in most unusual fashion, point out that the government was responsible for the overwhelming majority of the killings, and even more exceptionally, It cites Amnesty International's evidence that the paramilitary death squads are an arm of the government. But the article fails to give illustrations of the scope and quality of the murders, and retreats, as noted, to the Civil War rationale. Even more compromising is its framing of the U.S. policy debate. According to Time, yet Guatemala confronts the Reagan administration with one of its toughest foreign policy challenges. On one hand, the country is viewed as a victim of Cuban-sponsored insurgency, needing U.S. support. On the other, the government obviously violates human rights. The dichotomy offered by Time is a bit uneven. The Cuban sponsorship is a Cold War ploy for which no evidence has ever been given, but it provides a convenient propaganda framework that is regularly deployed by the State Department to divert attention from its support of mass murderers. Time thus elevates it to equality with a real and extremely serious charge, and without an honest citation even to a political hack. The on the other hand is, despite the obviously, a gross understatement. The Reagan administration chose to support and provide regular apologetics for a genocidal government that was using a policy of massacre to destroy a purely indigenous revolt. The challenge for the Reagan administration, quite different from that portrayed by Time, was how to sell the support of mass murder. Time did its little bit by unqualified transmission of the claim of a Cuban-based insurgency, which posed a serious dilemma for policy making. The Holocaust years 1978 to 85 yielded a steady stream of documents by human rights groups that provided dramatic evidence of a state terrorism in Guatemala approaching genocidal levels. Many of these documents had a huge potential for educating and arousing the public, but as a propaganda model would anticipate, they were treated in our media sample in a manner that minimized their informational value and capacity to create and mobilize public indignation. Using a selection of 10 important reports on Guatemala by Amnesty International and America's Watch issued in the years 1981 to 87, we could only find mention of 4 of them in our media sample. 94 None of these 4 made it to the first page, and none provided the basis for an editorial or the building up of a press campaign of sustained coverage and indignation. The spectacular AI report of 1981 on disappearances, a workbook, describing a frightening development of state terrorism in the Nazi mold, was entirely ignored in our media sample, as was AI's March 1985 report on disappearances. Under the government of General Oscar Humberto Mejia Victors, which if publicized would have interfered with the media's portrayal of the Guatemalan elections of 1984 to 85 as exercises in legitimation, as described in the next chapter. OS's 1985 report on the Mutual Support Group was ignored, as was the 1987 study of human rights in Guatemala during Cerezo's first year. We return to the Mutual Support Group in the next section. We will see in the next chapter, too, that the media reported Cerezo's election in a framework of hopefulness and optimism, despite prior electoral experience in Guatemala and Cerezo's own expressed doubts about his ability to rule. The ignoring of OS's retrospective describing the actual results of Cerezo's presidency reflects the media's general failure to follow up on the effects of client state elections, as we show in Chapter 3 with regard to El Salvador. We described earlier the important America's Watch study Guatemala Revised, how the Reagan administration finds improvements in human rights in Guatemala, whose most striking and important theme was the ex post facto admission by the State Department that its apologetics for the previous general had been false. This illuminating document was ignored in our media sample, except for the New York Times, which gave it a 3-inch article on page 7 under the benign title Rights Group Faults U.S. on Guatemala Situation, September 24, 1985. The article describes the report as saying that the administration has refused to acknowledge major human rights abuses in Guatemala, but it fails to mention the stress on the ex post facto tacit admission of lying. Mentioning this would, of course, suggest that the Times's primary source for its news is thoroughly untrustworthy. The last paragraph of the article, which absorbs a quarter of the 3 inches devoted to this document, gives a State Department response to the report, which is that is less a human rights organization than it is a political one. The brazen hypocrisy of this retort would have been clear and dramatic if the article had given the gist of OS evidence that the administration was not merely an apologist for state terrorism in Guatemala, but was also demonstrably dishonest. In its concern to protect the Guatemalan generals in their terroristic assault on the population, the Reagan administration took umbrage at organizations like Amnesty International and America's Watch and mounted a systematic campaign in 1981 and 1982 to discredit them as left-wing and politically biased. In a letter dated September 15, 1982, directed to AI and the Washington Office on Latin America, Assistant Secretary of State Thomas Enders assailed the reporting of these organizations as one-sided and apologetic for the ferocious and terrorist attacks of the guerrillas. Enders writes that no one would deny the possibility of units of the military, in contravention of stated policy, having been involved in violations of human rights. What is important is that since March 23 the government of Guatemala has committed itself to a new course and has made significant progress. 95. This amazing piece of apologetics for an army that was in the midst of slaughtering thousands of civilians was distributed within Guatemala as an official U.S. document, and its full text appeared in the Guatemalan press. States. We find this use of the letter unconscionable in light of the risks run by human rights investigators in a political climate like Guatemala's. It also appears to us to be further evidence that the State Department, like the Guatemalan government, admits no neutrals in the Guatemalan conflict. The bringer of bad news becomes, through this reasoning, part of the enemy, to be publicly discredited if possible. America's Watch also indicated that the State Department's substantive criticisms of AI were not merely incompetent but, more important, were based largely on the assumed truthfulness of Guatemalan army claims, a form of gullibility displayed clearly in the statement by Enders quoted above. As we discussed in Chapter 1, the government is a primary flak producer as well as information source. This Guatemala episode is an important illustration of the government's efforts to silence competing sources of information. It is interesting that the New York Times never mentioned or criticized this sinister campaign, even though it was carried out in the context of a policy protecting mass murderers. We will see in the next chapter that Time magazine cooperated with the campaign, citing America's Watch only once on Guatemala, but with the qualifying explanation that it is a controversial group that is often accused of being too sympathetic to the left. The State Department, on which Time relies very heavily, is never subject to any adjective suggesting any bias. The Washington Post, December 4, 1982, had one back-page article by Terry Shaw, on the Enders letter, which features the State Department charges in the title Embassy Sees Disinformation on Guatemala. U.S. report says rights groups are used, and in the text, the author allows the embassy claim that the report never was meant to be made public to stand unchallenged, and never refers to the threat posed to human rights monitors by the release of such State Department charges. The human rights groups are allowed to suggest a State Department intent to discredit, but the word disinformation is never applied to State Department allegations, and no serious examination of the content of those charges is provided. This superficial piece exhausts the sample media's coverage of the State Department campaign. The report Human Rights in Guatemala, No Neutrals Allowed, which discusses this campaign and the Enders letter, was never mentioned. 2.6. The Mutual Support Group Murders in Guatemala. Human rights monitoring and protective agencies have had a very difficult time organizing and surviving in the death squad democracies of El Salvador and Guatemala. Between October 1980 and March 1983, 5 officials of the Human Rights Commission of El Salvador were seized and murdered by the security forces. In accord with the propaganda model, these murders should have been of little interest to the U.S. mass media, and this expectation is borne out by evidence. As an illustrative comparison, the New York Times had a grand total of 4 back-page articles on these 5 murders, 96, whereas, during the same period, the Times had 35 articles on the Soviet human rights activist Natan Sharansky, not all of them on the back pages. The proportionality of attention fits well our general propaganda model analysis of the media's treatment of worthy and unworthy victims. Guatemala has been even more inhospitable to human rights organizations than El Salvador. Guatemalan Archbishop Monsignor Prospero Pinados del Barrio asserted in 1984 that it is impossible for a human rights office to exist in Guatemala at the present time. 97 disappearances as an institutional form began in Guatemala in the mid-1960s and eventually reached levels unique in the Western Hemisphere, with the total estimated to be some 40,000. 98 protest groups that have formed to seek information and legal redress have been consistently driven out of business by state-organized murder. The Association of University Students, AEU, sought information on the disappeared through the courts in the course of a brief opening in 1966, but after one sensational exposé of the police murder of 28 leftists, the system closed down again. As McClintock points out, in the next few years many AEU leaders and member law students were hunted down and killed. 99 In the 1970s, a committee of the relatives of the disappeared was organized by the AEU, with headquarters in San Carlos National University. As America's Watch points out, it disbanded after plainclothesmen walked into the university's Legal Aid Center on March 10, 1974, and shot and killed its principal organizer, lawyer Edmundo Guerra-Thielheimer, the center's director. 100 Another human rights group, the National Commission for Human Rights, was created in the late 1970s by psychologist and journalist Irma Flaker. Her son was murdered, and she herself disappeared on October 16, 1980. According to the British Parliamentary Human Rights Group, in 1984 alone there were an average of 100 political murders and over 40 disappearances per month in Guatemala. 101 These figures are almost surely an underestimate, as only the disappearances that took place in and around Guatemala City received any publicity. The greater number of murders and disappearances occur among rural and Indian families who do not have the resources to complain and are more exposed to retaliation. In this context of murder, fear, and the prior failure of all human rights organizations, the Mutual Support Group, or GAM, was formed in June 1984. It was a product of the desperation felt by people seeking information on the whereabouts of disappeared relatives and willing to take serious risks to that end. Many of them had suffered enormous pain in frustrating searches and inquiries that never bore fruit. There is no legal redress in Guatemala, and nothing useful can be obtained by appeals to the police or courts of law. Mr. Hicko, looking for his disappeared daughter, saw some 100 bodies in the months he spent at the morgue, and 70 to 75% of them had been tortured. 102 others took different painful routes in their search. In early 1985, one woman was told by an army officer that her husband was still alive, and that he would see to his return if she slept with him. She did so, and her husband turned up dead shortly thereafter. 103. The intention of the organizers of GAM was to seek strength by collective action, and to use it to gather data and seek redress by petition and publicity. Their hope for survival and success rested, in part, on the fact that the chief of state, Mejia Victors, was being built up by the Reagan administration as another reformer, and the Reagan, Mejia Victors team was trying to establish the appropriate image to induce Congress to loosen the purse strings. GAM also had support within Guatemala from Archbishop Pinados del Barrio and other church groups and laypersons, although few felt able to speak up in the system of unconstrained state terror. Internationally, GAM received significant political support from progressive and humanitarian political parties and human rights groups. 30 members of the newly organized GAM held a press conference in Guatemala City in June 1984, denouncing the disappearances and calling on the government to intervene immediately in order to find our loved ones. In the latter part of June, and again in early August, masses were held in the Metropolitan Cathedral to express concern over the fate of the disappeared, with the initial services held by the university rector, Mayor Maldonado, and Archbishop Pinados. 1,000 people attended the August Mass. On August 1, the group first met with General Mejia Victors, at which time he promised to investigate the disappearances. In ads placed in the major newspapers on August 8 and 9, GAM put his promises on the public record. Subsequently, the group began to call attention to the government's failure to follow through on the August 1 promises, and they moved gradually to other actions. In October 1984, they sponsored a march en masse for the disappeared at the cathedral, the first mass demonstration in Guatemala since May 1, 1980, at which time protesters were seized on the streets and an estimated 100 were assassinated, or disappeared. The organization continued to grow, from the initial handful to 225 families in November 1984 and then to 1,300 in the spring of 1986. Most of the members were women, a large majority peasant women from the countryside. They were persistent. After initial petitions, requests, meetings, and marches, they began to make explicit accusations and publicly charge elements of the national security forces as directly responsible for the capture and subsequent disappearance of our family members. 104 They asked for an investigation, an accounting, and justice. They appealed to the Constituent Assembly and began regular protests in downtown Guatemala City, banging pots and pans and, on occasion, peacefully occupying buildings. Nothing, of course, was done in response to the GAM demands. The assembly had no powers anyway, but was too fearful even to pass a resolution of support. The military rulers toyed with GAM. In public, with the press on hand, Mejia Victors would say, "I don't want to shirk responsibilities and something has to be done." But when the press was not there, he said, "It seems as though you are accusing me and we don't have them, the disappeared. You have them," we said. "We don't have them," he replied. 105 The military rulers were getting annoyed, and phone threats, letters of warning, and open surveillance intensified. 2 days after the exchange between Mejia Victors and GAM, the tortured bodies of 2 disappeared associated with GAM members showed up, one placed in front of his house with his eyes gouged out and his face barely recognizable. In a television interview on March 14, 1985, Mejia Victors said that GAM was being used by subversion, because if they have problems, solutions are being found, and they have been given every advantage to solve these problems. 106 A spate of newspaper headlines followed, stressing government warnings and allegations that GAM was being manipulated by subversives. In mid-March, General Mejia Victors was asked on television what action the government would take against GAM. He replied, "You'll know it when you see it." 107. On March 30, 1985, GAM leader Hector Gomez Calito was seized, tortured, and murdered. The 6 policemen who had come for him were themselves assassinated shortly after his death. 108 He had been burned with a blowtorch, on the stomach and elsewhere, and beaten on the face so severely that his lips were swollen and his teeth were broken, his tongue had been cut out. Then, on April 4, another leader of GAM, Maria Rosario Godoy de Cuevas, her 21-year-old brother, and her 2-year-old son were picked up, tortured, and murdered. Her breasts had bite marks and her underclothing was bloody. Her 2-year-old son had had his fingernails pulled out. On grounds of newsworthiness, the murders of the 2 GAM leaders, along with the brother and the child of one of them, would seem to deserve high-order attention. Their bravery was exceptional, the villainy they were opposing was extraordinary, the justice of their cause was unassailable, and the crimes they suffered were more savage than those undergone by Populisco. Most important of all, these were crimes for which we bear considerable responsibility, since they were perpetrated by clients who depend on our support, so that exposure and pressure could have a significant effect in safeguarding human rights. On the other hand, the Reagan administration was busily trying to enter into warmer and more supportive relations with the Guatemalan military regime and, as we described earlier, was going to great pains to put the regime in a favorable light. A propaganda model would anticipate that even these dramatic and horrifying murders would be treated in a low-key manner and quickly dropped by the mass media, that, unlike Populisco, there would be no sustained interest, no indignation capable of rousing the public, and disturbing the administration's plans. These expectations are fully vindicated by the record. Table 2-3 compares media coverage of the Populisco case with that of the murders of the GAM leaders. it is immediately obvious that the treatment is radically different in the two cases. The Gam murders couldn't even make the news at Time, Newsweek, or CBS News. The New York Times never found these murders worthy of the front page or editorial comment, and we can see that the intensity of its coverage was slight. The first report of the quadruple murder was on April 7, 1985, in a tiny item on page 5 of the paper in which it is mentioned that the body of Maria Rosario Godoy de Cuevas was found in her car in a ravine, along with the bodies of her brother and her young son. In neither this item nor any succeeding article does the Times provide details on the condition of the bodies, or mention that the 2-year-old child had his fingernails torn out. 109. In other respects, too, the Times articles, all written by Stephen Kinzer, generally employ an apologetic framework. That is, they don't focus on the murders, who the victims were, the details of the violence, who did it, why, and the institutional structures and roots of organized murder, of which these are an obvious part. With Populisco, these were the issues. Kinzer has little or nothing on the details of the Gam murders and very little on the victims and the experiences that brought them to Gam, and the question of who did it and what was being done, or not done, to bring the murderers to justice he hardly considers. Kinzer takes it for granted that the murders were committed by agents of the state, but he doesn't say this explicitly, or discuss the background, or provide a framework for evaluating the case. He looks objectively at the scene, quoting some of the Gam survivors in brief and rhetorical statements that are offset by quotes from the generals. They approved the formation of Gam, an ambiguous half-truth. They appointed an investigating committee that found no evidence of secret detention centers in Guatemala, no mention of the composition of the committee, no counter-evidence, and no mention of issues they may have overlooked, like disappeared who are murdered, and they deny any responsibility for the murder of Godoy, her brother, and her son, who they claim to have been victims of an auto accident. If Kinzer had given the details of the victims' injuries, this lie would have been exposed as such, and further questions would have suggested themselves. In article after article, Kinzer repeats that the Mejia victors' government has pledged to return to civilian rule shortly, which helps deflect attention from the ongoing killing and its causes, and from the Gam murders under discussion. He also does not tell us just what civilian rule would mean in a terrorist state in which, as he knows, the effective rulers would be the same military forces. 110 In the Populisco case, once it was established that the police had committed the murder, the media spent a great deal of space discussing the police apparatus and police methods, as well as attending to the responsibility of the people at higher levels for the murder. Kinzer doesn't discuss these questions at all. The structure of the Guatemalan murder machine and how it works would make a good story, and numerous details of its operations were available, but this did not fit the government agenda and the Times format. Similarly, the role of Mejia victors in the murder of the Gam leaders, recall his warnings just prior to the murders, and consider his virtually unlimited discretionary power to murder or protect the citizenry, is ignored. But once again, the links to the top in the case of unworthy victims do not fit the propaganda format. Kinzer does a nice job of making the Gam murders seem to be part of the natural background, regrettable but inevitable, part of the complex inheritance of a troubled country, and possibly, it is hoped, to be rectified when the new civilian government takes power. In an attempt to gain support abroad, two of the remaining leaders of Gam, Nineth de Garcia and Herlindo Hidio de Aquino, traveled to Europe in March and April 1986, after the inauguration of the elected civilian president, Christian Democrat Vinicio Cerezo. One of their most important messages was that killings and disappearances had not abated at all during the first 3 months of Cerezo's presidency, and that the death squads had actually reappeared and were active in Guatemala City. Because of ill health, Nineth de Garcia cancelled her visits in Washington, D.C., and flew directly from Europe to Chicago, where she was scheduled to receive the key to the city from Mayor Harold Washington. As she went through customs in Chicago, however, the officials of the Immigration and Naturalization Service searched, interrogated, and harassed her for 2 hours, one of the customs officials calling her a subversive and a communist. They also seized literature she carried and threatened to deport her, despite her intended brief stopover and valid visa. This intimidation had its effect, and Nineth de Garcia flew directly to Guatemala. A friend attended the banquet in her place to accept the key presented by Mayor Washington. This incident is revealing. It is unlikely that Sharansky or Walesa would be so treated by the INS, but if by some chance they were, the press outcry would be great. 111 When a press conference was held in Chicago by supporters of GAM to protest this outrage, the major media did not attend, and neither the press releases nor the follow-up letter from a congressional group signed by Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan could break the silence. The convergence between Reagan administration policy toward Guatemala and media priorities was complete. According to two organizers of the Chicago press conference, full information on this event was given Steve Greenhouse, the New York Times' reporter in Chicago, but not a word about this incident appeared in the newspaper of record. A press release by the Guatemalan Army on September 17, 1986, accused GAM of conducting a black campaign of falsehood, insults and insolence directed at the military institution that exceed the boundaries of liberty and tolerance for free speech. The Army cannot permit the insidiousness and truculence of GAM's maneuvers. That attempt to compromise the democratic international image of Guatemala. 112. Although very similar threats preceded the murder of two leaders of GAM in March and April of 1984, the U.S. mass media entirely ignored this new information despite strenuous efforts by GAM, the Guatemalan Human Rights Commission, and their allies to elicit publicity. As in the past, the unworthiness of these victims remains an essential ingredient in the Guatemalan Army's continued freedom to kill. 3. Legitimizing versus meaningless. Third World elections. El Salvador, Guatemala, Nicaragua. Third World elections provide an excellent testing ground for a propaganda model. Some elections are held in friendly client states to legitimize their rulers and regimes, whereas others are held in disfavored or enemy countries to legitimize their political systems. This natural dichotomization is strengthened by the fact that elections in the friendly client states are often held under U.S. sponsorship and with extensive U.S. management and public relations support. Thus, in the Dominican Republic in 1966, and periodically thereafter, the United States organized what have been called demonstration elections in its client states, defined as those whose primary function is to convince the home population that the intervention is well-intentioned, that the populace of the invaded and occupied country welcomes the intrusion, and that they are being given a democratic choice. 1. The elections in El Salvador in 1982 and 1984 were true demonstration elections, and those held in Guatemala in 1984-85 were strongly supported by the United States for image-enhancing purposes. The election held in Nicaragua in 1984, by contrast, was intended to legitimize a government that the Reagan administration was striving to destabilize and overthrow. The U.S. government therefore went to great pains to cast the Nicaraguan election in an unfavorable light. A propaganda model would anticipate mass media support of the state perspective and agenda. That is, the favored elections will be found to legitimize, no matter what the facts, the disfavored election will be found deficient, farcical, and failing to legitimize again, irrespective of facts. What makes this another strong test of a propaganda model is that the Salvadoran and Guatemalan elections of 1982 and 1984-85 were held under conditions of severe, ongoing state terror against the civilian population, whereas in Nicaragua this was not the case. To find the former elections legitimizing and the Nicaraguan election a farce, the media would have had to use different standards of evaluation in the two sets of cases, and, more specifically, it would have been necessary for them to avoid discussing state terror and other basic electoral conditions in the Salvadoran and Guatemalan elections. As we will see, the media fulfilled these requirements and met the needs of the state to a remarkable degree. In order to demonstrate the applicability of a propaganda model in these cases, we will first describe the election propaganda framework that the U.S. government tried to foist on the media. We will then review the basic electoral conditions under which elections were held in the three countries, and finally, we will examine how the U.S. mass media treated each of the three elections. 3.1. Election propaganda frameworks. The U.S. government has employed a number of devices in its sponsored elections to put them in a favorable light. It has also had an identifiable agenda of issues that it wants stressed, as well as others it wants ignored or downplayed. Central to demonstration election management has been the manipulation of symbols and agenda to give the favored election a positive image. The sponsor government tries to associate the election with the happy word democracy and the military regime it backs with support of the elections, and hence democracy. It emphasizes what a wonderful thing it is to be able to hold any election at all under conditions of internal conflict, and it makes it appear a moral triumph that the army has agreed to support the election, albeit reluctantly, and abide by its results. The refusal of the rebel opposition to participate in the election is portrayed as a rejection of democracy and proof of its anti-democratic tendencies, although the very plan of the election involves the rebels' exclusion from the ballot. 2. The sponsor government also seizes upon any rebel statements urging non-participation or threatening to disrupt the election. These are used to transform the election into a dramatic struggle between, on the one side, the born-again democratic army and people struggling to vote for peace, and, on the other, the rebels opposing democracy, peace, and the right to vote. Thus the dramatic denouement of the election is voter turnout, which measures the ability of the forces of democracy and peace, the army, to overcome rebel threats. Official observers are dispatched to the election scene to assure its public relations success. Nominally, their role is to see that the election is fair. Their real function, however, is to provide the appearance of fairness by focusing on the government's agenda and by channeling press attention to a reliable source. 3. They testify to fairness on the basis of long lines, smiling faces, no beatings in their presence, and the assurances and enthusiasm of U.S. and client state officials. 4. But these superficialities are entirely consistent with a staged fraud. Fairness depends on fundamental conditions established in advance, which are virtually impossible to ascertain under the brief, guided tour conditions of official observers. Furthermore, official observers in sponsored elections rarely ask the relevant questions. 5. They are able to perform their public relations function because the government chooses observers who are reliable supporters of its aims and publicizes their role, and the press gives them respectful attention. 6. Off the agenda for the government in its own sponsored elections are all of the basic parameters that make an election meaningful or meaningless prior to the election day proceedings. These include, 1. Freedom of speech and assembly, 2. Freedom of the press, 3. Freedom to organize and maintain intermediate economic, social, and political groups, unions, peasant organizations, political clubs, student and teacher associations, etc. 4. Freedom to form political parties, organize members, put forward candidates, and campaign without fear of extreme violence, and 5. The absence of state terror and a climate of fear among the public. Also off the agenda is the election day coercion package that may explain turnout in terms other than devotion to the army and its plans, including any legal requirement to vote, and explicit or implicit threats for not voting. Other issues that must be downplayed in conforming to the government propaganda format are the U.S. government's role in organizing and funding the election, the internal propaganda campaign waged to get out the vote, outright fraud, and the constraints on and threats to journalists covering the election. Another issue off the government agenda is the purpose of the election. If its role is to influence the home population, spelling this out might arouse suspicions concerning its authenticity. In the case of the Vietnam election of 1967 and the El Salvador elections of 1982 and 1984, the purpose of the elections was not merely to placate the home public but also to mislead them on the ends sought. In both instances it was intimated that an election would contribute to a peaceable resolution to the conflict, whereas the intent was to clear the ground for intensified warfare. Nobody who proposed a peace option could appear as a serious candidate in Vietnam in 1967,7 and as we describe below, there was no peace candidate at all in El Salvador in either 1982 or 1984, although the polls and reporters kept saying that peace was the primary concern of the electorate. This highlights both the fraudulence of these elections and the urgency that the intentions of the sponsor be kept under wraps. In elections held in disfavored or enemy states, the U.S. government agenda is turned upside down. Elections are no longer equated with democracy, and U.S. officials no longer marvel at the election being held under adverse conditions. They do not commend the army for supporting the election and agreeing to abide by the results. On the contrary, the leverage the dominant party obtains by control of and support by the army is put forward in this case as compromising the integrity of the election. Rebel disruption is no longer proof that the opposition rejects democracy, and turnout is no longer the dramatic denouement of the struggle between a democratic army and its rebel opposition. Now the stress is on the hidden motives of the sponsors of the election, who are trying to legitimize themselves by this tricky device of a so-called election. Most important, the agenda of factors relevant to appraising an election is altered. From the stress on the superficial long lines and smiling faces of voters, the simple mechanics of election day balloting, and the personalities of the candidates' attention is now shifted to the basic parameters that were off the agenda in the sponsored election. As noted by Secretary of State Schultz, the important thing is that if there is to be an electoral process, it be observed not only at the moment when people vote, but in all the preliminary aspects that make an election meaningful. Spelling this out further, Schultz mentioned explicitly that for elections to be meaningful, rival political groups must be allowed to form themselves and have access to people, to have the right of assembly, to have access to the media. These remarks were made apropos of the 1984 Nicaraguan election. No congresspersons or media commentators raised any question about whether these criteria should perhaps be applied to the Salvadoran or Guatemalan elections scheduled during the same year. In brief, the government used a well-nigh perfect system of Orwellian doublethink, forgetting a criterion that has become inconvenient, and then, when it becomes necessary again, drawing it back from oblivion for just so long as it is needed. 9. It even acknowledges this fact, a senior U.S. official told members of the Latin American Studies Association, LASA, observing the Nicaraguan election. The United States is not obliged to apply the same standard of judgment to a country whose government is avowedly hostile to the U.S. as for a country like El Salvador, where it is not. These people, the Sandinistas, could bring about a situation in Central America which could pose a threat to U.S. security. That allows us to change our yardstick. Point 10. But while a government may employ a blatant double standard, media which adhere to minimal standards of objectivity and are not themselves part of a propaganda system would apply a single standard. Did the mass media of the United States follow a single standard in dealing with the elections in El Salvador, Guatemala, and Nicaragua, or did they follow their government's agenda in order to put the Salvadoran and Guatemalan elections in a favorable light and to denigrate the one held in Nicaragua? 3.2. Basic electoral conditions in El Salvador, Guatemala, and Nicaragua, 1982–85. All three of these countries, in which elections were held in the years 1982–85, were in the midst of serious conflict. Nicaragua was being subjected to regular border incursions by the U.S. organized and supplied Contras. El Salvador was in the midst of a combination civil conflict and externally, U.S. organized and funded counterinsurgency war. Guatemala, as we noted earlier, had evolved into a counterinsurgency state, with permanent warfare to keep the majority of Indians and other peasants in their place, and violent repression was structured into the heart of the political system. Despite the common feature of ongoing conflict, however, electoral conditions were far more favorable in Nicaragua than in El Salvador and Guatemala, for several reasons. First, and crucially important, in the latter countries, at the time of the elections the army was still engaged in mass slaughter of the civilian population, with the toll in the tens of thousands in each country and the killing often carried out with extreme sadism. Nothing remotely similar was true in Nicaragua. These facts, which are not controversial among people with a minimal concern for reality, immediately establish a fundamental distinction with regard to the electoral climate. In countries that are being subject to the terror of a rampaging murder machine, supported or run by a foreign power, electoral conditions are fatally compromised in advance, a point that the media would recognize at once if we were considering the sphere of influence of some official enemy. Point 11. A further and related distinction was that the ruling Sandinista government was a popular government, which strove to serve majority needs and could therefore afford to allow greater freedom of speech and organization. The LASA report on the Nicaraguan election notes that their program implies redistribution of access to wealth and public services. The state will use its power to guarantee fulfillment of the basic needs of the majority population. The logic of the majority, the report continues, also implies the involvement of very large numbers of people in the decisions that affect their lives. 12 qualified observers conclude that the Nicaraguan government pursued this logic, although this fact is excluded from the free press. After citing the World Bank's observation that governments vary greatly in the commitment of their political leadership to improving the condition of the people and encouraging their active participation in the development process, Diana Melrose, of the charitable development agency Oxfam, states that from Oxfam's experience of working in 76 developing countries, Nicaragua was to prove exceptional in the strength of that government commitment. 13 The Salvadoran and Guatemalan governments, by contrast, were ruled by elites that had been struggling desperately for decades to avoid the very kinds of reforms the Sandinistas were implementing. Extreme repression was the long-standing method of control of the majority in El Salvador and Guatemala, with vigorous and unceasing U.S. support. The aim of this repression was to keep the populace apathetic and to destroy popular organizations that might lay the basis for meaningful democracy. The Sandinistas were engaged in mobilizing the majority and involving them in political life, which they could afford to do because their programs were intended to serve the general population. A third factor affecting electoral conditions was that in El Salvador and Guatemala the conflict was internal, and violence against the majority was integral to the struggle. In Nicaragua, the conflict was one involving an externally sponsored aggression that had very limited internal support. The Sandinistas could appeal to nationalist sentiments, easily mobilized against Yankee organized terrorism. The Salvadoran and Guatemalan governments could hardly do the same. The Salvadoran government especially had to contend with a negative nationalist reaction to obvious foreign, i.e., U.S., domination and manipulation of its affairs, a fact that reached the level of absurdity when Duarte, visiting Washington in the fall of 1987, made himself an object of ridicule throughout Latin America by promptly kissing the American flag. While the Sandinistas did increasingly crack down on internal supporters of the Contras as the conflict intensified, by the standards the United States usually applies to this region, dissenters were dealt with remarkably benignly in Nicaragua. 14 In El Salvador and Guatemala, the ruling elites could not afford such toleration, and repression by large-scale terror had long been institutionalized in these states. A fourth factor making for a more benign electoral environment in Nicaragua, paradoxically, was U.S. hostility and the power of its propaganda machine. Every arrest or act of harassment in Nicaragua was publicized and transformed into evidence of the sinister quality of the Sandinista government in the free press of the United States. Meanwhile, as we described in Chapter 2, the Guatemalan and Salvadoran regimes could indulge in torture, rape, mutilation, and murder on a daily and massive basis without invoking remotely proportional attention, indignation, or inferences about the quality of these regimes. In the context, the Nicaraguan government was under intense pressure to toe the mark, whereas the U.S. satellites were free to murder at will without serious political cost. Let us examine briefly how El Salvador, Guatemala, and Nicaragua compared in the individual categories of conditions of a free election, before we turn to the media treatment of these issues. 3.2.1 Free speech and assembly. In El Salvador, the right to free speech and free assembly was legally suspended under a state of siege order of March 7, 1980. Decree No. 507 of December 3, 1980, essentially destroyed the judicial system, permitting the armed forces to hold citizens without charge or evidence for 180 days. Under these rulings, in the 30 months before the March 1982 election, and prior to the 1984 elections, many thousands of civilians were seized, imprisoned, tortured, raped, and murdered outside of legal processes for alleged subversive actions and thoughts. The state of siege was lifted in early 1982 solely for the 6 parties contesting the election, and it was lifted entirely 10 days before the election for all Salvadorans, although, unfortunately, the citizenry was not informed of this fact until after the election was over and state of siege conditions were reimposed. 15 The practice of exposing mutilated bodies for the edification of the citizenry became institutionalized in the early 1980s in El Salvador. We described in Chapter 2 the difficulty the U.S. government had in getting underlings jailed, tried, and convicted for the murder of 4 American citizens, even under intense U.S. pressure. The people of El Salvador had no protection whatsoever from the state terrorists, apart from that afforded by the guerrilla army in the regions under their control. The threat of extreme violence by the state against dissident speech was acute in El Salvador in 1982 and 1984, and was incompatible with a free election. In Guatemala, similarly, during 1984 and 1985, and for many years before, the actions of the armed forces against alleged subversives was entirely outside the rule of law. Thousands were seized, tortured, and killed without warrant and without any individual right to hearing or trial. As in El Salvador, mutilation and exposure of the tortured bodies became commonplace in the late 1970s and the 1980s. 16 The courts were dominated by the military, as the latter would simply not execute or obey a court order of which they disapproved, and the judges were not inclined to challenge the military for reasons of dependency or fear. Even Viscount Colville of Culross, the special rapporteur of the UN General Assembly, who has been a notorious apologist for the Guatemalan regime, after pointing out that over 80 members of the judiciary, court staff, and legal profession had been murdered in the early 1980s and that many others were threatened, says that such events make their mark and cannot quickly be mitigated. 17 Two illustrations of the lack of court autonomy may be noted here. In May 1983, Ricardo Sagastume Vidor, then President of the Supreme Court, was simply removed by military order for attempting to bring military personnel under the jurisdiction of the legal system. 18 On July 19, 1984, Colonel Jalmi Dominguez, head of public relations for the Army, told the newspaper Prensa Libre that the Army wouldn't tolerate its members being taken to court on any charges. 19. In the early 1980s, following the mass killings and village destruction of 1980–83, vast numbers of peasants were resettled in model villages and other places under army control, and over 800,000 males were made obligatory members of civil patrols with military functions under close army surveillance. According to the British parliamentary group that visited Guatemala in 1984, the civilian patrol system is implemented by terror, and designed also to sow terror. People who do anything out of the ordinary come under immediate suspicion and are taken by the patrols to the Army's destacamento. Interrogation will be done by the Army, but the killing of murdered suspects is often by the civilian patrols. 20 Bishops Taylor and O'Brien, representing the Roman Catholic Bishops' Conferences of Scotland and England-Wales respectively, reported after their visit to Guatemala in 1984 that the civilian population is under almost total control by a heavy army and police presence throughout the country, which we were able to observe. There is also a nationwide network of civil defense patrols, military commissioners and informers, and model villages serving in some cases as internment camps for the Indian population from the areas of conflict. Much of Guatemala resembles a country under military occupation. One of our informants summed up the situation by saying that the military had established a system of structural control. 21. The Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, following an on-site visit in May 1985, also found that freedom of speech and assembly did not exist in Guatemala. The right of assembly and freedom of association, considered in Articles 15 and 16 of the American Convention, are also restricted and curtailed, because existing security measures in the development poles and the strict supervision of the civil defense patrols inhibit residents from taking part in any social, ideological, cultural, or other assemblies or associations. All such meetings, when they do occur, are subject to surveillance, supervision and control by the authorities, so they do not enjoy the freedom implied by such rights. Point 22. Public demonstrations were permissible in Guatemala during the 1984-85 elections, with 3 days advance notice and approval of the military authorities. In the Guatemalan context, however, this grant of rights was not meaningful. The delegation of the International Human Rights Law Group and the Washington Office on Latin America noted that whatever the election guarantees, the military and civil defense patrols and the climate of fear also made it difficult for many Guatemalans to organize and assemble. One local observer said that years of terror and oppression against local organizations had demobilized the whole rural population. 4 CUC Peasant League members were killed in this village alone. Now it would be very difficult to organize any kind of group. Civil patrols, police and army checkpoints on highways, and the need for travel permits for residents of the model villages impeded free movement. In the rural areas, the civil patrols discouraged gatherings because people feared being reported. Point 23. It was noted by many observers of the Guatemalan elections that although the big issues in that country were land distribution and reform and human rights, no political candidates discussed or advocated either land reform, or restructuring the military and forcing an accounting of tens of thousands of disappearances. One Christian Democratic advisor explained to the law group that we Christian Democrats haven't raised such issues because this isn't the moment to start a confrontation with either the army or the private sector. 24. In short, despite the momentary improvement in the conditions of free speech that occurred during the election campaign, Guatemala did not meet the first condition of a free election. The rural masses were under army discipline and traumatized by mass killings and the absence of any vestige of rule of law, and the candidates were unable to raise openly the fundamental issues of the society. Free speech and rights of assembly were constrained in Nicaragua in 1984 by social pressures and threats and by a state of siege that had been terminated some 6 months prior to the November 1984 election. Very important differences existed, however, between the Nicaraguan constraints and those prevailing in El Salvador and Guatemala. Most important, in Nicaragua the army and police did not regularly seize alleged subversives, and torture and murder them. Mutilated bodies have not been put on public display as a part of the system of public education. What the law group called the constant, overt political terror in Guatemala, based on numerous documented massacres of whole villages, and what the former Salvadoran official Leonel Gomez called the state of fearful passivity prevalent in El Salvador, did not apply to Nicaragua. In Nicaragua, in 1984, dissidents were able to speak freely without fear of murder, and the LASA group noted that every member of our delegation was approached at least once by an irate citizen as we walked around Managua and other cities. Several of these encounters turned into heated arguments between the individual who had approached us and passers-by who joined the discussion. These people did not feel intimidated. 25. Freedom of assembly in Nicaragua was somewhat limited by harassment, but, once again, it was not ruled out by state terror, as was the case in El Salvador and Guatemala. The LASA delegation examined in detail the charges of Sandinista harassment of opposition group meetings and found them largely unfounded, concluding that the contesting parties were able to hold the vast majority of their rallies unimpeded by pro-FSLN demonstrations. 26. Our conclusion is that the first basic condition of a free election was partially met in Nicaragua, but was not met at all in El Salvador and Guatemala. 3.2.2. Freedom of the press. In El Salvador, the only substantial newspapers critical of the government, La Crónica del Pueblo and El Independiente, neither by any means radical papers, were closed in July 1980 and January 1981, respectively, the first because its top editor and 2 employees were murdered and mutilated by the security forces, the second because the army arrested its personnel and destroyed its plant. The church paper and radio station were repeatedly shut down by bombing attacks. No paper or station representing the principal opposition has been able to operate except clandestinely. Over 30 journalists have been murdered in El Salvador since the revolutionary junta took power. An intensified campaign against the press occurred just prior to the 1982 election. On March 10, a death list of 35 journalists was circulated by a death squad, and on March 18 the mutilated bodies of 4 Dutch journalists were recovered. 27 None of the murders of journalists in El Salvador was ever solved. They were essentially murders carried out under the auspices of the state. In Guatemala, 48 journalists were murdered between 1978 and 1985, 28, and many others have been kidnapped and threatened. These killings, kidnappings, and threats have been a primary means of control of the media. As in El Salvador, nobody has yet been apprehended and tried for any of these crimes, which must be viewed as murders carried out by the state or with state approval. There are no papers or radio or television stations in Guatemala that express the views of the rebels or the majority Indian population or the lower classes in general. At most, the variants reflect shades of strictly conservative thinking. 29 Given the extreme climate of fear, and threats for stepping out of line, even the conservative press is cautious and engages in continuous self-censorship. All the central topics that should be debated in this terrorized society are carefully avoided. 30. In Nicaragua, once again, there have been no reported deaths of journalists by state terrorists, nor even threats of personal violence. In 1984, the majority of the 50-odd radio stations were privately owned, and some of them provided their own news programs. 4 other independent producers supplied radio news programs without prior censorship. Foreign radio and television from commercial and U.S. propaganda sources broadcasting from Costa Rica, Honduras, and elsewhere were of growing importance in 1984. 312 of the 3 newspapers were privately owned, one supportive of the government but critical of specific programs and actions, the other violently hostile. The latter, La Prensa, which represented the small, ultra-conservative minority and supported the Contras and a foreign-sponsored invasion of the country, was allowed to operate throughout the 1984 election, although it was censored. The censorship still allowed the paper to publish manifestos of opposition groups and a pastoral letter critical of the regime. No comparable paper has been allowed to exist above ground, even briefly, in El Salvador and Guatemala. There is no doubt that the media in Nicaragua have been under government constraint, with censorship and periodic emergency controls that seriously encroached on freedom of the press. 32 It should be noted, however, that Nicaragua is under foreign attack and in a state of serious warfare. John S. Nichols points out that under the U.S. Espionage Act of 1917, over 100 publications were banned from the mails, and hundreds of people were jailed for allegedly interfering with military recruitment. Furthermore, given that the United States was a relatively mature and homogeneous political system during World War I and was not particularly threatened by the fighting, the range of public discussion tolerated in Nicaragua during the first 5 years of the revolution was remarkable. Despite assertions by President Reagan, IAPA, and others that the control of the Nicaraguan media was virtually totalitarian, the diversity of ownership and opinion was unusual for a third world country, particularly one at war. 33. Our conclusion is that the condition of freedom of the press necessary for a free election was clearly absent in El Salvador and Guatemala, and that it was partially met in Nicaragua. 3.2.3 Freedom of organization of intermediate groups. Perhaps the most important fact about El Salvador in the 2 years prior to the election of March 1982 was the decimation of popular and private organizations that could pose any kind of challenge to the army and oligarchy. As we noted in Chapter 2, this was the main thrust of policy of the revolutionary junta from late 1979 onward, and thousands of leaders were murdered and numerous organizations were destroyed or driven underground. The teachers' union was decimated by several hundred murders, the university was occupied, looted, and closed down by the army, organized student and professional groups were destroyed by arrests and killings, and even the peasant union sponsored by the AFL-CIO, i.e., supporters of the regime, had some 100 of its organizers and leaders murdered between October 1979 and the election of March 1982. In Guatemala, too, intermediate organizations such as peasant and trade unions, teacher and student groups, and professional organizations have been regularly attacked by the armed forces since 1954. The process of demobilization of institutions threatening the dominant elites culminated in the early 1980s, when by government proclamation illicit association was made punishable by law. All groups which follow, or are subordinated to, any totalitarian system of ideology, evidently an exception is made of the Guatemalan armed forces and the national security ideology, are illicit. Only the armed forces determine when illicitness occurs. If General Mejia Victors finds the GAM mothers to be agents of subversion, they may be killed, see Chapter 2. Unions, peasant groups, student and professional organizations have grown up periodically in Guatemala, only to be crushed by systematic murder as soon as their demands were pressed with any vigor. The 1984-85 elections followed the greatest era of mass murder in modern Guatemalan history under the regimes of Lucas Garcia, Rios Montt, and Mejia Victors. Union membership in 1985 was below its 1950 level, and other urban groups were decimated or inactive. The peasant majority was totally demobilized and under the tight control and surveillance of the military. In Nicaragua, again the contrast with the two U.S. clients is marked. Under Sandinista management there was a spurt in union and peasant organization. A deliberate attempt was made to mobilize the population to participate in decision-making at the local level and to interact with higher-level leaders. Oxfam compliments the Nicaraguan government highly for this effort, as we pointed out earlier. There is legitimate debate over the extent to which the grassroots and other organizations sponsored by the ruling FSLN are independent, and whether they might not be a vehicle for both state propaganda and coercion. Oxfam America and its parent organization in London clearly find them constructive. Luis Hector Serra contends that the grassroots organizations are relatively autonomous, and that their close relationship to the leadership of the FSLN did not obstruct their capacity to express the concerns of their members at the local level. 35 He concludes that the popular organizations were profoundly democratic in their effects of involving the populace in decision-making and educating them on the possibilities of participation in public life. 36 The difference with the organization of the Guatemalan peasantry in poles of development, where the essence of the organization was, quite openly, military control by terror and enforced non-participation, is quite dramatic, whatever one's general assessment of the FSLN popular organizations may be. We conclude that on the third basic condition for a free election, El Salvador and Guatemala did not qualify in the years 1984-85, Nicaragua did, at least to a significant degree. 37. 3.2.4 Freedom to organize parties, field candidates, and campaign for office. No party of the left could organize and present candidates in the 1982 and 1984 elections in El Salvador. The Democratic Front, FDR, had been quickly driven underground. 5 of its top leaders were seized in El Salvador in November 1980 by official and paramilitary forces, and were tortured, mutilated, and killed. A year before the March 1982 election, the army published a list of 138 traitors, which included virtually all politicians of the left and left-center. Colonel Gutierrez, a powerful member of the junta, had stated forcefully that the FDR could not participate in the election because it was a front for the guerrillas. The invitation to the FDR and the FMLN to lay down their arms and compete in the election was thus fraudulent, a fact confirmed by the admission of the U.S. Embassy that the FDR could not safely campaign in El Salvador, with the accompanying suggestion that they might do so by means of videotapes sent in from outside the country's borders. 38 Subsequently, even Duarte, the preferred candidate of the United States, was unable to campaign outside San Salvador in 1982 for fear of murder, and scores of Christian Democratic politicians were killed in the years 1980 to 84.39. In short, not only radical but even pro-U.S., mildly reformist parties could not escape decimation by political murder during those years. It should also be emphasized that no party could organize and run candidates in El Salvador that put high priority on terminating the war by negotiations with the rebels. What makes this especially important is that reporters and observers were unanimous in 1982 that the main thing the public wanted out of the election was peace. The propaganda formula for getting out the vote in 1982 was ballots versus bullets, with the implication that ballots were a possible route to a reduction in the use of bullets. If, in fact, no peace candidate was eligible to run, the election was a fraud for this reason alone. Defenders of these elections have argued that there was a substantial difference between the candidates, especially between D'Aubuisson and Duarte, so that voters had a meaningful choice. 40 But D'Aubuisson and Duarte did not disagree on the central issue of interest to the Salvadoran people, whether to fight to win, or to strive for a negotiated settlement with the rebels. Both were members of the war party, with only tactical differences. Although Duarte made occasional demagogic claims that he would talk with the rebels and bring about peace, he never spelled out a peacemaking agenda, never went beyond suggesting dialogue, as opposed to negotiations, which imply the possibility of substantive concessions, and never departed from the position that the rebels should lay down their arms and participate in the new democracy that Duarte and the army had established. Duarte joined the junta at a moment of severe crisis in March 1980, when all the progressive civilians had left, and immediately after the murder of the Christian Democratic Attorney General, Mario Zamora, by the newly prospering death squads. It was clear that the army and affiliated death squads had embarked on a policy of large-scale massacre. Duarte provided the fig leaf and apologetics that the army needed for the second Matanza. 41 We believe that Duarte never would have received U.S. support and protection, and could not have survived in El Salvador, unless he had made it clear that he was in basic accord with the aims of the U.S. administration and the Salvadoran army. From 1980 onward, Duarte always accepted fully the pursuit of a military solution and no compromise with the subversives, a phrase that Duarte uses continually, just as do the army and death squad leaders. As Raymond Bonner points out, the repression in 1980 reached a magnitude surpassed only by the first Matanza and was far worse than anything imagined under General Romero. By the end of the year the number murdered had reached at least 9,000. Every day mutilated bodies, missing arms or heads, were found, behind shopping centers, stuffed in burlap bags and left on dusty rural roads, hurled over cliffs into ravines. 42. And through all of this, Duarte not only provided the facade of reform, he regularly complimented the army for its loyal service. In a letter published in the Miami Herald on November 9, 1981, Duarte wrote that, "The armed forces are waging a heroic battle against a cruel and pitiless enemy supported by great resources of ideological aggression. This goes parallel with armed aggression. This would be one more prey in the conquest plan in the Central American region that Moscow has designed to pursue. Immediately after that its greatest reward would be the North American nation." In brief, the Salvadoran public was never offered the option that the press itself acknowledged the voters craved. In Guatemala, as in El Salvador, no parties of the left participated in the 1984 election for a constituent assembly, and only one crippled party made a tentative but wholly ineffectual foray in the 1985 presidential election. 43 The main guerrilla movements were, of course, outside the electoral orbit. Their leaders would have been killed if apprehended, but they would not have participated anyway without a drastic alteration in basic social and electoral conditions. 44 Even a centrist party like the Christian Democrats had suffered scores of murders in the years 1980 to 83, and the current president of Guatemala, the Christian Democrat Vinicio Cerezo, survived 3 known assassination attempts. No seriously left party could have qualified in 1984 to 85 under the laws of illicit association mentioned earlier. The peasant majority was not represented or spoken for by any candidate. The Guatemalan Human Rights Commission, an organization not able to function within Guatemala, has pointed out that national political parties that speak for major groups like the working class or indigenous people do not exist, and, as a result, these sectors are institutionally excluded from the political system. 45 America's Watch states that one of the civil patrol system's functions is to provide vigilance and control of the local population, preventing any form of independent political organization. 46 This exclusion of the peasantry from any political opportunity was reflected in two ways in the 1984–85 elections. One was that in registering for the election, only 3% of the electorate signed up as members of political parties. Another, more compelling, is that no candidate in the election urged land reform, although this was one of the two central issues in Guatemala, the other being unconstrained army murder, also not an issue in the election, given the understanding on all sides that the army will remain the ruling force, whoever gains office. As with Duarte in El Salvador, the presence of Benicio Cerezo as a candidate, and as the eventual winner in the 1985 election, raises the question of whether, despite the constraints on the left, Cerezo did not really offer a significant option to the voting public. Cerezo differentiated himself from his electoral rivals, especially toward the end of the campaign and the runoff, by expressing compassion for the masses and a determination to make changes in the human rights picture and mass poverty. He occasionally mentioned the need for structural reform, although he was not specific, and stressed that the first requirement was to re-establish civilian control. He was quite clear, however, that if he were elected, his power would be nominal at first and would have to be enlarged while he was in office. The election will not bring automatic transfer of real power to the president. There will be a handover of formal power. What are my chances of consolidating that power? 50-50.47. During the election campaign, Cerezo never straightforwardly addressed the question of land reform, and news reports in Guatemala suggested that he had promised the landowners' lobby that land reform was not on his agenda. 48 Similarly, he did not promise any legal action against those who had murdered thousands, nor did he say that he would dismantle the counterinsurgency state. There would seem to have been at least a tacit understanding between Cerezo and the military that he would protect them against prosecution and preserve their power and relative autonomy. In fact, he could not do otherwise and survive. 49 In the year and a half that has elapsed since he took office, Cerezo has made no meaningful move toward land reform, has supported the army vigorously against any accounting, and has made no move to dismantle the civil patrols, the development poles, and other features of institutionalized terror. 50 The human rights situation in Guatemala remains terrible. 51 Although improved, but partly because higher rates of killing are no longer deemed beneficial. The poor, for whom he expressed so much compassion during the electoral campaign, have suffered further losses in real income, as Cerezo's reforms have accommodated the demands of the army and oligarchy. He is on very poor terms with the Mutual Support Group. Thus, the post-election pattern shows that Cerezo, in part by prior agreement but more decisively by structural constraints, has been entirely unable to serve his mass constituency. In the 1984–85 election, Cerezo gave the Guatemalan people an opportunity to vote for a man of seeming goodwill and good intentions, but one unable to respond to democratic demands opposed by the real rulers of the state. In Nicaragua, in 1984, the spectrum of candidates was much wider than in El Salvador, Guatemala, or, for that matter, the United States. 52 The Conservative Democratic Party and the Independent Liberal Party both issued strong calls for respect for private property, reduced government control of the economy, elimination of press and other controls, and a foreign policy of greater non-alignment and accommodation. Both were able to denounce the Sandinistas for the war and to call for depoliticization of the army and negotiations with the Contras. Arturo Cruz, after lengthy negotiations with representatives of the government, chose not to run in the 1984 election. But this was a voluntary act of Cruz, albeit under heavy U.S. pressure. 53 In contrast with the position of the left in El Salvador and Guatemala, and was not based on physical threats to his person or limits on his access to the populace. 54. The FSLN had a strong advantage over the opposition parties as the party in power, defending the country from foreign attack and having mobilized the population for their own projects of development. The Lhasa group felt that much of the incumbency advantage of the FSLN was characteristic of governments everywhere, and concluded, It seems clear that the FSLN took substantial advantage of its incumbent position and, in some ways, abused it. However, the abuses of incumbency do not appear to have been systematic, and neither the nature of the abuses nor their frequency was such as to cripple the opposition party's campaigns or to cast doubt on the fundamental validity of the electoral process. Generally speaking, in this campaign the FSLN did little more to take advantage of its incumbency than incumbent parties everywhere, including the United States, routinely do, and considerably less than ruling parties in other Latin American countries traditionally have done. 55. We would conclude that the ability of candidates to qualify and run, and the range of options, was substantially greater in Nicaragua than in El Salvador and Guatemala. Furthermore, as all major political groups of the left were off the ballot by threat of violence in the latter two cases, those elections failed to meet still another basic electoral condition. 3.2.5 Absence of state terror and a climate of fear. During the years 1980 to 84 the death squads worked freely in El Salvador, in close coordination with the army and security forces. The average rate of killings of civilians in the 30 months prior to the 1982 election was approximately 700 per month. Many of these victims were raped, tortured, and mutilated. All of this was done with complete impunity, and only the murder of 4 American women elicited by dint of congressional pressure any kind of legal action. Even William Doherty of the American Institute for Free Labor Development, a longtime supporter of U.S. policy in El Salvador, asserted before a congressional committee that there was no system of justice operative in that country, while Leonel Gomez, a former land reform official in El Salvador, told the same committee a bit later that state terror had put the population in a state of fearful passivity. 56. In Guatemala, too, the endemic fear based on years of unconstrained and continuing army violence was a dominant fact of national life. According to America's Watch, writing in early 1985, torture, killings, and disappearances continue at an extraordinary rate, and millions of peasants remain under the strict scrutiny and control of the government through the use of civil patrols and model villages. Guatemala remains, in short, a nation of prisoners. 57. The law group described Guatemala in 1985 as a country where the greater part of the people live in permanent fear. 58. In the case of Nicaragua, we repeat the central fact that differentiates it from the U.S. client states. In 1984 its government was not murdering civilians. 59 The main fear of ordinary citizens in Nicaragua was of violence by the Contras and the United States. Our conclusion is that the fifth condition for a free election was met in Nicaragua, but not in El Salvador and Guatemala. And our overall finding is that neither El Salvador nor Guatemala met any of the 5 basic conditions of a free election, whereas Nicaragua met some of them well, others to a lesser extent. 3.3 The coercion packages in El Salvador, Guatemala, and Nicaragua. As we noted, in the U.S. government-sponsored elections, voter turnout is interpreted as public support for the election and its sponsors. In disapproved elections, here, Nicaragua, this frame is abandoned, and voter turnout is either ignored or declared meaningless because of limited options or coercive threats by the authorities. But the question of coercive threats should clearly be raised in all cases where this is a potential problem. As we have just described, the elections in El Salvador were held under conditions of military rule where mass killings of subversives had taken place and a climate of fear had been established. If the government then sponsors an election and the local military authorities urge people to vote, a significant part of the vote should be assumed to be a result of built-in coercion. A propaganda model would anticipate that the U.S. mass media make no such assumption, and they did not. In El Salvador in 1982 and 1984, voting was also required by law. The law stipulated that failure to vote was to be penalized by a specific monetary assessment, and it also called on local authorities to check out whether voters did in fact vote. This could be done because at the time of voting one's identification card, ID, cédula, was stamped, acknowledging the casting of a vote. Anybody stopped by the army and police would have to show the ID card, which would quickly indicate whether the individual had carried out his or her patriotic duty. Just prior to the March 1982 election, Minister of Defense Garcia warned the population in the San Salvador newspapers that the failure to vote would be regarded as an act of treason. And in the 1984 election, advertising by the government and military prior to the election stressed the obligation to vote rather than the freedom to vote. 60 Given the climate of fear, the voting requirement, the ID stamp, the Army warning, and the Army record in handling traitors, it is evident that the coercive element in generating turnout in Salvadoran elections has been large. This is supported by queries made by independent observers on the reasons why Salvadorans voted. 61. In Guatemala, as in El Salvador, voting was required by law. Non-voters were subject to a fine of 5 quetzales, $1.25. Also, as in El Salvador, newspaper ads sponsored by the Army asserted that it was treasonous to fail to vote or to vote null or blank. 62 The law group reported that many people expressed fears that non-voting would subject them to reprisals, and after the military threats in the week before the election there was a widespread belief that failure to vote would be punishable by more than the 5 quetzal fine stipulated by Law 63. In Nicaragua, while registration was obligatory, voting was not required by law. Voter registration cards presented on election day were retained by election officials, so that the failure to vote as evidenced by the lack of a validated voter credential could not be used as the basis of reprisals. 64 Most of the voters appeared to LASA observers to be voting under no coercive threat. They did not have to vote by law, they were urged to vote but not threatened with the designation of traitors for not voting. There were no obvious means of identifying non-voters, and the government did not kill dissidents, in contrast to the normal practice in El Salvador and Guatemala. In sum, Nicaragua did not have a potent coercion package at work to help get out the vote as did the Salvadoran and Guatemalan governments. 3.4. El Salvador, how the U.S. media transformed a deranged killing machine into the protector of an incipient democracy. In reporting on the 1982 Salvadoran election, the U.S. mass media closely followed the government agenda. The personalities of the candidates, the long lines waiting to vote, alleged rebel disruption, and turnout were heavily featured. 65 As Jack Spence pointed out, every media outlet, particularly the networks, cast the election day story in a framework of voting in the midst of extensive guerrilla violence at polling places. 66 Warren Hogue and Richard Milan, of the New York Times, repeated day after day that the rebels were threatening disruption, Hogue asserting that the elections have taken on a significance beyond their outcome because leftist guerrillas mounted a campaign to disrupt them and discourage voters from going to the polls. 67 This is a precise statement of the government's propaganda frame. But Hogue and Milan never once cited a rebel source vowing disruption, and nobody else did, either. On election day no voters were killed or polling stations attacked, and the general level of rebel military activity was below average. In short, the disruption claims were falsifications of both plans and election day results, but as they fit the patriotic agenda they were given prominence, repeated frequently, and used to establish the contest between the forces of good and evil. 68 At the election day close, Dan Rather exclaimed, "A triumph! 1,000,000 people to the polls." Rather did not regard it as a triumph that the Sandinistas got 700,000 people to the polls, a higher proportion of the population, and without a voting requirement. The propaganda frame of the government gave turnout high importance in the Salvadoran election but none in the Nicaraguan election, and Rather followed like a good lapdog. Neither Rather nor any other media analyst on or before March 30, 1982, noted that voting was required by law in El Salvador, and not one mentioned the warning by the defense minister, General Guillermo Garcia, in the San Salvador newspapers that non-voting was treasonous. 69 The basic parameters were entirely off the media agenda. The destruction of La Crónica and El Independiente and the murder of 26 journalists prior to the election were unmentioned in discussing the election's quality and meaning. 70 The army and its allies had been killing civilians on a massive scale in El Salvador, for many months before, and into March 1982. Would this not create a climate of fear and, in conjunction with a state of siege, somewhat encumber free debate and free choice? The point was rarely even hinted at in the mass media. Could candidates run freely and campaign without fear of murder? Could the rebels qualify and run? After all, if it was a civil war, the rebels were clearly the main opposition. Again, the mass media played dumb. They pretended that this exclusion was not important, or that it represented a willful boycott by the rebels rather than a refusal based on conditions unfavorable to a free election and a blatantly stacked deck. Neither the March 1981 death list nor the Gutierrez statement that the FDR would not be permitted to run were mentioned by the mass media in our sample. They never once suggested that the election plan was to create an electoral environment of extreme coercion and bias in which the rebels could not run, and then use this for the dramatic game of disruption and triumphant turnout. That the military agreed to the election because it couldn't lose was never suggested by these media. The role of the Army was summarized by Warren Hogue in the New York Times. Is the military playing any role in the election? Members of the military are not allowed to vote, and the armed forces are pledged to protect voters from violence and to respect the outcome of the contest. 71. We may note that the Army's mass killing of civilians and systematic destruction and demobilization of virtually all popular organizations in El Salvador over the preceding 30 months, which bears on what Secretary of State Schultz referred to as the preliminary aspects that make an election mean something, is not part of the Army's role for Hogue and the Times. Hogue repeats the Salvadoran Army's pledge, not only taking it at face value, but never suggesting that it, and the election itself, was meaningless in a terror state where the main opposition was off the ballot and only the war parties were able to field candidates. In the propaganda framework, the security forces of client states protect elections. 72. Only those of enemy states interfere with the freedom of its citizens to vote without constraint. As noted earlier, observers and reporters in El Salvador all agreed that the populace was most eager for an end to the war, and government propaganda even stressed that voting was an important vehicle to that end. The public was urged to substitute ballots for bullets. But no peace party was on the Salvadoran ballot. And after the election was over, the war went on, and the death squads continued to flourish. This is in accordance with the hypothesis that the real purpose of the election was to placate the home population of the United States and render them willing to fund more war and terror. It is a poor fit to the hypothesis that the people of El Salvador had a free choice. An honest press would point up the failure of the election to substitute ballots for bullets. The mass media of the United States did not raise the issue. Nor did the experience of 1982 and its aftermath affect the media's willingness to follow the patriotic agenda once again in 1984. We will return to this below in a statistical comparison of the New York Times's coverage of the Salvadoran and Nicaraguan elections. 3.5. First step, Guatemala opts for moderation. 73. The U.S. government was less deeply involved in the Guatemalan elections of 1984 and 1985 than it was in those held in El Salvador, but, as we saw in Chapter 2, the Reagan administration went to great pains to put a favorable gloss on the murderous regimes of Lucas Garcia, Rios Montt, and Mejia victors, and to attempt to reintegrate them fully into the Free World Alliance. 74. It encouraged the 1984-85 elections, provided advisory and financial support for election management, and gave public relations assistance and sent official observers to help put the election in a favorable light. There was little effort made to disguise the fact that the purpose of the election, from the standpoint of the Reagan administration and the ruling army, was to alter the international image of Guatemala in order to facilitate aid and loans. With the administration supporting the new look, but without the intensity of commitment and propaganda backup brought to bear in El Salvador, and given the steady stream of reports of ongoing mass murder in Guatemala, a propaganda model would anticipate a media response that put the Guatemalan elections in a favorable light, but with qualifications. There was, in fact, far less coverage than of the Salvadoran election. What there was had a little more balance, but the apologetic framework was still overwhelmingly dominant. A telling manifestation of bias was the media's ready acceptance of the Guatemalan elections as meaningful, even though they were admittedly for image-making, in a context of long-standing army rule and massacre, and despite new institutional arrangements in the countryside, the massive relocations of the population, the model villages, and the civil defense patrols that were, on their face, incompatible with a free election. In an enemy state where an election was held under comparable conditions, it would be designated a meaningless public relations exercise. 75 In the case of Guatemala, however, the civil patrols and ongoing massacres were rarely mentioned, sources that addressed these matters were ignored, and the overall tone of the news was cautiously hopeful and optimistic. It was the consensus that the 1984 election for a constituent assembly was encouraging and an important first step, and that the 1985 presidential election ended emphasis added more than 30 years of military domination. Newsweek, January 17, 1986. Dan Rather, on CBS News, reported that Cerezo became Guatemala's first civilian leader after 30 years of almost uninterrupted military rule, December 9, 1985. This is ambiguous, but the implication, directly asserted by Newsweek, is that Cerezo, not the army, rules. Julio Méndez Montenegro was a civilian president from 1966 to 1970, but he did not rule, and he was eventually discredited by the fact that he presided over a huge escalation of army violence. Given the earlier experience, the fact that the generals had made it clear that the civilian government was a project of the military 76 and Cerezo's own expressed reservations about his power, objective news reporting would have been careful about an alleged ending of military rule. As in the case of El Salvador, the murderous rule of the Guatemalan generals did not delegitimize them for the U.S. mass media nor suggest any possible justice to the rebel cause. Time noted, February 27, 1984, that a leftist insurgency poses a permanent challenge to the regime, but it did not inquire into the roots of this insurgency or suggest that its leaders constituted a main opposition whose ability to run would be an acid test of election integrity, as they pronounced in Nicaragua. Time also did not observe that the regime poses a permanent challenge to the survival of its population. The mass murders of the Guatemalan state were even semi-justified by the unquestioned need to quell insurgents. Much of the killing, says Time, is linked to Mejia's success against the insurgents. The phrase linked to is an apologetic euphemism to obscure the fact that Mejia's success was based on the mass murder of men, women, and children in literally hundreds of destroyed villages. 77 Mejia has a mixed record, with the mass murder offset by improvements in some important areas, the State Department, quoted by Time. Mejia, says Time, won support because he has kept the promises he made after seizing power. Time never explains how it determined that Mejia won support, or from whom, other than the U.S. State Department. Was the press then free to speak out? Did a system of justice come into being? In Chapter 2 we summarized America's Watch's demonstration that the Reagan administration made serial adjustments in its apologetics for each successive Guatemalan terrorist general, with a lagged, tacit acknowledgement that it had previously been lying. This has no influence whatsoever on Time's treatment of State Department pronouncements as authentic truth, the standard from which other claims may be evaluated. Thus Time says that America's Watch, a controversial group that is often accused of being too sympathetic to the left, called Guatemala a nation of prisoners. Time doesn't independently evaluate the quality of sources. The State Department is unchallenged because it expounds the official and patriotic truth. America's Watch is denigrated, and only rarely cited, even with a dismissing put-down, because it challenges official propaganda. Pravda could hardly be more subservient to state demands than Time in its coverage of demonstration elections. 78. The mass media sourcing on the Guatemalan election was confined almost entirely to U.S. officials and official observers, the most prominent Guatemalan political candidates, and generals. Spokespersons for the insurgents, what in Nicaragua would be labeled the main opposition, the smaller parties, spokespersons for popular organizations, the churches, human rights groups, and ordinary citizens, were essentially ignored by the media. Time, Newsweek, and CBS News almost never talked to ordinary citizens or spokespersons for the insurgents. Stephen Kinzer, in the Times, had only one citation to a rebel source in several dozen articles on Guatemala during the election periods, although on election day in 1984 he did speak with a number of ordinary citizens, who gave a much less optimistic view than Kinzer's usual sources. The restricted menu of media sources flows from and reinforces the media's propensity to adopt a patriotic agenda. U.S. government officials and observers are always optimistic and hopeful in their statements about sponsored elections. The leading contestant politicians are also moderately optimistic, as they have a good chance of acquiring at least nominal power. They do, however, express occasional doubts about whether the army will relinquish power. This allows the election drama to assume a slightly different character from that in El Salvador, where it was the Democratic Army protecting the election versus the undemocratic rebels who refused to lay down their arms and participate. In Guatemala, the frame was, will the generals keep their promise to stay in the barracks? The triumph is that they do stay in the barracks. A civilian president takes office and now rules. The media then quickly drop the subject, so that whether the army really does relinquish power to the civilian leaders is never checked out, just as the peace sought by the populace in El Salvador was never considered in retrospect. In Poland, in January 1947, and Nicaragua, in 1984, and in enemy states generally, the focus was on the substance of power, and the extent to which that power shaped the electoral results in advance, as by limiting the ability of important constituencies to run for office and compete effectively. Not so for Guatemala. If the mass media had enlarged their sources, fundamental conditions would have assumed greater prominence. For example, before both the July 1, 1984, and December 1985 elections in Guatemala, the Guatemala Bishops' Conference issued pastoral statements that suggested in no uncertain terms and with detailed arguments that conditions in the country were incompatible with a free election. Its pastoral letter of June 8, 1984, focused on the civil defense patrols as susceptible to manipulation, and it discussed the disappearances, insatiable corruption, and the fact that socio-political structures are not capable of promoting the welfare of the whole society. 79 Stephen Kinzer mentioned this report in a Times News article of July 22, 1984, but his reference is made after the election of July 1, and Kinzer did not use it to frame the discussion of electoral conditions and to arrive at an assessment of the quality of the election. Furthermore, his summary of the 27-page report, that it denounced torture, electoral fraud, concentration of wealth and massacres of entire families, ignores the quite specific critique of the conditions bearing on an election. Time mentioned this pastoral letter briefly, Newsweek and CBS News never mentioned it. In connection with the 1985 election, the bishops put forth another powerful statement, once again questioning whether an election can be meaningful in a situation close to slavery and desperation. They point out that the civil defense patrols, the ideology of national security, and hunger and impoverishment are not conducive to serious elections. In order that the longed-for results be obtained, there must be not only the freedom at the moment of casting one's vote, but also a whole series of particular social, political and economic conditions which are, unfortunately, not happening in Guatemala. In effect, there still persist in Guatemala harsh violence, lack of respect for human rights and the breaking of basic laws. It is a fact that any citizen pressured, terrorized, or threatened is not fully able to exercise his/her right to vote or to be elected conscientiously. This letter was not mentioned in the major media or anywhere else, to our knowledge, although the bishops are conservative, credible, and one of the few organized bodies in Guatemala not crushed by state terror. There were other dissenting voices in Guatemala: politicians of the lesser parties, union officials, human rights groups, lawyers, and jurists who spoke out occasionally on the limits to free electoral conditions in Guatemala. And there were events of note that threw a powerful light on the subject. Most of these were blacked out in the U.S. mass media. For example, 81 on July 4, 1984, the Guatemalan Human Rights Commission issued a statement in Mexico saying that the election's meaning should be viewed in the context of three important facts, namely, that the requirements for a meaningful election stipulated by the United Nations in a March 14 statement had not been met, that the left had been excluded from participation in the election, and that 115 persons had been murdered or disappeared in the 30 days prior to the election of July 1. This statement, and the facts cited by the Commission, were ignored in the U.S. press. Consider also the following facts. On May 3, General Oscar Mejia Victors removed Ricardo Sagastume Viidor from his position as President of the Judiciary and the Supreme Court. On April 11, the Judiciary had issued writs of habeas corpus on behalf of 157 kidnapped individuals, and Sagastume had protested to Mejia Victors over the difficulty in proceeding against military abuses. On May 4, Acisco Valadares Molina, head of the Populist Party, noted that Sagastume had been fired like a simple subordinate. On May 8, a communiqué from the Guatemalan Bar Association stated that in Guatemala there is no rule of law, as demonstrated by the constant violation of human rights and uncontrolled exercise of arbitrary power. By May 8, at least 16 judiciary officials, including Supreme Court and Court of Appeals magistrates, had resigned in protest at Sagastume's removal. Stephen Kinzer never discussed any of these events, or their meaning, in the Times, nor did any of his colleagues elsewhere in the mass media. This is in accord with our hypothesis that in elections held in client states, fundamental electoral conditions, such as the presence or absence of the rule of law, are off the agenda. The point applies to other relevant structural conditions. Thus, while Kinzer occasionally mentioned the civil defense patrols, he never described them and their operations in any detail or tied them in with other institutional structures of control, and he failed to relate them in a systematic way to army power. The numerous reports on these coercive institutions and their terrorist role by Amnesty International, America's Watch, and the British Parliamentary Human Rights Group were almost never cited by Kinzer in providing facts relevant to the Guatemalan elections. Although the Constituent Assembly elected in 1984 produced a new constitution, Kinzer never once discussed the nature of this instrument, which validated the special army role and structural constraints on freedom of the press. Kinzer was reporting news in a way that fit the Times's editorial position and the U.S. government agenda. The Times editorial frame was that the military, in power for most of 31 years, has honored its promise to permit the free election of a civilian president. 82 Kinzer's news articles of the same period convey the same message. One of them is entitled "After 30 Years Democracy Gets a Chance in Guatemala," November 10, 1985, which accurately summarizes the contents, although they contain an undercurrent of reserved final judgment. That central message was false, however, if the basic conditions of a free election were not met, if the Army's power remained unimpaired, and if these were confirmed in a written constitution that allows the Army freedom from the rule of law and a license to kill without constraint from the nominal democracy. 83 Kinzer could only convey this false message by ignoring the Sagastume case, the institutional arrangements of the counterinsurgency state, the ongoing murders, and the omnipresent fear, i.e., the basic conditions of a free election, and by laying stress instead on expressions of hope, orderliness of the election processes, and army promises, i.e., the government's propaganda agenda in a demonstration election. In what must be one of the low points of his journalistic career, in an article of December 27, 1985, Guatemala Vote Here Tens Nicaragua Parties, Kinzer even implies that the Guatemala election establishes an electoral model for Nicaragua. He describes a Cerezo visit to Nicaragua, in which Kinzer features the encouragement Cerezo gives to the dissident parties that perhaps the power of the Sandinistas can be broken by patience, implying that Cerezo had broken the power of the army in Guatemala and was in full command. The article closes with a quote from an opposition figure: "Ortega is now the last president in Central America who wears a military uniform, and the contrast is going to be evident." Nowhere in the article does Kinzer point out that army power cannot be read from whether the head of state wears a uniform, or that the rule of the army in Guatemala has not yet been overcome. He does not refer to the fact that the Guatemalan army has killed tens of thousands of ordinary civilians. Nor does he show any recognition of the fact that the election held in Nicaragua was much more open than that held in Guatemala. On the contrary, this is a fact that the media, including the New York Times, explicitly and consistently deny, in accordance with state imperatives. As in the case of El Salvador, the U.S. mass media never suggested that the exclusion of the Guatemalan insurgent groups rendered the Guatemalan election meaningless. Kinzer several times mentioned with extreme brevity that the left was off the ballot, but he never asked anybody to discuss the meaning of this in terms of the options available to the various segments of society. As co-author of an important book on this topic, Kinzer is well aware of the facts. 84 The vast majority of Guatemalans are very poor, and they have been entirely excluded from political participation or representation since 1954. The insurgency grew out of the parlous condition and exploitation of that mass, and the absence of any possibility of a democratic process to alleviate injustice and misery. The ruling army had allowed only parties to run and civilians to hold office who agreed, tacitly or explicitly, to keep off the policy agenda all matters of central concern to the impoverished majority. There is no way to measure the strength of popular support for the insurgents, but in light of the fact that they espouse programs well oriented to the interests of the general population and have been able to maintain an insurgency without significant external aid, and that the army response has been a war against virtually the entire rural population, the rebel claim to be a main opposition would appear to be stronger than that of Arturo Cruz and his upper-class Nicaraguan associates. And if the rebels or any candidates who would threaten the army and oligarchy in ways appealing to the majority cannot qualify in a Guatemalan election, is it not essentially fraudulent? This was strongly suggested in both 1984 and 1985 by the Guatemalan Bishops' Conference, but this respectable source, in contrast with Arturo Cruz and Robert Lichen, is blacked out. As with El Salvador, the election was not evaluated, either in advance or in retrospect, on the basis of whether or not the fundamental requirements of a free election were met. For the U.S. government, the insurgents were not a main opposition, Guatemalan state terror was merely a public relations inconvenience, and the elections were fair. The mass media's treatment of the Guatemalan election reflected well this government propaganda agenda. 3.6. Nicaragua, media service in the delegitimizing process. In contrast with the Salvadoran and Guatemalan cases, the Reagan administration was intent on discrediting the Nicaraguan election, which threatened to legitimize the Sandinista government and thus weaken the case for U.S. funding of a terrorist army. The administration had been berating the Sandinistas for failing to hold an election, but the actual holding of one was inconvenient. From the inception of Nicaraguan planning for the election, therefore, the administration began to express doubts about its quality. And just as it devoted itself to creating a positive image of the two client state elections, so it expended substantial resources to depict the Nicaraguan election in the worst possible light. The media dutifully followed course, as a propaganda model predicts. The mass media failed to call attention to the cynicism of first assailing Nicaragua for failing to hold an election, and then striving to have the election either postponed or discredited. 85 Time even cites the absence of official delegations of observers from the major Western democracies, November 19, 1984, as if this were evidence of something discreditable in the election, rather than as a reflection of U.S. power. There were 450-odd foreign observers in attendance at the Nicaraguan election, some with superb credentials, observing more freely and at greater length than the official U.S. observers in El Salvador and Guatemala. Time and the rest of the mass media paid no attention to them. 86. Stephen Kinzer's use of observers is noteworthy. In the case of Nicaragua, he completely ignored the unofficial observers, many exceedingly well qualified to observe, as we have noted, and he even ignored the official Dutch government team, drawn from the center-right and highly apologetic about atrocities in El Salvador, which observed both the Salvadoran and the Nicaraguan elections and concluded that the elections in Nicaragua were more open than in El Salvador, in the sense that more people were able to take part, that the opposition did not fear for their lives, and that the legitimation of the regime is thus confirmed. 87 In Guatemala, by contrast, he cited the official observer report in both the 1984 and 1985 elections, despite their great bias and superficiality. See the report discussed in Appendix 1. In the 1984 Guatemala election, Kinzer did refer to the report of the unofficial human rights law group that we cited earlier, quoting their statement that the voting process was procedurally correct, but neglecting to note here and elsewhere their numerous statements to the effect that the greater part of the population lives in permanent fear, p4, so that procedural correctness has little meaning. With no U.S. government-designated official observers available in Nicaragua, the media relied even more heavily than usual on U.S. government handouts. It is enlightening to compare this conduit propaganda of the mass media with the findings of foreign observer teams on the scene in Nicaragua. For the purpose of this comparison, which follows, we will use two such reports. 1. That of the Irish Inter-Party Parliamentary Delegation, is the elections in Nicaragua, November 1984. The delegation was composed of 4 individuals, 3 from right-wing or moderate-right political parties, who spent 17 days in Nicaragua at the time of the election. We will also use as a basis of comparison of media coverage the previously cited report of the 15-member delegation sent by the Latin American Studies Association, LASA, half of whom had had substantial field experience in Nicaragua itself. This delegation spent 8 days in Nicaragua before the election, traveled in a rented bus, determined their own itinerary, and spoke with anyone who we chose to approach, as well as numerous people who spontaneously approached us. 88. 3.6.1 Tone of negativism and apathy. Time magazine hardly attempts to hide the fact that it takes its cues from Washington. It quotes John Hughes, then a public relations man for the State Department, and previously, and subsequently, a columnist for the Christian Science Monitor. It was not a very good election. It was just a piece of theater for the Sandinistas. 89 Time follows this cue with a series of denigrating strokes. The Sandinistas win, as expected. The Nicaraguan election mood was one of indifference. The outcome was never in doubt. Something of an anticlimax, all in the issue of November 19, 1984. In an earlier article, October 29, Time indulged in the same negative refrain, a campaign without suspense, voters too apathetic to go to the polls at all. This was a forecast dredged up well before the election. In both articles, fear was also featured heavily. In the Salvadoran election, Time's tone was different. There was no denying the remarkable sense of occasion, i.e., the Reagan administration had a big public relations investment in the election, hundreds of thousands. Braved the threats, and sometimes the bullets, of the Marxist-led FMLN to join long serpentine polling lines for the country's much-awaited presidential elections. April 9, 1984, .90 in Guatemala too. Some 1.8 million voters braved 4-hour polling lines, tropical rainstorms, and a bewildering array of political choices to cast ballots in their country's most open and fraud-free elections in more than a decade. July 16, 1984. There is never apathy or fear of government force in Time's renditions of demonstration elections. Stephen Kinzer, in the Times, also took a far less kindly view of the election in Nicaragua than of those in Guatemala, giving enormous attention to election opponents like the U.S. candidate Arturo Cruz, whereas in Guatemala he almost completely ignored the small parties, union protesters, rebels, and human rights groups, and finding more people voting out of fear than he did in Guatemala, a remarkable discovery given the circumstances in the two countries. 91 He focuses steadily on the Sandinistas' efforts to get out the vote, the fact that the election result is a foregone conclusion, claims of the breaking up of election rallies, and allegations of unfairness and withdrawals by the opposition. As with Time, the voters are philosophical. Enthusiasm for the election was not universal, and there was little visible enthusiasm. Kinzer did not compare the electoral modalities, range of options, or other basic conditions in Nicaragua and Guatemala, or El Salvador. In short, he discussed different questions in his news reporting on the elections in Nicaragua and Guatemala, adhering closely to the propaganda frame. Point 92. On the alleged negativism and apathy, both the Irish and LASA delegations noted that voting was not required in Nicaragua and was entirely secret. Therefore, as the Irish delegation pointed out, the low rate of abstention is more meaningful and invalidates predictions that large sectors of the population were opposed to the election. Furthermore, the percentage of spoiled votes, 7.4%, is comparable to any European election in a country with a highly literate population, p7. They also note that, speaking with one old man, awaiting his turn to vote in a rural polling station, one member of the delegation inquired, "What difference do you see between this and any other election in which you voted?" He replied, "Everything." "In what way?" He simply shrugged, "Everything is different." The US media never located anybody like this old man. The Irish delegation also pointed out that some observers from other countries suggested that the people did not appear enthusiastic as they went to the polls. This is not surprising, as people stood in long queues waiting patiently their turn to go behind the curtain to mark their ballot paper. One member of the delegation who had the opportunity to observe voters in the American election just 2 days later, noted no greater enthusiasm for standing in queues there. It is our belief that the invariable enthusiasm and optimism found by the US mass media in client state elections, and the apathy and negativism found in elections in states disfavored by the US administration, has nothing to do with electoral realities and must be explained entirely by an imposed propaganda agenda and the filtering out of contrary opinion and information. 3.6.2. Ignoring the superior quality of the Nicaraguan election. In the propaganda format, a great deal of attention is paid to the mechanical properties of elections in client states, but not in states whose elections are being denigrated. This was true in the cases under discussion. Time, April 9, 1984, described in detail the elaborate electoral preparations in El Salvador, the tamper-proof procedures, the use of transparent lucite ballot boxes, and the indelible ink marking and stamping of ID cards. It turned out, however, that the high-tech, computerized voting procedures weren't understood by the population, more than half of whom were illiterate. At no point did Time, or its media colleagues, raise any question about the importance of improving literacy as a necessary prelude to an election, nor did they suggest that the lucite boxes might compromise the secrecy of the vote, or that the stamped ID card might be a coercive instrument helping to explain turnout. Nicaragua went to great pains to provide for election secrecy, and for an easy and intelligible system of voting. For one thing, they had a massive literacy campaign before the election, making electoral printed matter generally accessible. Both the Irish and LASA delegations mention this as an electoral plus. Nicaragua also put a high priority on getting a complete registration list and getting the voters registered. The Irish delegation noted that recent elections in other Central American countries such as El Salvador and Guatemala did not introduce such measures, and there was considerable debate concerning the validity of their registers, which were based on out-of-date census figures, incomplete official registers of population changes, and other sources, p5. Nicaragua also deliberately avoided transparent ballot boxes, ID stamping, and any other mechanism that would allow the authorities to identify whether or how somebody had voted. LASA points out that the ballots were also printed on heavy opaque white paper. The contrast with Somoza-era elections is striking. The Somozas used translucent ballots, so virtually everyone assumed that their ballot was not secret. The same problem occurred in the 1984 elections in El Salvador, where thin paper ballots were deposited in transparent ballot boxes. The vote in Nicaragua in 1984 was truly a secret ballot, p14. In Nicaragua, also, there was proportional voting, which made it possible for the smaller parties to obtain legislative representation. Parties could also qualify quite easily to participate in the election. In Guatemala, 4,000 signatures were needed to qualify in 1984, a large number and not easy for dissident parties to collect in a society with daily political murders. Stephen Kinzer and his associates never mentioned these differences. More generally, the substantial merits of the Nicaraguan elections were never contrasted with the procedures in the U.S. client states, a comparison that would have been most revealing and that would have thoroughly undermined the Reagan agenda to which the media were committed in their reporting of the election. Time, as noted, mentions the compromised Salvadoran procedures as if they were meritorious. The Times mentioned the transparent voting boxes in El Salvador only once. Richard Milan, on March 25, 1984, repeating without question the official line that the purpose of the translucent boxes was to prevent fraud. Any other possibility is unmentioned. Newsweek and CBS News ignored these matters. 3.6.3 Rebel disruption into the black hole, turnout no longer an index of triumph of democracy. In the Salvadoran election, rebel disruption was a central feature of the government's propaganda frame. Because the rebels opposed the election, voting by the people proved their rejection of the rebels and approval of the army. Turnout was the index of democratic triumph and rebel defeat. As we saw, the mass media followed this frame without question. In the case of Nicaragua, the propaganda format was reversed: the rebels were the good guys, and the election held by the bad guys was condemned in advance. Rebel opposition to the election and efforts at disruption did not make voting and a large turnout a repudiation of the rebels and approval of the Sandinistas. The U.S. mass media once again followed the government agenda, even though it meant an exact reversal of the standards they had applied in the Salvadoran election. The Contras and their supporters urged the public not to vote, and interfered with the election process with at least as much vigor as, and with more killings than, the rebels in El Salvador. Furthermore, voting was more assuredly secret and the citizens were not required to vote, or to have ID cards stamped indicating that they had. And the Sandinistas did not kill ordinary citizens on a daily basis, as was true in the death squad democracies. Thus turnout was far more meaningful in the Nicaraguan election than in the ones held in El Salvador and Guatemala. The public was free to abstain as well as to vote for opposition parties. The U.S. mass media disposed of this problem mainly by massive suppression. They simply ignored the Contra U.S. campaign for abstention, waged with threats and attacks on polling places and election workers, and they buried the fact of an effectively secret vote and the right not to vote 93, just as, in parallel, they had inflated rebel disruption efforts in El Salvador in 1982 and 1984 and buried the voting requirement and other pressures to vote. Although the New York Times had gone out of its way to focus on the challenge of rebel opposition and alleged disruption as giving turnout special meaning in the Salvadoran election of 1982-94, Stephen Kinzer never once mentioned that the Contras attacked a number of polling stations and had issued radio appeals for abstention. 95 For Kinzer, neither these facts nor the U.S. campaign to discredit were seen as posing a challenge that made turnout meaningful in Nicaragua. The Irish delegation pointed out that the parties of the Democratic Coordinating Committee based in the business community opposed the voter registration, and called for a boycott of this process, p5, and it noted that 11 polling stations were closed down by counter-revolutionary activities, p7. The public voted in large numbers despite the possible dangers involved, which suggested to the Irish delegation that turnout was significant and showed how important the election was to the people, p6. Lassa pointed out the various ways in which the main opposition called for voter abstention, and cited the radio warnings broadcast into the country from Costa Rica threatening that voters would be killed by the Contras, pages 16, 28. Lassa also pointed out that voter turnout was heavy, with more enthusiasm among voters in low-income areas than in more affluent neighborhoods. 96 Like Time, Lassa notes that the turnout did not quite realize the expectations of FSLN officials, but unlike Time, Lassa points out that the rate of participation achieved compares very favorably with the rates achieved in 11 other recent Latin American elections, as well as the 1984 U.S. presidential election. p16.97. In sum, the two observer reports discuss rebel disruption in Nicaragua, turnout, and the meaning of that turnout. The U.S. mass media, which had featured these matters heavily in reference to the Salvadoran election where they fitted the government's propaganda agenda, found them entirely unnewsworthy as regards Nicaragua. 3.6.4 The revived sensitivity to coercion. As we described earlier, the coercion package was off the agenda for the U.S. government and mass media in addressing the Salvadoran and Guatemalan elections. So was the element of fear engendered by mass murder and the absence of any rule of law in these U.S. client states. Coercion and fear were back on the agenda, however, for Nicaragua. This revival was illustrated with amazing dishonesty and hypocrisy in Time, which had never mentioned fear and pressures from the government as factors possibly explaining turnout in the U.S. sponsored elections, even after the murder of 50,000 civilians. In Nicaragua, however, the pugnacious Sandinistas had an awesome monopoly of force, and getting them to relax their grip, which was essential for free electoral competition, was extremely dubious. Times Central American correspondent George Russell even located a Latin American diplomat who says, "You can't have democracy where there is no personal liberty at all," October 8 and May 14, 1984. Russell and Time had never found the Salvadoran government pugnacious, with any awesome monopoly of force, or as having a grip that needed relaxing for electoral competition, and personal liberty was never mentioned as lacking or even pertinent to Salvadoran elections. For the Nicaraguan election, however, Time found that the pressure to participate was high. Many citizens feared they would lose precious rationing cards. Further, the government had made it clear that it considered failure to vote a counter-revolutionary stance. Later, quoting Daniel Ortega, "All Nicaraguans who are Nicaraguans are going to vote. The only ones who are not going to vote are sellouts," November 19, 1984. As we pointed out earlier, both the Guatemalan and Salvadoran army warned the public that voting was required by law and that non-voting was treasonous. These statements were more precisely warnings, whereas Ortega's was an insult but not a clear threat. Ortega's was the only such statement of its kind reported, and Time's statement that the government made it clear that non-voting was counter-revolutionary is doubly dishonest. The statement was not clearly a warning, and counter-revolutionary is an invidious word concocted by Time. The official government position as expressed in the law was that Nicaraguans did not have to vote. Time suppresses this fact. It suppresses the secrecy of the ballot and absence of a checkable ID card, so that there would have been no way to implement a threat even if one had been made. It suppresses the fact that the Nicaraguan army did not regularly murder even counter-revolutionaries, whereas the Salvadoran and Guatemalan armies murdered numerous people who weren't revolutionaries but were somehow in the way. In short, propaganda could hardly be more brazen. Time's alleged fact, that many people feared the removal of the rationing card, is contested by LASA, which states that in our interviews in many neighborhoods in several cities, we found no evidence that ration cards were being held back or withdrawn for any reason. They note that there were 5 reports filed with the Supreme Electoral Council alleging intimidation by threat of withdrawal of ration cards, but none of these allegations were sustained upon investigation, p. 27. Time does not indicate the source of its evidence and fails to provide a single illustration of the many cases. We noted earlier that Stephen Kinzer cited more claims of coercion in the Nicaraguan than the Guatemalan elections, a remarkable journalistic achievement, given the unchallenged facts about the actual scale and character of repression in the two states. His playing down of state terror in Guatemala as a basic factor affecting the quality of the election in all its dimensions, the ability of candidates to run, freedom of speech and press, the existence of intermediate groups, endemic fear, and the meaning of turnout amounts to massive deceit. His Nicaraguan coverage also involved large-scale misrepresentation. He did not point out the absence of mass killings, and he failed to mention the absence of a coercion package, no transparent boxes, no requirement that an ID card be stamped, and no legal obligation to vote. Kinzer's one notice of the voting requirement in his 14 articles on the election amounts to serious deception. He quotes a voter as follows, "I've always voted because it is always required," he said. Of course, the law says one thing, but after a while one realizes that voting is part of patriotism, and patriotism leads to long life. 98 Kinzer's source implies but doesn't say directly that voting is not legally required in Nicaragua, and this murky statement, the closest Kinzer ever comes to acknowledging the absence of a voting requirement, is counterbalanced by his respondent's suggestion that voting may be based on some kind of threat. Both the Irish and LASA delegations stress the superior protection of secrecy in the balloting, which, in LASA's words, was meticulously designed to minimize the potential for abuses, p. 15. They also emphasized the fact that voting was not required by law, and that, contrary to the U.S. government propaganda expounded by Time and other media entities, the coercive elements in getting out the vote were small. Human rights abuses by the government that contribute to an environment of fear, LASA pointed out, were on a very small scale when compared to other nations in the region. p. 28. In fact, they note that fear in Nicaragua is directed more to the United States and the Contras than to the government in Managua. 3.6.5. The main opposition to the four. As we saw, in El Salvador and Guatemala, the fact that the insurgents were off the ballot did not faze the U.S. media one bit. Neither did Duarte's acknowledgement in 1981 that the masses were with the guerrillas when he joined the junta a year earlier, which would clearly make them a main opposition. 99 Nor were the media affected by the army's murder of the opposition leadership in both El Salvador and Guatemala. In El Salvador, the exclusion of the rebels was part of the U.S. government's electoral plan. They were, therefore, not a main opposition, and the debarment and even murder of their leaders did not compromise election quality. In the Nicaraguan case, in sharp contrast, the U.S. government worked with a different frame. The exclusion of its sponsored rebels and any other candidates was a serious matter that threatened the quality of the election. The media followed like good little doggies, lap rather than watch. The central dramatic propaganda line for the Nicaraguan election pressed by U.S. officials was the alleged struggle of Arturo Cruz to induce the Sandinistas to create an open system in which he would be able to compete fairly, the failure of the Marxists-Leninists to make adequate concessions, Cruz's refusal to compete, and the subsequent exclusion of the main opposition. Cruz, however, was a main opposition only in the propaganda construct of the U.S. government and mass media. A longtime expatriate, who now concedes that he was on the CIA payroll, with no mass base in Nicaragua, Cruz would almost certainly have done poorly in a free election. 100 There is good reason to believe that Cruz never intended to run, but that he and his sponsors had held out this possibility precisely to allow the propaganda frame to be used effectively. 101. The mass media focused on the Cruz drama heavily and uncritically. Cruz was given enormous play. He was continually referred to as the main opposition or leading opponent of the ruling party, without any supporting evidence, and his candidacy was made an acid test of the Sandinistas' democratic intentions. Time, October 29, 1984. For the Times, the election would be a sham without Cruz. Editorial, October 7, 1984, and its news columns placed main opposition Cruz on center stage, from which vantage point he could regularly denounce the proceedings as a farce or sham. 102 The Times did have one good back-page article that provided evidence that Cruz had not intended to run or would not have been allowed to run by his closest Nicaraguan allies and U.S. officials, and that his function was, as we stated, to discredit the election by pretending to be interested, thus capturing press attention. 103 But this low-keyed article stood alone and did not alter the unremitting focus on the alleged exclusion of this alleged main opposition as the centerpiece of the Nicaraguan election drama. In focusing on an alleged main opposition in Nicaragua, which voluntarily chose not to run, while ignoring a real main opposition in El Salvador, excluded by force and plan, the mass media simply adopted without question the government's propaganda framework. Sources that would speak to the condition of the main opposition in El Salvador and the significance of its exclusion, both Salvadorans and foreign observers, were simply ignored. 104 In the case of the Nicaraguan election, in contrast, Cruz and U.S. government officials were given the floor to present their themes, which were transmitted on a daily basis with no accompanying notice of their possible falsity and manipulative intent, in perfect accord with the expectations of a propaganda model. The Reagan administration not only dangled Cruz before the media, it tried hard to induce or bribe other candidates in the Nicaraguan election to withdraw in order to fulfill the prophecy of a meaningless election. The brazenness of this intervention by a great power was remarkable, but the U.S. media gave it minimal attention. They never denounced it as anti-democratic, they failed to link it to Cruz's campaign, with its suggestion of a larger effort to discredit by boycott, and they never suggested that voter turnout was more meaningful given the active U.S. campaign to discredit the election. On October 31, 1984, Stephen Kinzer noted that senior U.S. officials confirmed accounts of regular contacts with the Nicaraguan parties. Kinzer's article is headlined "Nicaraguan Parties Cite Sandinista and U.S. Pressure," the headline and article itself equating the government's aid to, and agreements with, its own political parties with U.S. intervention to get the Nicaraguan parties to boycott the election. CBS, Newsweek, and Time ignored the U.S. bribe program entirely. Time gave great emphasis to the number of candidates and the withdrawal of several, but it never once mentioned that this was helped along by U.S. connivance, bribes, and pressure. It even quotes without comment the State Department fabrication that it did not try to influence the outcome of the election, November 19, 1984. All substantive evidence is placed in the black hole. In the same article, Time asserts that the U.S. had pushed hard for elections in which all parties felt free to participate, a fabrication of considerable audacity. As regards the scope of electoral options in Nicaragua, the Irish delegation noted that the political parties law guarantees participation to political parties of all ideologies, an interesting point validated by a range of political opinion in the contesting parties far wider than that found in El Salvador and Guatemala, or the United States. LASA states that no major political tendency in Nicaragua was denied access to the electoral process in 1984, p18. This, of course, could not be said of El Salvador and Guatemala. These important features of the Nicaraguan law and practice were not mentioned in the U.S. media or compared with those of the client states. The Irish delegation stressed two facts about Cruz as the main opposition. First, the delegation found no evidence that these parties, the three small Cruz-related parties that boycotted the election, had wide support within the country. Speaking with many political figures, including representatives of the legitimate opposition parties, it became clear that the intention of Arturo Cruz to stand for election was dubious from the start. While considerable coverage was given to these parties in the international press, members of the delegation found that their impact among the population was scant and few people supported their policies, p7. Second, the Irish delegation stressed the fact that the populace was free not to vote or to spoil votes, and the low level of both, despite the abstentionism promoted by the Cruz parties, deflated their claims to any serious support, p7. The LASA report reached similar conclusions, based on an extensive review of the evidence, namely, 1. That circumstantial evidence indicates the strong probability that Cruz had no intention of running, and, 2. That he had no mass base and would have been badly beaten. In retrospect, Kinzer concedes the fact, although with the customary propaganda twist. He writes that Ortega's landslide victory was never in doubt, because the opposition was splintered, and, as he fails to observe, had no popular base, in contrast to the well-organized Sandinista party, and because the Sandinistas controlled the electoral machinery. Neither he nor anyone else has offered a particle of evidence that Sandinista control over the electoral machinery made the elections a sham, or to contest the conclusion of the LASA delegation that the FSLN did little more to take advantage of its incumbency than incumbent parties everywhere, including the United States, routinely do. A few days earlier, Kinzer had quoted Arturo Cruz as observing that the Sandinistas deserve credit for having overthrown Somoza and having broken barriers in Nicaragua that had to be broken, and that is irreversible, because the Sandinistas were working in the catacombs while we in the traditional opposition were out of touch with the rising expectations of the masses. As Kinzer knows, but will not write, the same was true at the time of the 1984 elections, which is why the Sandinista victory was never in doubt. This deceitful dismissal of the 1984 elections is one of Kinzer's many contributions to the media campaign to contrast the elected presidents of the four Central American democracies with the Sandinista dictator Ortega, not an elected president by U.S. government imprimatur. The specific context was the massive media campaign to attribute the failures of the Guatemala City peace agreement of August 1987 to the Sandinistas, in accordance with Reagan administration priorities, on the eve of the crucial congressional vote on renewed Contra 8.105. Lassa also stresses the fact that Cruz effectively representing the Contras, a segment of the local business community, and the United States could have run in the Nicaraguan election, with excellent funding, ample media access, and without fear of being murdered. Even without Cruz, the Contras had an electoral voice. Lassa notes that, "We know of no election in Latin America, or elsewhere, in which groups advocating the violent overthrow of an incumbent government have themselves been incorporated into the electoral process, particularly when these groups have been openly supported by a foreign power." The Contras nevertheless had a voice in the 1984 election campaign. Two of the coordinator-affiliated parties, the PSD and the PLC, supported their inclusion in the elections. And while denying that they represented the Contras, Arturo Cruz and the coordinators seemed to endorse and promote their cause, both within Nicaragua and abroad. p. 18. Lassa also discusses in some detail the U.S. intervention in the election, noting the terrorizing overflights by U.S. planes during the election campaign, and considering at some length the U.S. efforts to induce the withdrawal of candidates. Lassa reported the claims by both Liberal and Conservative Party figures that the United States offered specific and large sums of money to get candidates to withdraw from the election. 3.6.6. The concern over freedom of the press and assembly. Not only the rights of any and all candidates to run for public office, but other basic conditions that had been off the agenda in El Salvador and Guatemala were of deep concern to the U.S. government and mass media in reference to Nicaragua. The New York Times, Time, Newsweek, and CBS News all put great stress on the trials and tribulations of La Prensa 106, although during the Salvadoran election none of them had even mentioned the destruction by physical violence and murder of La Crónica and El Independiente, or the toll of murdered journalists. Mob violence allegedly organized by the government, and the threat of the neighborhood defense committees, were featured by Time in Nicaragua, whereas Orden and the death squads in El Salvador and Guatemala it had never mentioned as pertinent to election quality. Basic conditions of a free election were not only back on the media agenda, but there were strong suggestions that Nicaragua was failing to meet these conditions. These suggestions were based almost entirely on quotes from U.S. officials and Cruz and his allies in Nicaragua. The media never gave evidence of having actually looked into these matters for themselves or tapped independent sources of evidence. Richard Wagner, on CBS News, November 3, 1984, citing as usual Arturo Cruz as the strongest opposition, also mobilizes a single Nicaraguan citizen, no doubt selected at random, who says, "How can this be free election when we don't have freedom of speech, freedom of the press?" Wagner says that in addition to censorship there were food shortages, a deteriorated transportation system, an unpopular draft, and church opposition, so that it becomes apparent why a free and open election is not in the cards. The cynicism in failing to raise the question of why there are food shortages and a deteriorated transportation system in Nicaragua is remarkable. Wagner also misses another distinction between Nicaragua and El Salvador. The former has an unpopular draft, whereas in the terror state of El Salvador there is no draft. Instead there is press ganging of young men into the army from the slums, refugee camps, and rural areas, while the young sons of the wealthy live the high life in San Salvador and Miami. Much the same is true in Guatemala and Honduras. Wagner's double standard is also remarkable. In El Salvador in 1982 and 1984 there was far more severe censorship, including outright murder, food shortages, a deteriorating transport system, and church opposition, and more pertinent, a complete exclusion of the main opposition and massive state terror, but these didn't make it apparent to CBS News that a free and open election was not in the cards in that U.S. sponsored election. 107. The Irish delegation and LASA, especially the latter, addressed these issues, gave evidence of having examined them seriously, and came up with conclusions sharply at odds with the U.S. government media portrayals. LASA provided an extensive discussion of the Sandinista defense committees and the scope of the turboviolence and interference with freedom of assembly, concluding that the total number of disruptive incidents reported was quite small, and that the most serious occurred before the official campaign began. In spite of Daniel Ortega's unfortunate statement on these disruptions, there is no evidence that the FSLN had a coherent strategy of stimulating or orchestrating them. p. 24. As regards the defense committees, LASA concluded that they did not seem to be functioning as a spying network and that there was no serious evidence that they were a force making for intimidation. p. 27. LASA makes two additional points ignored by the Free Press. One is that the Electoral Commission placed paid advertisements in the press urging citizens to respect the rights of all political parties to hold rallies without interference. p. 24. The second is that the Cruz rallies that were disrupted were held in violation of the electoral law, which requires permits for campaign rallies and promises police protection. In other words, given their decision not to register, Cruz and the coordinator were deliberately campaigning outside of the legal framework of protections which had been created by the electoral law. p. 25. LASA also compares the violence in the Nicaraguan election with that elsewhere in the area and in the Nicaraguan context, concluding that compared to other nations in the region and in the face of a war against the Contras, such abuses are on a very small scale. p. 28. LASA also discussed freedom of the press, which it regards as one of the election's most troublesome features. It considers the imposition of press censorship to have been damaging to the election's quality and credibility, even though the argument of the Sandinistas, that a country at war can't allow a newspaper which is the instrument of the enemy to publish its opinions freely, Sergio Ramirez, is viewed as not wholly unreasonable. Nevertheless, while the censorship was also somewhat arbitrary and legalistic, LASA concluded that the opposition could and did get its message out. p. 26. And the finding overall was that the Nicaraguan election by Latin American standards was a model of probity and fairness. p. 32. The U.S. mass media did not concur, but it is striking how they avoid comparisons and data. The way in which the media can denounce restrictions on freedom of the press in Nicaragua after having totally ignored the question in El Salvador, where restrictions were far more severe, is remarkable. This process of dichotomization is so internalized that the writers use the double standard within the same article, apparently unaware of their own bias. In an article in the New York Times of March 12, 1984, Clear Choices in Salvador, Murky Plans in Nicaragua, Hedrick Smith regards the choices as clear in El Salvador, whereas in Nicaragua the problem is whether in an election the Sandinistas will give up significant power and control. Multiple parties from the far right to the center-right in El Salvador demonstrate clear choices, but a variety of parties from right to far left in Nicaragua didn't cause Smith to perceive real choices there, although he didn't explain why. It apparently never occurs to Smith that there is an issue of whether the Army and United States will give up power and control, and their determination to fight to victory, by the electoral route in El Salvador. Are there essential freedoms and absence of coercion in El Salvador that are necessary for a truly free election? Hedrick Smith talks about substantive electoral conditions only in Nicaragua. He provides extensive detail on the trials of La Prensa, press censorship, the Sandinista monopoly of power, and limits allegedly imposed on opposition candidates in Nicaragua. Not a word, however, on death squad and army murders of civilians in El Salvador or the draconian laws of the state of siege. How many journalists have been killed in El Salvador? Papers closed. Radio stations blown up? Union leaders and political figures murdered? These questions are off the agenda in U.S. staged elections, and Hedrick Smith ignores them. As a de facto spokesman for his government, The Times commentator uses doublethink with as much insouciance as Reagan and Schultz. 3.7. Quantitative evidence of systematic media bias. To demonstrate more rigorously the structural bias in media coverage of third world elections, tables 3:1, 3:2, and 3:3 compare the topics mentioned in the New York Times in its articles on the Nicaraguan and Salvadoran elections of 1984. The tables are organized according to the U.S. government agenda described earlier. The elements in the upper part of the tables are the approved issues: rebel disruption, personalities, election mechanics, etc. that the government wishes to stress in its sponsored elections. Below the line are the basic conditions and other negative elements that are off the agenda in sponsored elections. Our hypothesis is that the media will follow the agenda, stressing personalities and other elements above the line in sponsored elections and playing down basic conditions, whereas in elections like that in Nicaragua the agenda will be reversed, the stress will be placed on basic conditions. 3.8. The MIG crisis staged during Nicaragua's election week. As Newsweek pointed out on November 19, 1984, the story of the freighter to Nicaragua, allegedly carrying MiGs, first broke during the election night coverage, but at no point does Newsweek, or Time, The Times, or CBS News, suggest that the timing was deliberate. The Times, in its extensive coverage of the MiGs that weren't there, at one point quotes a Nicaraguan official who suggests that the crisis was purely a public relations operation, but that exhausts the Times's exploration of this point. Although the MiGs weren't there, and the timing was perfect for diverting attention from a successful election that the Reagan administration had been attempting to discredit, the elite media asked no questions, even in retrospect. The administration claimed that when the freighter was loaded, satellite observation was blocked so that the cargo was unknown. The mass media presented this as fact, making no effort to evaluate the claim. What the media chose to focus on was administration assessments of what it might do if MiGs were in fact being delivered. This allowed the whole frame of discourse to shift to the assumption that the Nicaraguans had done something, and something intolerable, to boot. Newsweek, in a retrospective article entitled "The MiGs That Weren't There," had a lead head, "To bring in high-performance craft indicates that they are contemplating being a threat to their neighbors." The fact that the MiGs weren't brought in, as stated in the article's very title, that this was a concoction of U.S. officials, doesn't interfere with imputing an intention to the Nicaraguans based on a non-existent fact. The assertion that they were contemplating being a threat, as opposed to defending themselves against a proxy invasion, is also a patriotic editorial judgment. Newsweek also says in the text that all sides appeared to be playing a very clumsy and very dangerous game. This is an intriguing form of even-handedness. A person who, admittedly, had been falsely accused of robbery by an assailant is alleged to be playing a dangerous game, along with the attacker, who is also the bearer of false witness. 109. In the middle of an article on the Nicaraguan election, Time inserts the government claim that a ship carrying crates of the type used to transport MiG-21s was due at a Nicaraguan port. Time never questions a government propaganda ploy, no matter how blatant, and it offers a retrospective only when the government tacitly concedes it had deliberately deceived. Like Newsweek and the Times, Time allows the government to set the agenda with a public relations statement. If the Nicaraguans did this, it would be a challenge to the United States. How then would we react? What are our policy options, etc.? The truth of the claim and the likelihood that this is a manipulative ploy to help remove the unwanted elections from attention are not discussed, and, naturally, the fact that this is part of a policy of aggression against a tiny victim is never raised. The only credits in the media coverage of the MiG crisis go to CBS News. On November 6, Dan Rather gave the straight administration news that MiGs might be on their way and that a strategic option to destroy them was under consideration. On November 7 and 8, however, perhaps out of a recognition that it had once again been used, CBS gave substantial coverage to Nicaraguan Foreign Minister Miguel Descoto's rebuttal, which allowed him to point out the absurdity of the Nicaraguan threat, the tie-in of the MiG claims to the Nicaraguan election, and the U.S. refusal to go along with the Contadora peace proposals. The MIG ploy was, nevertheless, entirely successful. A tone of crisis was manufactured, and options against the hypothetical Sandinista threat were placed at the center of public attention. The Nicaraguan election was not discussed. Lassa points out that the final results of Nicaragua's election were not even reported by most of the international media. They were literally buried under an avalanche of alarmist news reports, p. 31. Lassa concludes that the Nicaraguan electoral process was manipulated, as the U.S. government claims, but by the U.S. government itself in its efforts to discredit an election that it did not want to take place. The Salvadoran and Guatemalan elections successfully legitimized the U.S.-backed regimes, at least for American elite opinion. The far more honest Nicaraguan election failed to accomplish this, thanks to the loyal service of the media. 3.9. The role of official observers in reinforcing a propaganda line. Official observers provide a perfect example of the use of government-controlled experts and pseudo-events to attract media attention and channel it in the direction of the propaganda line. And they regularly succeed in doing this in demonstration elections, no matter how brief their stay and foolish their comments, see Appendix 1. The media take it for granted that official observers are newsworthy, they are notables, their selection by the government from reputable institutions adds to their credibility, and their observations will have effects on opinion and policy. This rationale is in the nature of a self-fulfilling prophecy, they have effects only because the media accord them attention. As the official observers reliably commend the elections as fair without the slightest attention to basic conditions, the media's regular use of these observers for comments on election quality violates norms of substantive objectivity in the same manner as the use of any straight government handout by the Times or Pravda. 110. The Nicaraguan election was remarkable for the number of foreign observers and observer teams. We pointed out earlier that Time mentioned 450 foreign observers, but the magazine failed to cite any one of them, relying instead, and characteristically, on State Department handouts. As we saw, the State Department was able to get the media to follow its agenda, even though this involved them in a blatant reversal of the criteria they had employed the same year in El Salvador and Guatemala. It was also able to induce the media to disregard the outcome of the Nicaraguan election, with the help of the diversionary MIG ploy. The media also allowed major lies to be institutionalized, for example, that coercion was greater and pluralistic choices less in the Nicaraguan than in the Salvadoran and Guatemalan elections, and that the latter were legitimizing in a substantive sense, in contrast with Nicaragua. These propaganda lies could not have been perpetrated if such reports as those of the Irish delegation and Lassa had been accorded proper weight. Lassa actually contacted the major mass media outlets and tried to interest them in doing a story on their report. Lassa was turned down by every major outlet. The Lassa report is probably the best documented and most closely reasoned observer report ever written. Its authors are far and away the most qualified group ever to write such a report, half with field experience in Nicaragua, and the document was an official report of the major scholarly organization that deals with Central America. The authors represent a variety of opinions, on balance liberal but revealing a strong critical capability, and in no sense biased, as are the official observer teams to whom the media accord much attention. Their report covers every issue of importance and openly confronts and weighs evidence. If one reads the Lassa report, and then the accounts of the Nicaraguan election in Time, Newsweek, and the New York Times, it is not so much the difference in conclusions that is striking but the difference in depth, balance, and objectivity. Lassa offers serious history and context, a full account of the organization of the election, and a full discussion of each relevant issue with comparisons to other elections. We believe that an important reason the mass media failed to use Lassa as a source of information was that its report contradicts in every way the propaganda claims which the media were disseminating daily and uncritically. Thus its very credibility, objectivity, and quality were disturbing, and necessitated that it be bypassed by institutions serving a propaganda function. 3.10. Concluding note. As we have seen, electoral conditions in Nicaragua in 1984 were far more favorable than in El Salvador and Guatemala, and the observer team of LASA found the election in Nicaragua to have been a model of probity and fairness by Latin American standards. 111 In El Salvador and Guatemala, none of the 5 basic preconditions of a free election was met. In both of these countries, state-sponsored terror, including the public exposure of mutilated bodies, had ravaged the civilian population up to the very day of the elections. In both, voting was required by law, and the populace was obliged to have ID cards signed, testifying that they had voted. In both, the main rebel opposition was off the ballot by law, by credible threat of violence, and by plan. Nevertheless, in exact accord with the propaganda line of the state, the U.S. mass media found the large turnouts in these countries to be triumphs of democratic choice, the elections legitimizing, and fledgling democracies thus created. This was accomplished in large part by the media simply refusing to examine the basic conditions of a genuinely free election and their application to these client state elections. Only for the Nicaraguan election did the media look at matters such as freedom of the press, and they did this with conspicuous dishonesty. Despite its superiority on every substantive count, the Nicaraguan election was found by the media to have been a sham and to have failed to legitimize. Given the earlier similar performance of the mass media in the cases of the U.S.-sponsored elections in the Dominican Republic in 1966 and Vietnam in 1967, we offer the tentative generalization that the U.S. mass media will always find a third-world election sponsored by their own government a step toward democracy, and an election held in a country that their government is busily destabilizing a farce and a sham. This is, of course, what a propaganda model would predict, although the degree of subservience to state interests in the cases we have examined was extraordinary, given the absence of overt coercion. The filters yield a propaganda result that a totalitarian state would be hard put to surpass. Having perpetrated a successful fraud in the interests of the state, the media proceeded, in subsequent years, to reinforce the imagery established by their deception. Guatemala and El Salvador were new democracies with elected presidents. Nicaragua, in contrast, is a Marxist-Leninist dictatorship that does not have an elected president and would never permit elections unless compelled to do so by U.S. force. On December 1, 1987, the New York Times, in an editorial urging the administration not to betray Haitian Democrats by shrugging off impoverished and anarchic Haiti as a hopeless case, states that doing so would undermine Washington's protestations about the need for free elections in Nicaragua. The wording is murky, and the remarks on Haiti characteristically ignore Washington's support of the Duvalierists who made the elections a mockery, but it is clear that the Times accepts the Reagan line that free elections were not held in Nicaragua in 1984 and that the U.S. goal is to bring about free elections. This line is based on major falsifications, but in keeping with their propaganda function, the Times as well as the other major media find Big Brother's portrayal of elections in Central America to be true, by hook or by crook. As we stressed earlier, the media's adherence to the state propaganda line is extremely functional. Just as the government of Guatemala could kill scores of thousands without major repercussion because the media recognized that these were unworthy victims, so today aid to state terrorists in El Salvador and Guatemala, and the funding of contra-attacks on soft targets in Nicaragua, depend heavily on continued media recognition of worth and an appropriate legitimization and delegitimization. As their government sponsors terror in all 3 states, as well as in Honduras, we may fairly say that the U.S. mass media, despite their righteous self-image as opponents of something called terrorism, serve in fact as loyal agents of terrorism. 4. The KGB Bulgarian plot to kill the Pope, free market. Disinformation as news. In the case of the Salvadoran, Guatemalan, and Nicaraguan elections, the government was the moving force in providing the suitable frames of analysis and relevant facts, with the mass media's role mainly that of channeling information and assuring that the government's agenda was not seriously challenged. With the shooting of the Pope, in May 1981, and the eventual charges of a KGB Bulgarian plot, the mass media played a much larger role in originating the claims and in keeping the pot boiling from inception to conclusion of the case. 1. In many ways, however, The process was similar. A dominant frame was eventually produced that interpreted the shooting of the Pope in a manner especially helpful to then-current elite demands. A campaign quickly ensued in which the serviceable propaganda line was instilled in the public mind by repetition. Alternative frames were ignored, and sources inclined toward other ways of looking at the issue were excluded from the mass media. Facts were selected that fit the dominant frame, others were passed by even if they bore on the validity of its premises. Point 2. At the same time, the dominant sources, who had been allowed to monopolize mass media space, complained bitterly that their voices could not be heard over the din of Soviet propaganda. When the legal proceeding brought against the Bulgarians in Italy was lost after a lengthy trial, this was rationalized by the media as far as could be done. No serious retrospectives were entertained, and, without resolving the contradictions, the story was then dropped. What makes the Bulgarian connection so apt an illustration of the value of a propaganda model is that there was no credible case for a Bulgarian connection from the very beginning, and long before the Rome trial it had taken on a truly comic aspect. But the mass media played it straight to the bitter end. An analogous sequence carried out in Moscow, with the West as the target with a half-crazed criminal, after 17 months in a Soviet prison and some friendly sessions with the KGB and a prosecutor, implicating employees of the American embassy in a conspiracy to murder, and subsequently changing his testimony on a daily basis would have been hooted off the stage in the West without anyone even bothering to look at alleged evidence. The Bulgarian connection, however, although no less absurd, met the criterion of utility. The case began when Mehmet Ali Agca shot and seriously injured Pope John Paul II in St. Peter's Square on May 13, 1981. Agca was a Turkish rightist and assassin long associated with the Grey Wolves, an affiliate of the extreme right-wing Nationalist Action Party. Initial Western news reports pointed out that Agca was a wanted criminal who had escaped from a Turkish prison in 1979, and that his durable political affiliations had been with the fascist right. His motives in shooting the Pope were unclear. Agca's friends were violently anti-communist, so that, at first, pinning the crime on the East seemed unpromising. Two factors allowed a KGB Bulgarian plot to be developed. The first was that in his travels through Europe in the Grey Wolves underground, which carried him through 12 different countries, Agca had stayed for a period in Bulgaria. Turkish drug dealers, who had connections with the Grey Wolves, also participated in the drug trade in Bulgaria. There were, therefore, some links between Agca and Bulgarians, minimal facts that would eventually be put to good use. The second factor was Western elite needs and the closely associated flare-up of a carefully stoked anti-communist fervor in the West. At the first meeting of the Jonathan Institute, in Jerusalem, in July 1979, at which a large Western political and media contingent were present, including Claire Sterling, George Will, George Bush, and Robert Moss, the main theme pressed by Israeli Prime Minister Menahem Begin in his opening address, and by many others at the conference, was the importance and utility of pressing the terrorism issue and of tying terrorism to the Soviet Union. Point 4. Claire Sterling did this in her 1981 volume The Terror Network, which became the Bible of the Reagan administration and the international right wing, and elevated Sterling to the status of #1 mass media expert on that subject. Terrorism and Soviet evil were the centerpieces of the Reagan administration's propaganda campaign that began in 1981, designed to support its planned arms increase, placement of new missiles in Europe, and interventionist policies in the Third World. Thus the shooting of the Pope by Agca in May 1981 occurred at a time when important Western interests were looking for ways to tie the Soviet Union to international terrorism. 5. 4.1. The Sterling-Hense-Kalb model. Although the initial media reaction to the shooting was that the roots of the act would seem to lie in Turkish right-wing ideology and politics, some rightists immediately seized the opportunity to locate the origins of the plot in the Soviet bloc. Only 6 days after the assassination attempt, the Italian Secret Service organization SISMI issued a document which claimed that the attack had been announced by a Soviet official at a meeting of the Warsaw Pact powers in Bucharest, Romania, and that Agca had been trained in the Soviet Union. Subsequently, this information was shown to have been fabricated by Chomsky or one of its intelligence sources, but it entered the stream of allegations about the plot in a book published in West Germany and via further citations and leaks. Point 6. The Reader's Digest saw the propaganda opportunity presented by the assassination attempt quite early, and hired both Paul Hentze, a longtime CIA officer and propaganda specialist, and Claire Sterling to investigate the topic. Sterling's September 1982 article in the Reader's Digest, "The Plot to Kill the Pope," was the most important initiator of the Bulgarian connection, and its ideas and those of Paul Hentze formed the basis for the NBC TV program The Man Who Shot the Pope: A Study in Terrorism, narrated by Marvin Kalb and first aired on September 21, 1982. The Sterling-Hentze-Kalb, SHK, model, in which IGSA was an agent of the Bulgarians, and, indirectly, of the Soviet Union, quickly became the dominant frame of the mass media, through the great outreach of the Reader's Digest and the NBC TV program, which was repeated in revised form in January 1983, and the ready, even eager, acceptance of this view by the other mainstream media. Point 7. The mass media in our sample Newsweek, Time, The New York Times, and CBS News all accepted and used the SHK model from the beginning, and retained that loyalty to the end of the Rome trial in March 1986. In the process they excluded alternative views and a great deal of inconvenient fact. With the Reader's Digest, the Wall Street Journal, the Christian Science Monitor, and NBC TV also firmly adhering to the SHK line, it quickly established a dominant position throughout the mainstream media. In the balance of this and the following two sections, we will describe the SHK model, discuss its weaknesses, and outline an alternative frame explaining IGSA's confession implicating the Bulgarians, which the media ignored. We will then turn to a closer examination of the media's gullible reception of the SHK view and its fit to a propaganda model. The SHK model had the following essential elements. 1. Motive. In Sterling's Reader's Digest article, the preeminent motive in the assassination attempt was a Soviet desire to weaken NATO, to be accomplished by implicating a Turk in the assassination of the Pope. The Turk was there at St. Peter's to signal Christendom that Islamic Turkey was an alien and vaguely sinister country that did not belong in NATO. This motive was accompanied, and soon supplanted, by the contention that the shooting was to help quell the Solidarity movement in Poland by removing its most important supporter. At one point Paul Hentze suggested that the intent of the KGB was perhaps merely to wing the Pope, not kill him, as a warning, as in a James Bond movie. The costs and risks to the Soviet bloc of such a venture were never discussed by Sterling, Hentze, or Kalb. 2. The proof of Soviet and Bulgarian involvement. Before IGSA's confession and his identification of Bulgarians in November 1982, the evidence on which SHK relied was confined to the fact that IGSA had stayed in Bulgaria in the summer of 1980, and that Turkish drug traders with links to the Grey Wolves did business in Bulgaria. In November 1982, IGSA named 3 Bulgarians as his alleged accomplices and claimed to have been hired by the Bulgarians to do the job. He offered no credible evidence and named no witnesses to any dealings with Bulgarians, so that the new evidence was simply IGSA's assertions, after 17 months in an Italian prison. 3. The ideological assumptions. As the case looked extremely thin, especially before IGSA's new confession of November 1982, the gaps were filled by ideological assumptions. This is the kind of thing the Soviets do. The Soviet Union and Bulgaria have been actively striving to destabilize Turkey. 8. If there is no hard evidence, it is because the Soviets are consummate professionals who cover their tracks and maintain plausible deniability. The KGB hired IGSA in Turkey and caused him to use a rightist cover to obscure the fact that he was a KGB agent. Although IGSA traveled through 11 other countries, his stay in Bulgaria was crucial because Bulgaria is a totalitarian state and the police know everything. Therefore they knew who IGSA was, and they must have been using him for their own purposes. 9. 4.2. Problems with the Sterling-Hentze-Kalb model. The basic Sterling-Hentze-Kalb model suffered from a complete absence of credible evidence, a reliance on ideological premises, and internal inconsistencies. As problems arose, the grounds were shifted, sometimes with a complete reversal of argument. Point 10. An initial problem for the model was the Bulgarian-Soviet motive. In this connection, we should note the extreme foolishness of Sterling's original suggestion that the Eastern Bloc went to the trouble of locating a Turkish fascist to shoot the Pope in order to make Turkey look bad, and thereby to loosen its ties to NATO. That such a loosened tie would follow from a Turkish fascist shooting the Pope is not sensible, nor is it likely that the conservative Soviet leadership would indulge in such a fanciful plan even if it had a greater probability of success. 11. This theory assumed that Agca would be caught and identified as a Turk, but that he wouldn't reveal that he had been hired by the Bulgarians and the Soviets. Subsequently, Sterling suggested that Agca was supposed to have been shot in the square to assure his silence. The amazingly incompetent KGB failed to accomplish this simple task. SHK also maintained at various points that Agca may not even have known who hired him, so he couldn't implicate the East. Later, when Agca claimed that he had been heavily involved with Bulgarians in Rome, Sterling and Henze lapsed into silence on the failure of the KGB to maintain a semblance of plausible deniability. SHK finally settled firmly on the idea that quelling the Polish solidarity movement was the real Soviet-Bulgarian motive. But this theory is as implausible as its predecessor, when we take account of timing and elementary cost-benefit analysis. Agca was allegedly recruited in Turkey long before solidarity existed. In a variant Sterling version of the timing of his recruitment, Agca was hired by the Bulgarians in July 1980, which was still prior to the Gdansk shipyard strike, and thus before solidarity appeared a credible threat to Soviet control. The risks and costs of an assassination attempt would seem heavy and, in fact, the costs to the Soviet Union and Bulgaria were severe based merely on the widespread belief in their involvement, even in the absence of credible evidence. The supposed benefits from the act are also not plausible. The assassination of the Pope, especially if blamed on the Soviet Union, would infuriate and unify the Poles and strengthen their opposition to a Soviet-dominated regime. And the further costs in damaged relations with Western Europe, which were extremely important to the Soviet Union in 1981, with the gas pipeline being negotiated and with the placement of new US missiles in Western Europe, a major Soviet concern would seem to militate against taking foolish risks. Point 12. A second problem with the SHK model is that Agca had threatened to kill the Pope in 1979 at the time of a papal visit to Turkey again, long before solidarity existed. This suggests that Agca and the Turkish right had their own grievances against the Pope and a rationale for assassinating him that was independent of any Soviet influence. It was partly for this reason that SHK argued that Agca was recruited by the Soviet Union in Turkey before the Pope's visit there, setting him up for the later attack. But not only is this pure speculation unsupported by a trace of evidence, it fails to explain why the entire fascist press, not just Agca, assailed the Pope's visit in 1979. Was the entire fascist right serving Soviet ends? The only time this issue was ever raised in the mass media, on the McNeil-Lehrer News Hour of January 5, 1983, Paul Henze stated in no uncertain terms that there was no press opposition to the Pope's visit in 1979. The Turkish journalist Ugur Mumcu, however, assembled a large collection of citations from the Turkish rightist press of the time to demonstrate that Henze's statement was false. Point 13. A third problem for the SHK model was that Agca was a committed rightist, and therefore not a likely candidate for service to the communist powers, although perhaps amenable to fingering them as co-conspirators in a prison context. SHK strove mightily to make Agca out to be a rootless mercenary, but the best they could come up with was the fact that Agca didn't seem to have been registered as a member of the Grey Wolves. Point 14. But all his friends, associates, and affiliations from high school days onward were Grey Wolves, and in his travels through Europe up to the time of his May 13, 1981, rendezvous, he moved solely through the Grey Wolves network. While in prison, Agca addressed a letter to Alparslan Turks, the leader of the Nationalist Action Party of Turkey, expressing his continued commitment and loyalty. This letter was bothersome to Sterling and Henze as it is inconsistent with their depiction of Agca as apolitical, and Sterling dismissed it without argument as a laughably clumsy forgery. A problem, however, is that Aksa's letter was introduced as evidence in a trial in Ankara by the Turkish military authorities, usually adequate proof for Sterling of authenticity. She doesn't mention this fact or examine their case. Ugur Mumka devotes 5 pages of his book Aksa dossier to a detailed account of the Turk's letter, describing the great pains the authorities took, including tapping outside experts, to establish its authenticity. The conclusion on all sides was that the letter was genuine. A fourth problem with the SHK model is the notion that because of the efficiency of the Bulgarian secret police, Aksa's presence in Sofia must have been known to them, and he must therefore have been on their payroll. This assumed efficiency is an ideological assumption unsupported by any evidence and contradicted by actual Bulgarian and Soviet performance. There is no evidence that the Bulgarians ever identified Aksa, who was using a false passport. Furthermore, the contention that the Bulgarian police know everything was refuted in important testimony during the Rome trial on September 22, 1985, when Grey Wolves official Abdullah Katli stated that many Grey Wolves preferred to traverse Bulgaria because it was easy to hide in the large flow of Turkish immigrant traffic through that country. A fifth problem for the SHK model was the fact that Aksa seems to have gotten his gun through the Grey Wolves network, not from the Bulgarians, who presumably could have slipped it to him quite easily in Rome. In her Reader's Digest article, Sterling traced Aksa's gun to Horst Grillmayer, an Austrian gun dealer who, according to Sterling, had fled behind the Iron Curtain after May 13, 1981, to avoid questioning in the West. It turned out later, however, that Grillmayer was a former Nazi who specialized in supplying right-wing gun buyers, that he had not disappeared behind the Iron Curtain at all, and that the gun had proceeded through a number of intermediaries, to be transmitted to Aksa by a Grey Wolves friend. Sterling handles the disintegration of the original Grillmayer line by simply shifting to a new conspiratorial ground. The clever Bulgarians had Aksa purchase a gun through a known fascist to strengthen the case that Aksa was a right-winger who could not possibly be connected to the communist powers. A final set of problems for the SHK model lies in the extraordinary level of incompetence and gross violations of the principles of plausible deniability that it attributes to the Bulgarian and Soviet secret police, features that coexist uneasily with the super spy image invoked elsewhere in the model. At various points, SHK contended that the Soviets and Bulgarians were professionals who could afford to go after the Pope because they would never be implicated themselves. But hiring Aksa, a wanted criminal and a mentally unbalanced rightist, would appear extremely foolish, as the cover would quickly be blown in the likely event that he was caught. In Sterling's initial tale, the KGB wanted him to be caught or at least to have his body identified to discredit Turkey. With the shift to weakening solidarity as the motive, the threat of disclosure of Bulgarian-Soviet involvement would seem very serious. Yet the Bulgarians and KGB hired Aksa and then failed to kill him. Another anomaly was bringing Aksa to Sofia for instructions. If he had already been recruited in Turkey, wouldn't bringing him to Sofia be a foolish compromising of his carefully prepared cover? If so, doesn't his visit to Sofia constitute an argument against Soviet and Bulgarian involvement? While Aksa's November 1982 confession that he had Bulgarian co-conspirators made the Bulgarian connection instantly true for the Western media, it wreaked havoc with the SHK model and with the logic of plausible deniability. If, as Aksa confessed, the Bulgarians connived with him in Rome, escorted him to St. Peter's Square to plan the attack, entertained him at their apartments, and participated in the attack itself, what happens to the logic of the cover? 4.3. An alternative model. An alternative explanation of the Bulgarian connection can be derived from the questions the US press would surely have raised if an analogous scenario had occurred in Moscow, in which Aksa, who had briefly visited the United States on his travels, and has been in a Soviet prison for 17 months after having shot a high Soviet official, now confesses that 3 US embassy members were his co-conspirators. In this case, the US press would have paid close attention to the convenience of the confession to Soviet propaganda needs, to the 17-month delay in the naming of Americans, and to the obvious possibility that Aksa had been encouraged or coerced into revising his story. they would have focused intently on X's prison conditions, his visitors there, his amenability to a deal with his captors, and any evidence in his statements or from other sources that he had been coached. The fact that X had visited the United States, among 12 countries, would not be considered strong evidence of CIA involvement, and the press might even have pointed out that a minimally competent CIA would not have brought X to Washington for instructions in the first place. The alternative model would take the same fact that SHK start out with X's stay in Sofia, Bulgaria, but interpret it differently. That visit violates principles of plausible deniability and would be especially foolish if the KGB had already recruited X in Turkey. On the other hand, it provides a Western propaganda system with the necessary tie between X's terrorist attack in Rome and the Soviet bloc. The convenience of X's confession to socialist leader Craxi, to the Christian Democrats and neo-fascists in Italy, and to Reagan searching for a tie-in between international terrorism and the Soviet Union is also crystal clear, and would immediately suggest to an objective press the possibility that this demand might have elicited an appropriate supply from the imprisoned X. The lag in X's naming of any Bulgarian 17 months after he entered an Italian prison and 7 months after he had agreed to cooperate with the investigating magistrate, Ilario Martella, is also highly suggestive. Why did it take him so long to name his co-conspirators? Sterling tried to explain this on the ground that X had hopes that the Bulgarians would spring him and gave them time. His successive elaborations of claims and subsequent retractions she explained in terms of X's signaling to his alleged partners. This complex and speculative attempt to rationalize inconvenient facts is not necessary. A very straightforward explanation based on X's character and affiliations and the inducements known to have been offered to him, described below, does quite nicely. Point 15. Furthermore, Sterling's explanation does not account for the fact that X failed to provide serious evidence late in the trial, long after it was clear that the Bulgarians had not responded to his alleged signals. Another suggestive feature of X's confession is that it followed the creation and wide media distribution of the SHK model. During the course of the investigation of the plot, it was revealed that the imprisoned X had access to newspapers, radio, and television, among other modes of personal communication with the outside world. It was also brought out in the investigation that X's desire for personal publicity seems unquenchable. At one point in the Italian investigation, he abruptly clammed up when the magistrates refused his demand that journalists be present as he confessed. 16. X was interrogated about a possible Bulgarian connection long before his confession, and was surely aware that his interrogators would be quite pleased to have him produce one. And by the fall of 1982 one was being provided to him in the press and on the screen every day. We mentioned earlier that the Italian Secret Service agency SISMI had actually distributed a piece of disinformation tying the Soviets to the assassination attempt within days of the attack. At the time of the shooting, SISMI was headed by General Giuseppe Santovito, a member of the extreme right-wing organization Propaganda 2, P2, and SISMI and the other intelligence agencies were heavily infiltrated with P2 members. A P2 scandal broke in Italy in March 1981, and by August Santovito had been forced to leave SISMI, but the rightist grip on this organization was by no means broken. An important feature of Italian politics in the period from 1966 through 1981 was the protection given by the intelligence services to right-wing terror, under a program designated the Strategy of Tension 17. One aspect of this strategy was the carrying out of right-wing terrorist attacks, which were then attributed to the left, frequently with the help of forged documents and planted informers committing perjury. The point of the strategy was to polarize society, discredit the left, and set the stage for a rightist coup. Many P2 members in the armed forces and intelligence services took part in implementing this program, and many others were sympathetic to its aims. In July 1984, an Italian parliamentary commission published its final report on the P2 conspiracy, and it and its accompanying volumes of hearings pointed up the politicization of the intelligence services, their frequent use of techniques of disinformation, and their connivance with and protection of right-wing terror. In July 1985 a Bologna court issued a decision in which it named SISMI and its officers as having engaged in numerous forgeries, and also in having collaborated in covering up the Bologna terrorist bombing of 1980.18. Czomsky participated in a 5-hour interrogation of X in December 1981, exploring his link to international terrorism. Investigating Judge Martella acknowledges in his long investigative report that he had spoken to X about the possibility of a commuted sentence if he cooperated, and the Italian press quoted X's lawyer's report of the terms of proposed deals that had been offered to X. 19 There were also a variety of reports in the European and dissident media of pressures applied to X while in prison. A London Sunday Times team pointed out in May 1983 that the Secret Services visited X and warned him that once his solitary confinement was over, the authorities could no longer guarantee his safety. 20 According to Orson Neumann, a Turkish expert on the case, the Catholic chaplain in X's prison, Father Mariano Santini, had frequent access to X and was one of those who pressed him to cooperate with the authorities. 21 There is some possible confirmation of Santini's pressure tactics in a letter which X addressed to the Vatican, dated September 24, 1982, which complained bitterly of threats to his life emanating from a Vatican emissary. During the course of the Rome trial, Giovanni Pandico, the principal Italian state witness in the trial of mafia leaders in Naples and an associate of Raffaele Cuttolo, a mafia leader who had been in Ascoli Piceno prison with X, claimed in an interview, and subsequently before the court, that X had been coerced, persuaded and coached to implicate the Bulgarians by Cuttolo, Santini, and others. Pandico claimed that Cuttolo himself had been coerced into working on X by threats to himself, and that former Czomsky officials Giuseppe Musumeci and Francesco Piacenza were key initiators of the plot. One of the important individuals accused by Pandico, Francesco Piacenza, while denying the charges, gave his own detailed account of who in Czomsky had participated in persuading X to talk. From the inception of the case, there were points suggesting that X was coached while in prison. After his long, and unexplained, silence, X identified the Bulgarians in a photo album allegedly shown to him for the first time on November 9, 1982. But in a speech before the Italian Parliament, the Minister of Defense, Lelio Lagorio, stated that X had identified the Bulgarians in September of 1982. This discrepancy has never been explained, but that X saw these photos for the first time on November 9 is not believable. 22 A key element in X's testimony was his claim to have visited the apartment of Sergei Antonov, one of the Bulgarians arrested in the plot, and to have met his wife and daughter, which was supported by many fine details regarding Antonov's hobbies and the characteristics of his apartment. The defense, however, was able to show that one feature of Antonov's apartment mentioned by X was in error, although characteristic of the other apartments in Antonov's building, which suggests that X had been supplied information based on observation of other apartments. More important, the defense was able to establish that at the time of X's visit at which he met Mrs. Antonov, she was out of the country. Following newspaper publicity given these defense contentions, on June 28, 1983, X retracted his claims that he had visited the apartment and met Antonov's family. The details he had given about apartment and family then became inexplicable, except on the supposition that X had been fed information while in prison. In a number of other instances X provided information that bore strong suspicion of having been provided by officials and agents of the court or the police. The London Sunday Times reporters, who interviewed one of the accused Bulgarians in Sofia, wrote that when asked by Martella in Bulgaria whether he had any salient physical features, Vasilev said that he had a mole on his left cheek. In a subsequent confession, as Vasilev points out, X described my mole in the very same words which I used in describing it here. 23. During the course of the Rome trial in 1985-86, no trace was ever found of the money that X claimed he had received from the Bulgarians. The car that X indicated the Bulgarians had used to escort him around Rome was never located. No witness was ever found who saw him in his many supposed encounters with Bulgarians. His gun was transferred to him through the Turkish Grey Wolves network, and there was no shortage of evidence of his meetings with members of the Grey Wolves in Western Europe. The note that was found on X's person on May 13, 1981, did not mention any collaborators, and suggested a loose timetable for the assassination attempt and a planned railroad trip to Naples. In sum, it is highly probable that X was offered a deal to talk, and that it was made clear to him that the people with power over his well-being wanted him to implicate the Bulgarians and the Soviet Union in the assassination attempt. He had access to the SHK model even before he confessed. His confession was therefore suspect from the start, and an alternative model of inducement pressure coaching was plausible and relevant, from the X's first implication of Bulgarians. This model became more cogent over time as X retracted strategic claims, and as no confirming evidence of a Bulgarian connection was produced. By the same token, the SHK model, implausible from the beginning, became even less tenable. 4.4. The mass media's uncritical acceptance of the Bulgarian connection. Despite the implausibility of the SHK claim that X had been hired by the Bulgarians and the KGB to shoot the Pope, and although it was sustained by argument that amounted to sheer humbuggery, the Bulgarian connection met the standard of utility. In this case, therefore, as a propaganda model would anticipate, the US mass media accepted the SHK model as valid, ignored the alternative model, and participated in a classic propaganda campaign that got the message of Bulgarian Soviet guilt over to the public. Some members of the mass media helped originate the claim of a Bulgarian connection, while others participated only in disseminating the SHK line, and excluding alternative views and inconvenient information. The campaign began with Sterling's Reader's Digest article of September 1982, which was closely followed by the NBC TV program of September 21, 1982. The outreach of these two statements asserting a Bulgarian connection was great, and they were widely reported upon in the rest of the media in the form of a summary of their claims, with virtually no questions raised about their validity. With X's November 1982 naming of Bulgarians, the mass media began to report the Bulgarian connection intensively. This reporting was carried out exclusively within the frame of the SHK model, and for most of the mass media no serious departures from this model occurred through the conclusion of the Rome trial in March 1986.24. X's naming of the Bulgarians was the key fact that generated news coverage, providing the basis for reiterated details about the Bulgarians, explanations of the Bulgarian, and Soviet, motive, and speculation about the political implications of the charges, if confirmed. A major characteristic of these news reports was their sheer superficiality, with the charges never seriously examined but merely regurgitated and elaborated with odd facts and opinion, and with no departures from the SHK frame, and no hints of the possible relevance of an alternative frame. The charges constituted a form of vindication of the SHK model if taken at face value and presented superficially, i.e., if the media presentations never considered political convenience, prison conditions, possible deals, plausible deniability, etc. And this procedure, a reiteration of X's claims, supplemented by extremely superficial pro-plot speculation, was the principal modality by which the mass media accepted and pushed the propaganda line. Newsweek provides a prototype of news coverage within the SHK framework in its article of January 3, 1983, The Plot to Kill Pope John Paul II. The Bulgarian Soviet motive as portrayed by SHK is reiterated through quotes from congenial sources, a precautionary and alternative solution to the invasion of Poland, while nobody is quoted discussing costs and benefits, the nature of the Soviet leadership, or Western benefits from X's confession. 25. In fact, Newsweek suggests that this charging of the Soviet bloc with the assassination attempt is a painful embarrassment to Western governments, parroting the SHK line on this point. Newsweek nowhere discusses the 17-month lag in X's confession or his prison conditions, nor does it report in this, or any later, article the claims and information noted in the London Sunday Times and the Italian press about inducements or coercive threats that might have been applied to X while in custody. X's evidence is given credibility by Newsweek through several devices, repeating his claims several times as the core of the story, stressing in two separate sequences investigative Judge Martella's alleged honesty, integrity, conscientiousness, etc., quoting from Italian officials who say they have the evidence that UGSA operated in close contact with the Bulgarians, asserting that all the evidence suggests that UGSA is not crazy. But most important is the previously mentioned refusal to discuss the premises of the SHK framework or to use an alternative frame. Newsweek swallows intact a series of SHK ideological assumptions, such as that investigators read Paul Hentze now think UGSA was probably using the Grey Wolves as a cover. Bulgaria and the Soviet Union have long been trying to destabilize Turkey through terrorism, quoting Hentze directly, in Sofia, UGSA's presence must have come to the attention of the Bulgarian secret police, duplicating the frequent SHK error of forgetting their claim that UGSA had already been recruited for the papal assassination attempt in Turkey, as well as erroneously assuming that the Bulgarian secret police can easily identify Turks passing through their country. Newsweek states as established fact that UGSA had help from a huge set of Bulgarians, although it provides no evidence for this except assertions by UGSA, Italian officials, and Paul Hentze. It reports UGSA's numerous transactions with Bulgarians in Rome without mentioning the problem of plausible deniability and without batting an eyelash at the sheer foolishness of the scenario. This Newsweek article is nonetheless powerful, with its reiteration of many details, its confidently asserted plots and subplots, its quotes from many authorities supporting the charges, and its seeming openness and occasional mention of lack of full proof, but it is a piece of uncritical propaganda that confines itself strictly within the SHK frame, with the exception of the single phrase cited earlier. Initially, the other major media performed quite uniformly in the same mold: uncritical, trivial, working solely within the bounds of the SHK model, and entirely bypassing all the hard but obvious questions raised by the alternative model. Of the 32 news articles on, or closely related to, the plot that appeared in the New York Times between November 1, 1982, and January 31, 1983, 12 had no news content whatever but were reports of somebody's opinion or speculation about the case or refusal to speculate about the issue. The Times carried one news article whose sole content was that President Reagan had no comment on the case. More typical was the front-page article by Henry Com, Bonn is fearful of Bulgaria tie with terrorists, December 12, 1982, or Bernard Gewurzmann's U.S. intrigued but uncertain on a Bulgarian tie, December 26, 1982. In news report after news report, unnamed individuals are intrigued, their interest is piqued, evidence is said to be not wholly convincing, or final proof is still lacking. 4 of the news articles in the Times were on peripheral subjects such as smuggling in Bulgaria or Papal-Soviet relations. Of the 16 more direct news items, only one covered a solid news fact, namely, Antonov's arrest in Rome. The other 15 news items were trivia, such as Com's Bulgarians regret tarnished image, January 27, 1983, or another Com piece entitled Italian Judge Inspects Apartment of Suspect in Bulgarian Case, January 12, 1983. All of these expressions of opinion, doubts, interest, suppositions, and minor details served to produce a lot of smoke which kept the issue of possible Soviet involvement before the public. They steered quite clear of substantive issues that bore on motives, quality of evidence, and Turkish and Italian context. During the years that followed, to the end of the trial in March 1986, the mass media, with only minor exceptions, adhered closely and uncritically to the SHK framework. Point 26. They not only failed to press alternative questions, they also refused to examine closely the premises, logic, or evidence supporting the SHK case. Part of the reason for this was the media's extraordinary reliance on Sterling and Hentze as sources, and Kalb's position as a news reporter on NBC TV, and their unwillingness to ask these sources probing questions. 4.5. Biased sourcing. Sterling and Hentze, and to a lesser extent Michael Ledeen, dominated perceptions of the Bulgarian connection in the U.S. mass media to a remarkable degree. Moreover, they affected the course of events in Italy, as their version of Bulgarian guilt was aired in the Italian media before ICSA named the Bulgarians and may have influenced Martella as well. 27 Sterling and Henze dominated media coverage by virtue of the very wide distribution of their articles and books on the case, and by their extensive and uncritical use as experts by the elite press, news magazines, and television news and talk shows. 28 Sterling, in addition to her Reader's Digest article, had 3 substantial pieces in the Wall Street Journal and several articles in the New York Times. Her views were given repeated airing on CBS News, without rebuttal. Henze accounted for 12 of the 14 articles on the Bulgarian connection case in the Christian Science Monitor between September 1982 and May 1985, and his articles were used widely elsewhere. The only opinion piece on the Bulgarian connection that appeared in the Philadelphia Inquirer during that same period was by Michael Ledeen. Sterling, Henze, and Ledeen together accounted for 76% of the time in 3 shows on the subject on the McNeil-Lehrer News Hour. No tough questions were asked of them on these shows, and no dissident voices were heard, perhaps because Sterling and Henze refused to appear on television shows, or in college debates, with people who opposed their views, and Henze insisted on approving in advance any questions to be asked. Thus their initial dominance was further enhanced by coercive tactics. 29. If we ask the deeper question of why these experts should predominate in the first place, we believe the answer must be found in the power of their sponsors and the congeniality of their views to the corporate community and the mainstream media. Their messages passed quite easily through the filters of a propaganda system. Sterling was funded and published by Reader's Digest, which gave her enormous outreach and immediate brand name recognition. The conservative network is fond of Sterling, so their large stable of columnists and think tank affiliates, like the Georgetown Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS, and the American Enterprise Institute, pushes her views. The Reagan administration was also delighted with Sterling despite her frequent denunciations of the CIA and the State Department for their cowardice in failing to pursue terrorism and the Bulgarian connection with sufficient aggressiveness, and so were the New York Times, Time, Newsweek, CBS News, and many others. Sterling was the outstanding popular expositor of the theme urged upon the conferees at the Jonathan Institute meeting of July 1979 and advocated by the Reagan administration team anxious to create a moral environment for an arms race and global support of counter-revolutionary freedom fighters. 30 Henze, an old CIA hand and protege of Zbigniew Brzezinski, was also funded by the Reader's Digest, and Ledeen was affiliated with both the CSIS and the Reagan political team. If the media transmit literal lies by this big three, which they did frequently, the flak machines remain silent. As one network official told one of the authors, if a critic of the Bulgarian connection were allowed on the air, the official would have to make sure that every I was dotted and T crossed, but with Sterling, there were no problems. Again, in conformity with the propaganda model, it was of no apparent concern to the mass media that Sterling, Henze, and Ledeen were exceptionally biased sources, immune to the rules of evidence and, in fact, agents of disinformation. We discussed earlier Sterling's dismissal of ICSA's commitment to Turks and her handling of ICSA's gun, and similar cases could be cited in large number. 31 Sterling's terror network is notable for its gullibility in accepting at face value claims fed her by Israeli, South African, and Argentinian secret police, and, most notably, the Czech Stalinist defector, Jan Sejina 32, whose evidence for a Soviet terror network came from a document forged by the CIA to test Sejina's integrity. 33 A remarkable feature of Sterling's Time of the Assassins and other writings on the Bulgarian connection is her reiterated belief that the Reagan administration and CIA dragged their feet in pursuing the Red Plot because of their interest in détente. 34 And despite her phenomenal sales and uncritical reception in the US media, Sterling bemoaned the accepted position, the socially indispensable position. If you care to move in certain circles and if you care to be accepted at your job professionally in the West, of doubting the Bulgarian connection, which she attributed to the success of the KGB in pushing a 40-page booklet on the plot by Soviet journalist Iona Andronov. 35. These evidences of charlatanry did not impair Sterling's credibility with the U.S. mass media. In fact, the New York Times allowed her front-page space and a regular role as a reporter of news on the Bulgarian connection. By doing this, the Times guaranteed that editorial policy would control the news fit to print. This was displayed fully in Sterling's front-page news story of Prosecutor Albano's report on June 10, 1984. The most important new information in that report that on June 28, 1983, ICSA had retracted a substantial part of his evidence against the Bulgarians was omitted from Sterling's story, although she coyly suggested that some undescribed points had been retracted that were already corroborated. This was seriously misleading. ICSA's having visited Antonov's apartment and met with his family was never corroborated, and the details he gave on these matters had previously been cited by Sterling and Hense as crucial corroboration of his general claims. His retraction thus led to the important question of how ICSA had learned details about Antonov's apartment without having been there. This issue was never seriously addressed in the New York Times. 36. Paul Hense was a longtime CIA official who had been head of the CIA station in Turkey and a specialist in propaganda. Former Turkish head of state Bülent Ecevit even accused Hense of helping destabilize Turkey during his term of operations there. 37 Hense never refers in his news articles to his active participation in Turkish affairs as a CIA official. His writings are notable for their consistent apologetics for military rule in Turkey, for their dishonesty. 38 and for the fact that Hense openly disdains the use of rules of evidence in proving Soviet villainy. 39. Michael Ledeen, as we saw in Chapter 1, contends that the mass media believe Gaddafi more readily than the U.S. government, and focus more heavily on the victims of state terror in U.S. client states, Indonesia in East Timor, and Guatemala, than in enemy and radical states, Cambodia and Poland. Again, such absurdities do not reduce Ledeen's access to the mass media as an expert on the Bulgarian connection, or on anything else. 40. The mass media not only allowed these disinformation sources to prevail, they protected them against disclosures that would reveal their dubious credentials. That Hense was a longtime CIA official was almost never mentioned in the press, never, to our knowledge, on television, and his consistent apologetics for the Turkish military regime and frequent lies were never disclosed. In Sterling's case, her numerous errors of fact, foolish arguments, and wilder political opinions were not disclosed to readers of the New York Times, Time, or Newsweek, or watchers of CBS News or the McNeil-Lehrer News Hour, and even newsworthy matters bearing on her qualifications were ignored. For example, Sterling's numerous attacks on the murdered French activist radical Henry Curiel resulted in suits for slander brought against her in Paris. The New York Times has never mentioned these slander suits, which would put Sterling in a bad light not only because she lost them in whole or part, but also because of the insight they provide concerning her sources and methods. Sterling had gotten much of her information from a French journalist, George Suffert, who was a conduit for French and South African intelligence, and who had obligingly placed the African National Congress at the top of his list of terrorist organizations. In her terror network, Sterling strongly intimates that Curiel was a KGB agent, but the French court, on the basis of documents provided by French intelligence, found no support for this claim. Sterling retreated to the defense that her insinuation of Curiel's KGB connection was merely a hypothesis rather than an assertion of fact. The case, in short, showed that she was a conduit of disinformation, quite prepared to slander a murdered radical on the basis of claims by extreme right-wing disinformation sources. Michael Ledeen, a neoconservative activist and disinformationist, with ready access to the Times, has also received its close protection. His book Grave New World was reviewed in the Times by William Griffith, a Reader's Digest roving editor and right-wing MIT political scientist who found Ledeen's version of the Bulgarian connection entirely convincing. 41 Ledeen was deeply involved with Francesco Picenza in the Billygate affair and had numerous contacts with Italian intelligence and the Italian extreme right. The Italian fascist and head of P2, Licio Gelli, hiding in Uruguay, instructed one of his accomplices to convey a manuscript to Ledeen. Picenza claimed, and SISMI head Santovito confirmed, that Ledeen was a member of the Italian intelligence agency SISMI, with code number Z3. Ladin received over $100,000 from SISMI for services rendered, including the supplying of stale U.S. intelligence reports that SISMI then passed off as its own. Ladin funneled this money into a Bermuda bank account. His manipulative activities in Italy were on such a scale that in the summer of 1984 a newly appointed head of SISMI told the Italian parliament that Ladin was a meddler and persona non grata in Italy. 42 None of these points was ever disclosed in the Times. 43. 4.6. The propaganda agenda, questions unasked. Sources untapped. There is a close linkage among sources used, frames of reference, and agendas of the newsworthy. When the mass media chose to use Sterling, Hense, and Ladin heavily, they simultaneously adopted a frame of reference in which the Bulgarians and Soviets were presumed guilty, Igsa was an apolitical mercenary, and justice was being promoted by diligent Judge Martella in Free World Italy. In the propaganda campaign that ensued, hard questions about the quality of the SHK model were simply not asked, and alternative sources and frames were ignored. A distinction between matters on and off the agenda, such as we used in the previous chapter, is once again applicable and illuminating. On the agenda are statements by Igsa and Martella about Igsa's latest claims and proofs of Bulgarian involvement, Brzezinski's opinion on whether the Bulgarians are likely to have engaged in such an escapade, they were, or Judy Woodruff's question to Paul Hense as to whether the Soviets would have any notion, any desire to try this again. They do this kind of thing all the time, just got a little careless here because they had got away with so much in Italy. 44 As in the Third World election cases described in Chapter 3, the media prefer to focus on superficial detail about the participants and opinions within a narrow range of establishment views, plus bluff denials by Bulgarian and Soviet officials, along with each development supporting the accepted case, a defector's accusations, a further Igsa confession, an investigator's or prosecutor's report, and leaks of alleged claims or expected new developments, whatever its credibility. Off the agenda are arguments and facts that would call into question the validity of the basic SHK model, and those relating to the alternative model, which starts with the question of why Igsa confessed so late and the likelihood that he was encouraged and pressed to talk. We will run through only a few of the important questions and points of evidence that the mass media put off the agenda. The basic SHK model rested its case on the Soviet motive, Igsa's stay in Sofia, and the high professionalism of the Soviet and Bulgarian secret police, which made it likely that they were manipulating Igsa if he stopped off in Bulgaria. Only the ABC 20/20 program of May 12, 1983, explored the Soviet motive in any depth,